defining Europe, how Europe projects strength and cooperation in all of these areas, including Africa, Central America, South America, and how Europe speaks with one voice powerfully to stand up to authoritarians like Putin and Donald Trump. Also, the European leaders gave a shout out to Nikol Pashinyan, the Prime Minister of Armenia, for organizing this historic event. And you see all of these European world leaders, Prime Minister Carney, no representative of the U.S. to be seen there. And the constant theme is a weakened U.S., a stronger Europe. So let me take you in and show you what went down, which is really, if you watch what was taking place, is one of Donald Trump's worst nightmares come to life. You have Prime Minister Carney speaking at this event. Here's what Prime Minister Carney said about how it's his strong personal view that as the international order will be rebuilt, it will be rebuilt out of Europe. Let's play this clip.
It's my strong personal view that as the international order will be rebuilt, but it will be rebuilt out of Europe. And so I'm very appreciative of the symbolism of this invitation. Thank you.
Now, more from Prime Minister Carney here on Canada-EU relations. Let's play this clip.
We view ourselves as highly complementary to your economic and security goals. That's demonstrated through the work we're doing with the presidencies on the new EU-Canada Strategic Partnership of the Future, building deeper relationships from digital to defense, supply chains to security. We're honored to be the first non-European country as part of the EU SAFE initiative. We would observe that in the last year, we have struck $18 billion worth of critical minerals deals across 20 of the world's leading critical minerals. The way to look at this is we are warehousing these to look for government-to-government deals with our close partners and under the rubric of the G7 first and foremost, but then more broadly. We're working with European partners across the technology stack, from hardware, cloud infrastructure, artificial intelligence, and space. And as we'll discuss later, we are an energy superpower, third largest oil producer, fourth largest natural gas, largest hydro renewable base. We're committed to addressing climate change while providing reliable, affordable energy to our citizens and partners. In closing, we're here because of your invitation. Again, thank you for that. But we're here because of the moral and security imperatives of our cooperation in the Caucasus, in the Baltics, in Ukraine, across Europe, and also because of the immense potential for our partnerships to build a better, more prosperous, sustainable, and just world for our citizens. And I'll close with this.
Now, more from Prime Minister Carney here about how we are not destined to submit to a more transactional, insular, brutal world. And he's clearly talking about Donald Trump here. Let's play it.
Now, we have to actively take on the world as it is, not as we wish it to be. We know nostalgia is not a strategy, but we don't think that we're destined to submit to a more transactional, insular, and brutal world. And gatherings such as these point to a better way forward.
Prime Minister Carney then talks about the world undergoing a rupture across several dimensions and how Europe needs to stick together. Canada and Europe united. Play this clip.
The world is undergoing a rupture across several dimensions in technology, in energy, in commerce, and geopolitics. Integration is being used as a weapon by some, and the rules are not constraining the hegemons.
And more from Prime Minister Carney here about how it is fitting that Canada is the only non-European nation representative. What an honor represented there, and what an honor it is for Canada. Let's play this clip.
I'd like to say thank you again for the invitation. I do think that it is fitting that Canada is the first non-European country to join this forum, as we are the most European of non-European countries. We share a triple alignment of history, of values, and trust. Our histories are deeply intertwined. I'll refer back to the water analogy that we just witnessed with the opening ceremony, but it's personified by tens of millions of Canadians of European descent, including more than 60,000 Armenians. Our shared values are born of that common history. freedom, rule of law, democracy, pluralism. And these values shape our relationships, determine our priorities, and point to our common future. Canada has consistently stood up for these values, including in recent years. From our membership of the Coalition of the Willing as one of the largest per capita contributors to Ukraine, to our leadership of the NATO Brigade in Latvia, our intensifying cooperation with the Nordic countries, UK and Germany, on Arctic security, and our role as the only non-European participant in the European mission in Armenia. We're demonstrating not just the strength of our values in defending the rules-based international order, as you rightly mentioned, Antonio, but also the value of our strength.
And then afterwards, Prime Minister Carney gave a brief press conference, and here's what he said about the last 12 months. Let's play it.
A lot's happened in the last 12 months, and some of it we saw coming, but more of it has occurred. And the importance of alliances with reliable partners, deepening those alliances has become ever more so.
And now I want to highlight this breaking news story just in from the New York Times. A major global summit is happening right now. Nearly 60 countries meeting in Colombia to figure out how to phase out fossil fuels. But here's the headline: the United States was not even invited. This comes as the world is dealing with what experts are calling one of the biggest energy crises in history, fueled in large part by the ongoing U.S. war in Iran. Countries right now are facing shortages, rising prices, even rationing fuel, and instead of leading the transition to clean energy, the United States has pulled back, reversing course on climate commitments and pushing more oil and
This
gas.
makes no
So what
sense.
you're seeing now is the rest of the world trying to move forward without the United States, building what they're calling a coalition of the willing to accelerate the shift to renewable energy. This is a pivotal moment. Climate policy, global economics, national security, it's all colliding right now. Okay, well now it's your turn to make noise. What do you think of this story, our climate reports in general, everything we're covering here? Drop your thoughts in the comments. I'll be reading them. Okay, Ben, back to you.
Now I'll show you the moment where Prime Minister Carney met with Ukrainian President Zelensky at this summit. It was powerful indeed as these world leaders exchanged pleasantries, but talked about standing united. Canada, Europe, Ukraine united, as Donald Trump weakens the United States, weakens America's standing in the world, betrays Ukraine. Canada, Ukraine, and Europe rises, leading the free world. Let's play it.
I began the meeting.
That's good. It was going much better.
Fantastic. Hi.
Okay, shall I pretend to be the host?
Yes.
Yeah, fantastic. It's great to host in Europe, the hero not just of Ukraine, but Europe and the world. Dear Vladimir, it's again, you have all of Canada behind you, standing with the people of Ukraine. We are pleased that today we were able to add to our commitment, and we will continue to work and find ways to work together to strengthen your struggle and to ensure peace when it comes, and it will come, that it works and brings the prosperity that the people of Ukraine deserve.
Thank you very much, dear Prime Minister. So I'm happy that we have such strong relation between our countries and between both of us. So we are thankful for your decision. You told me about your decision, how to strengthen us, and thank you for this. And of course, I think today's meeting of our group, the morning meeting, was very important. Of course, we have to push Putin to the peace, to diplomacy, but when he will be ready, of course. But we have to know that we are not alone, and I'm happy that we not only know, we feel it because of the support of our friends. We are thankful to Canadian friends, to all the people for such strong support.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. All right.
Then you have French
Let's
President
go.
Emmanuel Macron at this conference, again reiterating the predictability of France and Europe, and how France and Europe is indeed willing to work with Iran cooperatively, not to have any views that all of a sudden things are going to be great, not to neglect the past and the dangers and the threat posed by Iran. But Macron saying, we're not at war with Iran. The U.S. and Netanyahu are doing their thing. So we think from our position, we will be a predictable, reliable negotiator and someone who can get things done, actually. Here, play this clip.
Democracy, rule-based order, respect of an open trade and free trade, believing in climate change through innovation and reasonable approach, creates a lot of links amongst us, and our predictability in order to deliver this agenda is a big advantage vis-à-vis a lot of non-European players. When I look at the Gulf, when I look at Asian countries, when I look at Latin America or Africa, they just want to have predictable partners. They can disagree with us. Sometimes our interests will not be aligned. But as long as we deliver our agenda being predictable, it makes sense. If we go to Hormuz Strait, I think we have a very important role to play. A lot of us were around this VTC we co-organized with Kier, and Georgia was with us in Paris with Friedrich. And we had a lot of Asian countries, a lot of African countries, and Gulf countries. And it was very impressive to see that everybody was aligned. And I think the role we can play is precisely, obviously we are trusted by the US, but we are respected and trusted by the Iranian. We are not naive vis-à-vis the Iranian, but we are not at war with them, which creates a context where we can be this all together. We can provide, I would say, services from diplomatic, military, and economic and financial side in order to facilitate a free reopening of Hormuz Strait. And this is exactly the strategy we are preparing. The planification work was made last week in London.
I'm trying to understand
so
why none of this is filling.
To facilitate such a reopening, which puts us in this situation to be this reliable partner and to open this free roads. So this is, I really believe, one of the assets we have. But beyond that, I really believe that our interest is to decrease the tensions in a lot of situations.
Because those ships is just not working, huh?
Coordinated and full solidarity.
How close are the Mechamines going up?
But to work all together on this agenda of strategic autonomy. And by the way, I think the work made during the past few years by Nicole on Armenia is very impressive. Let's be honest. I mean, 8 years ago, nobody would come here, and the fact that you have so many first visits in your country is a good signal, because 8 years ago, this country was seen by a lot of countries around the table as a sort of de facto satellite.
I mean, if I'm just, it depends what I'm doing.
Decided to de-risk his country from Russia. And he still attacked on a daily basis because of that.
You mean all time?
And the fact that he decided both peace and
Oops,
Europe
I just misclicked.
is a very strong signal. And the resistance war in Ukraine, the Armenian strategy, what is done in Moldova, plus what
how
is
do
done
I
by a lot
sell
of
green
countries
gifts?
around
I mean,
this
it's
table
just not even
is
possible.
as well the fact that as Europeans, we decided during the past few years to have a collective wake-up call and not to be dependent on any big power. And this is as well one of the preconditions of this strategic autonomy.
And then Zelensky brought the
all
House
time, and
down
it's probably going
with
to take a
his
while.
speech. Zelensky acknowledged the importance of Canada being at this European summit. Zelensky talked about how weak Russia is, despite Donald Trump doing all he can to help
140
Russia.
days.
Russia has never
But
been
I streamed
weaker.
before that too, but that
Zelensky
was
talks about
not
the shared
that long.
values of Ukraine, of Europe, of Canada, and how Ukraine not only holds its own.
Wait, so this is actually going up in price finally. Hold on.
Significantly to the defense of Europe. Ukraine selling its drone and anti-drone
Hold on, this is actually going up finally.
and its intelligence services to Europe, as it's doing, throughout the Middle East. And Zelensky saying, look, we know where Donald Trump and America stands. We know what they are. That's why it's more important than ever for Europe, Ukraine, Canada together to speak with one powerful voice. Watch as Zelensky brings the House down. Let's play this clip.
And so many countries are
Someone outbid my buy order. Fuck this bitch. The fuck?
here with all Europeans.
What the fuck?
And for the first time in 24 years, by the way, a visit by the president of Ukraine. This means a lot. And it shows the scale of our unity, all those who value life. And I agree with Antonio. Absolutely. I'm glad Mark Carney is with us, and it's time to turn our shared values with Canada into more joint opportunities for Canada.
Wait, what else can I buy?
Dear friends, the challenges are clear, absolutely. First, we all see it. The war in Iran remains unresolved, and it could cause instability for a long time, and it may raise the cost of living in all our countries these years. And this could lead to major political shifts. So first of all, our
Puppy
energy
noises.
and
Cat
security
called
cooperation needs
Quebecs.
to be
Bro,
real
what is wrong with people, man?
cooperation, and we need to help each other prepare for
Femboy
winter
Mosi. Cat
and
called
deal
Petal.
with energy challenges.
Oh
And
my
we should
god.
also push for a long-term solution
How
for
many
the
did he
Strait of Hormuz and for the people of Iran.
Puppy boy. Bro.
Second,
We
Russia's
gotta
war
get locked
against
in, man.
Ukraine
What
and
is
Europe
this?
continues just as hard as before. And this summer will be a moment when Putin decides what to do next, expand the war or move to diplomacy, and we must push him toward diplomacy. Russia has announced a May 9 parade in Moscow without military equipment. If that happens, it will be the first time in many, many years they cannot
I just have a
afford
tree, kind
military
of,
equipment,
I guess.
and they fear
But
drones may buzz over Red Square.
so the
This
ship
is
buyers
telling.
didn't work and
It shows
Helianthus
they're
didn't really
not
work.
strong now. So we must keep the pressure by sanctions on them. And I thank you for the 20th sanctions package. I'm thankful to all the leaders, to EU, Antonio, Ursula, thanks very much. And especially those sanctions against Russian oil, the military industry, and Russian banks. We must continue this pressure. We must move Russia to diplomacy. Please oppose any ideas to ease sanctions. This
I
is
want
support.
more
And thank
Helianthus,
you also to those
but I don't want to pay 1 million
who
per.
are fighting against the Russia's shadow oil fleet. Third,
I
as
want more
long
of
as
this,
this
but I
war
don't know how I'm gonna
continues,
get
strong support for
buyers built
Ukraine
like that.
must
It just
continue.
doesn't work.
Every support package matters, especially
Looks like
air
people keep
defense. Every
outbidding me when I do it.
contribution to the Pearl program matters, and we need new Pearl packages this year, this May. This helps us defend against the ballistic threats. And I believe Europe should be able to produce everything it needs to defend against
Yeah, so
everything.
I kind
All
of want
the
to invest in farming stuff
ballistic attacks
because
and
I have
all
a
other
prediction, okay?
weapons on its
You
own.
might not
We
believe this, but
offer a
I
contribution
believe
to
they're gonna make this
Europe's,
new update way easier.
Europe's defense. Our
So less people are gonna
drone
start,
deals, they bring
gonna be farming pretty
countries
soon.
together, and we need
And
strong
then,
protection across
yeah,
Europe from drones
you should be
and
good.
all attacks,
Helianthus
potential
should
attacks.
rise in price.
And in the air, at sea, and on land. Drone deals mean joint work.
And I think
joint
maybe
production,
it gets changed
shared
today.
protection. Let's move forward on this. And one
Who
more
knows?
thing,
It's Thursday, not
we
Tuesday
need
today.
to
Maybe it
focus
gets
on
changed today.
what
I don't know
we
right
will
now.
do if
But it's gonna get a
Russia
massive change.
does not end this war. We need continued pressure and we need peace. And of course, it's
Which is
number
why I
one.
really want to
We
get
need
so
to
many
find a
Helianthus,
workable
because
diplomatic
you can
format.
literally
And
make like
Europe must
300k
be at the
per. I
table
mean, if you
in
buy
any talks.
5,000,
We
that's
are in
1.5
contact
profit.
with the United States.
Like
We
0 effort.
understand their views and positions, but it would be good to develop one common European voice for talks with Russians. Thank you.
Well, there you have it, folks. What a summit indeed. Donald Trump frozen out.
Well, there has been
bye-bye.
an update,
And
you know,
you
the
see
Grand Feast, but
moral leader,
it's
world
like
leaders speaking
extremely
with
long grind
moral
right now, and I don't
clarity,
think it's gonna remain like that.
with intelligence, with unity, with reliability,
So,
with predictability. It's all right there, folks. Thanks so much for watching. Hit subscribe. Let's get to 7 million subscribers. We appreciate you so much.
Want to stay plugged in?
like, I'm
Become
investing
subscribers
this
to
right
our
now, look.
Substack at MidasPlus.com.
I mean, this
You'll
is
get
just
daily
free money.
recaps from Ron Filipkowski Ad-free episodes of our podcast
But-
and more exclusive content only available at MidasPlus.com.
Is this bought with? Think so.
Good hand washing technique?
I wanted to buy.
Surgeon? I don't know yet.
Wait, what's crop shot bought with?
Oh.
How do you get crop shot? And this is also pretty cheap. Because Jake contest tickets is down in value because people are farming right now to spin again. But it's like barely any of them sells.
How does he know it's the jugular vein? That's pretty.
Right.
Republicans have shut down Congress as Donald
Hold on.
Trump's war in Iran spirals
I'll
out
get
of control
information.
as Congress is now yet again on recess and not working. Pay attention to what's going on behind the scenes as MAGA Mike Johnson and other MAGA Republicans are not doing anything in Congress itself, but pay attention because they're working behind the scenes with Donald Trump in order for more grift, for more corruption, and in my opinion, more criminality as the war in the Middle East caused by Donald Trump and Netanyahu explodes. So what we learned is that MAGA Mike, Donald Trump, working together with Palm Beach authorities for a Trump holdco, a Trump holding company, to reach a trademark deal with the new Palm Beach airport that's going to be named the Trump International Airport in Palm Beach, or the Trump Palm Beach Airport. And now this will force the airport to buy Trump branded merchandise from the Trump organization. So you had Congress working with Ron DeSantis in Florida and working with Donald Trump to ensure a name change of the Palm Beach airport to be named after Donald Trump. And then they worked together to create a holdco so Donald Trump could force the new airport to buy Donald Trump products to enrich Trump and his family. Apparently, it's not enough just to have your name
this is real.
on the airport. You need to grift and make more money off the American people.
What?
It's utterly disgusting. I'll tell you what else is going on behind the scenes. You have the MAGA Republicans very quietly putting out a reconciliation plan where they're going to try to force through funding for ICE, for Border Patrol.
This one is going
for
pretty well right now,
DHS,
this
and
manipulation
guess
or
what
whatever.
else? For
But I
East
think-
Wing modernization. That's right.
I think
Trump's
considering
ballroom,
Torn Club went
the
up so
golden
much,
ballroom that Trump said
wouldn't Bronze Ball
taxpayers
also go up so
will
much?
be paying $0 for. Guess how much MAGA Mike, MAGA Chuck Grassley, and Donald Trump want the taxpayers to pay for East Wing modernization? Guess the amount. $1 billion.
What the fuck
from
is
the
this?
taxpayers. That's in addition to Donald Trump wanting the
Sun's
taxpayers
grass.
to personally pay him $10 billion in a frivolous lawsuit against the Treasury Department and the IRS, where he's trying to enter
Granted,
a
while
exclusive
breaking
settlement
crops with
agreement
your
with
fist
himself.
grants
That's right.
2x
So
overbloom.
Trump, Grassley, and the MAGA Republicans
What?
just yesterday released the
Excuse me?
Judiciary Committee's reconciliation title. $3.4 billion for CBP through 2029. $30 billion
How the fuck do you
more
get
for
that?
ICE. These groups already received $200-300 billion last year.
What?
They're coming back for almost $4 billion more.
What the fuck is that?
$34 billion more. I meant $4 billion for CBP, $30 billion for ICE. So $34 billion more. $2.5 billion more for DHS, $1 billion for the East Wing modernization project, including above ground and
How
below
did
ground
he get that?
security
What is that?
features. And as
That looks
Sam
very
Stein
good.
writes, the ballroom was pitched as a
2x
project
overbloom?
that would not cost taxpayer money. Now,
I mean, it's
Senate
good for the
Judiciary
event.
Republicans are requesting $1 billion for security features related to it.
Uh,
How much of that $1 billion on the ballroom? It doesn't say, but look what it says. Let's pull up the bill. You can see the amount for yourself. Appropriation. In addition to the amounts otherwise available, there is appropriated to the United States Secret Service for fiscal year 2026.
Sun
out of
grass.
any money
Right,
in the
I want to search
Treasury
this up. How do you get that?
not otherwise appropriated, $1
Sun's
billion
grass.
to remain
Skyblock.
available
I
until
don't even know how
September
to.
2029, for the purposes of security adjustments and upgrades, including within the perimeter fence of the White House compound to support enhancements by the United States Secret Service relating to the East Wing modernization project, including above ground and below ground security features. So this is what they're doing behind the scenes while they're on recess, while they're on vacation. And meanwhile, you have MAGA Republican Nancy Mace at war with the MAGA Republicans as well. And she says that she subpoenaed Congress's
Virtual
sexual
player
harassment
respond array of
slush
Hades.
fund. And she says there are 9 members and 1,000 pages. All records prior to 2004.
The reason for Ray of Hades is incredible
And she says
low
she's going to
drop
release
chance.
all of the
Pretty much
documents
everything rare and
relating
again, it's
to
not that
Congress
pretty much
members
logic.
who have reached settlements
It's
regarding
again, but
sexual
pretty much
harassment, which
everything
all
rare
of
and
that
is
should be
entitled
released
argument, which
in
largely takes
general.
away
Not
a lot
sure
of
why that's
the price
secret,
of dropping
but
something
MAGA
super
Mike,
rare.
of
Everything
course,
being tied
wants
to
to keep
doesn't make
that
people feel
secret.
like they need
I
to get
think it's
something that
important,
the hair
folks,
was
that we
making it happen.
note
That not everyone
this
will be
fact
able to
right
get.
here, and Peter
This is
Baker
not needed
points
for
it out.
progression. That's
So
still something
presidential
kind of
approval
cool.
at this point during election years
Not being
saw
all that good.
major
It's
midterm shifts
entirely
and the
optional, and
ultimate
it's time
House
to bring
results
it
for
back.
their
Those
party.
super rare drops.
So Clinton in
See, Motiv
1994,
Gorilla
where
even
he
knows.
had a
He's not a
51%
fan of
approval,
RG
the
meters.
Democrats lost
What?
52 seats in the House.
Neither am I. Oh, wait.
George W. Bush in 06, he had a 38% approval. They
Oh.
lost 30 seats, the Republicans did. Obama in 2010 lost 63
Whoa.
seats with a 50% popularity approval.
Hey, sir, I just
Trump
read
in
this.
2018
Look,
with a
look. Have you heard
42%
Flynn?
approval, lost 40 seats. Here we are in 2026. Trump has a 37% approval. And so we'll see what that is. But midterms are coming, folks, and they couldn't come any sooner if you think about it, right? We also see that the
What?
U.S. bond market is in serious trouble, as the Kobayashi letter explains, as new
More than
reports
500
emerge of
million
the
crops.
escalation in the Middle East. The 10-year note yield is up to 4.45%, nearing the same level that resulted
That's
in the
insane.
ceasefire and the April 2025 90-day tariff pause. And again, we
Wait,
are
what's
now
the chance for
seeing
strawberry
the
dye?
10-year is at 4.45. The
Isn't it like
30-year
1 in?
is already over 5. The 2 years at
Hold on.
3.96. The cost of borrowing significantly higher right now in the government, and the U.S. has to pay that interest. So, while all of this is taking place, what does MAGA do? They go on state
Isn't
with
that
the
over
media.
3 times as
So you
rare
have
as
Lindsey
strawberry dye?
Graham now saying, look, here's how we win the war in Iran.
And I haven't gotten
It's
strawberry dye
checkmate
in
if
like
we can take control
over
back
1,000
of the
hours of
Strait of
crop
Hormuz.
farming.
Okay, so doing the thing that
So,
existed before
yeah.
this catastrophic war, you're
Kind of
saying
like
now
it.
that's
I
the
kind of
goal,
like what he
that's
did.
checkmate. Here's what Lindsey Graham had to say. Play this clip.
The Strait of Hormuz is the only thing left. This has been
It's
a
affected by
brilliant campaign by
overbloom too,
President
though,
Trump and our
so I
military.
guess
The nuclear
it's
program
more
of
common,
Iran
but
has been
it's not a
destroyed.
lot more
Their
common.
ability to spread terrorism has been destroyed because they're on their knees economically. If we
Yes,
can
that's
control
actually
the
pretty
straits, if we can
hard to
take
get.
back control of the Straits of Hormuz, it is
And
checkmate.
it's
This
actually
thing
kind
is
of
over.
good,
And
I
then they
guess,
had
right?
Jesse
2x
Waters, one of
overbloom.
Trump's chief propagandists,
That is
go
really
up
good.
in his own
But it's only for the
made-up
event.
world.
I don't know if the event is
Somehow
on here.
the
I mean,
U.S. now
sounds.
has China surrounded, and Marco Rubio, the DJ, is DJing weddings. So we're good, everybody. What? Here, play this clip.
It's not just AI. We have the Chinese surrounded. We've been conducting board and seizure drills with our Philippine allies.
The Chinese
And
are
the 7th
surrounded?
Infantry, for the first time ever, just fired some missiles from the Philippine island of Palawan right towards the South China Sea. Call a little chin music for Xi. But who knows what's next? Anything could happen. The Secretary of State's just got assigned another job. He's a DJ.
More from Lindsey Graham, again, MAGA Republican. This is what's going on while
What
Congress
the
is in
fuck?
recess, while they're doing all of the things I said at the beginning of the video.
What
Again, he says,
is this?
victory is defined by regaining freedom of navigation in the Strait of Hormuz.
It's a 1 in
Again,
500
something
million,
that
though. I
existed
mean,
before this catastrophic
yo, I'm
war
gonna get it.
in Iran
I'm actually
started.
gonna get it.
Here, play this clip.
Allowed to happen on his watch. He followed through on his promise. Now it's a matter of just finishing this up. How do you now define victory as this seems to be in the
Wait, are
closing
people
days?
in the US claiming a victory for this war?
Regain freedom of navigation of the Strait of Hormuz. If they continue to attack our allies,
How
like
is
the
this?
United
How
Arab
can
Emirates,
any
the
American
UAE has been
person
champion
say
allies.
this is
And
even
then you
remotely
had
a victory?
Treasury
What?
Secretary Scott Bessent
Wait,
come
wait,
on Fox,
what?
and he said that the United States currently controls the Strait of Hormuz,
How?
which isn't true. Let's play it.
So we're saying The Iranians do not have control of the strait. We have absolute control of the strait.
That's not true.
Blockaded the ships going into or out of Iranian ports. Their economy is in free fall, and everyone says they have the high tolerance for pain. Well, their soldiers will not have a high tolerance for not getting paid.
Then Donald Trump called into state regime media and says that the blockade is the greatest military maneuver in American military history.
Well, it's not doing anything.
Blockade on the blockade. Donald
Bro,
Trump
the blockade
says
is literally
that's the
doing
greatest
nothing.
military maneuver ever. I mean, folks, this is just a collapse of epic proportions. Let's play this clip.
Now, I also asked President Trump about the possibility of negotiations.
Why
with
do
Iran.
you scream so
Succeeding,
much?
He said the Iranians are being far more malleable
Can you
than
stop
they were
screaming,
being
bro?
in the
Chill
past,
out.
showing flexibility given the U.S. pressure
Who
that
is this guy?
continues as part of the American blockade of Iranian ports. President Trump called that blockade the greatest military maneuver in history.
Then Lindsey Graham says, allies, please help
In
us.
history?
Please help us, everybody. Please help us, everybody. Let's play
Yo,
it.
hold on.
Our friends in Europe and
Yo,
throughout the world,
we need
help
this.
us reestablish freedom of navigation. Freedom of navigation is a core principle to the
We need
world
this.
economy. I am proud of Project Freedom.
Okay, hold on.
Project Freedom will work, and people should be helping us.
Then you have Sean Duffy, Donald Trump's transportation secretary.
Oh, it's right next to it.
He
Okay,
goes,
so that was
the
not that
real
exciting.
reason
Wait.
that we have all these issues with Spirit
Yeah, we take those though.
Airlines, it's
What?
because of Biden and Buttigieg and Elizabeth
Yo.
Warren. Folks,
It's
Spirit
literally next to
Airlines
it. What
in
the
court
fuck?
filings and in public statements
Thank
clearly
you,
say
I guess.
says it's because of the increase in jet fuel.
Is this
That's why.
backpack full?
Stop you're
Yeah.
in charge. Behave
I
like
have so much
adults,
random
folks.
books. What the fuck?
2026. We're in May 2026. You're in charge. The jet fuel prices are increasing because of this catastrophic
Yeah, so
war.
my
You're
backpack
To
is
be
truly
really
messed
clear,
up because
jet fuel prices have gone up.
I was
This
gonna
story was
make
not written because of the Iran war. This story was
no
written
3
years
Bob
ago
and Time
because
5
of what
books,
Elizabeth
but
Warren, Joe Biden,
I don't have
Buttigieg,
enough
and the
pufferfish.
DOJ under Biden, what they did to
Yes,
prevent
pufferfish is what
this
I'm
from
missing
happening. So again,
to
I
make
love that they
Bob and
try
Time.
to play revisionist politics and try to come after
That's
Donald
Iron
Trump
Man
again.
issues right
What do
there.
they want? A nuclear Iran? What, I mean, they're blaming fuel prices, but you and I both know that Democrats love higher energy prices. They fought for 4 years to give us higher energy prices. Look at California, $5, $6, $7, $8 a gallon, and now they're trying to blame Trump, who wanted American energy dominance. Right. Again, there's the insanity of they cut it.
But folks, this is
What?
as MAGA spirals. Kellyanne Conway, Miss Alternate Facts, has to go on, and here's what she has to say.
I
Play
think
this clip.
Trump is against natural gas too.
So
This makes no sense to me. Like, why are you
lose their job, and
against
all the prices are now
natural gas
higher. And again, we don't have as many segments on the 5.
or renewable? No, I think it was renewable gas. He was against renewable gas.
Bucket as a failure for them since they cause this.
It should go
Yeah,
into the
he's
Biden
against renewable
economic
gas. He
bucket.
only
Again, these
likes
are just a bunch of losers.
fossil fuels,
Behave like leaders.
which makes
Grow up.
no sense.
Grow up. And they have Kelly Loeffler, the billionaire lady who runs the Small Business Association, who, you know, I mean, like literally somebody who has no connection with
And I feel like, are
businesses.
people
She
forgetting that
married
fossil
into
fuels is not
billionaire,
infinite?
life, and now she's
Like,
out there lecturing small
eventually, we
businesses.
would need to
And
make
then
a
she
massive
goes,
change in the world.
you know, let me just show you what she said. I mean, it's so utterly pathetic. She goes, we continue to give relief in other areas, cutting $6 trillion in regulations. It's Biden's fault. Here, play this clip.
But with the aim of achieving long-term price stability to get the volatility out of the market to ensure that we are not held hostage anymore
Mr. Snorch.
to a terrorist government organization. Look, America is a net exporter of oil and gas. That's what's driving those long-term prices down in the forward pricing curve for the oil market. We've got oil today at around 103, and then falling back down into the 70s by the end of the year. That's where this is going. The president is right. This is a short-term conflict, but at the same time, he's delivering relief on prices. Core inflation 2.6, wage growth 3.9%. Retail sales have been up 6 months in a row. Last month, almost 7%. So we continue to give relief in other areas. Cutting
So what's
$6
wrong with
trillion
Fox News,
in
man?
regulation that the Biden administration put
Are they
on
just
in place.
retarded?
So the list goes on.
Then Trump has NATO's ambassador, Matthew Whitaker, attack NATO. Let's play this clip.
Assess the state of affairs between the United States and NATO.
Well, we've had better times, no doubt. But, you know, one of the things that I would say is that
Damn, she
this
looks exhausted.
alliance is moving towards
Dude,
Europeans taking
I
over
actually
the
found the
primary
solution to losing weight,
responsibility for the
guys.
conventional defense of the continent. And ultimately, as
Like
we
I've
work towards
lost
that
like
project, you know,
7
there will
kg
be ebbs and
in
flows. But,
2
you know, one of the
weeks, I
things that
think,
I think has
or
a lot
6.
of us questioning what's
Bro, I think I
happening
found the
is
meta.
the value that we thought we had here at NATO. Ultimately, when we couldn't use our
It's
bases
for
in
MAGA and
Spain,
Trump is
the
close to the
UK, and
CEO
other
of Fox
places
News.
during Epic Fury, that
Oh,
changes the value calculation of the NATO alliance. And so I think
but
there's a
why
lot of us
is like
in the Trump administration that are recalculating
politically
that
biased
value
media allowed?
proposition. You know,
Like
and I'm
I
sitting
don't
as I've
I hate
traveled the
it.
world
Like
and
I
I've seen
absolutely hate it.
alliances with the United States. And one of the things that I know is that it's a two-way street, that it's not just the United States providing defense and deterrence, that it needs to be our allies that are also stepping up.
Then Lindsey Graham's like, I know all the people out there are suffering, but it'll get better. Don't you worry. I know you're all suffering. Here, play this clip.
To the American people, I know gas prices are high and I know we're suffering right now. But you pay now or you pay later against thugs like Iran. They tried to get a nuclear
What?
weapon, and if you don't believe
Tags
that,
like
you
Iran.
shouldn't be allowed to drive in your hometown. Donald Trump stopped Iran from having 8 to 10 nuclear weapons by bombing their enrichment facilities. God bless you, President Trump. We were
But he
weeks
already
away
did that
from
last
a
year, didn't he?
nuclear-armed
That's what he
Iran.
said.
And then you have MAGA Republican Congress member Dan
Hmm.
Mauser
I feel
saying
like
James
there's
Comey's
some
just
lies
such a
afoot.
dangerous guy. Just a dangerous guy. Here, play this clip.
Comey is a dangerous guy. I mean, come on, he's the wrong guy to have any power, any authority. I mean, what he did to the president of the United States with the Steele dossier, knowing it was completely phony, walking into the Oval Office stating that, oh, they have this information, so-called evidence to the president of the United States, to shake him up. And then what they did to General Flynn was a setup. Look, he had Strzok working for him. He had McCabe working for him. These are bad guys really trying to bring down a president.
And finally, you had Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent saying, this is all just
I mean,
one
even
short-term
independent
blip.
media
I'm
can't really
confident
side
the
with
stock
Trump
market,
anymore. So
everything's
like,
going to be great. Just trust me. Let's play.
I mean,
We
who
are
is siding with him?
cognizant that this short-term blip up in prices is affecting the American people, but I am also confident on the other side of this, prices are going to come down very quickly. You know, the conflict will end. If we look at the stock market, what does the stock market see right now? The stock market is looking through this.
But the thing is, though, doesn't billionaires love Trump because they get less taxes, which is just so retarded.
In a matter of weeks or a month.
So this is what the MAGA Republicans are doing while the American people are suffering. Now you see it for yourself, what's really going on behind the scenes.
I actually will never
They shut
understand
down
like
Congress. This is their behavior. So
the goal of
this is what
billionaires.
they're
Like
doing.
you already made
their
over
words.
a billion. Like
Assess
why
it.
do you care
Think it
so
through.
much about
Hit
more
subscribe.
money?
Let's get to 7 million.
Like what's gonna
Let's get to 7
change?
million. Thanks for watching. New Midas merch. Head to store.midastouch.com.
You earn another $100 million. What's gonna change? Like nothing. Wait, isn't there a new crop now? Wait, I'm stupid. Why did I just do that? I think it's a new crop now, huh? Yeah, it is. Sunflower. That's day. I guess that works. Well, that's actually quite ideal. Yes, I don't know. If I had $1 billion, I'd just my first worry wouldn't be to make another 100 million. Is that weird? Like you don't. Why is money a worry? Unless you do good with the money, like but none of these billionaires like do good with their money. At least over half. They don't care. Do you think there's gonna be a patch today? I think maybe. I think so.
From RuPaul's Drag Race to Kim Kardashian to The Deadliest Catch, there's a variety of reality shows, but we're gonna react to some of the most interesting medical scenes. Let's get started. Be-whoop.
You got this, sister. You were super, super close. Right in the kisser.
What?
That night, who's boss?
That's a weird game.
What the fuck is that?
Oh, I did not expect that. I thought it was gonna I don't know what I expected.
Oh my, look at that.
Oh my
Oh
God,
my
she
God.
got rocked right in the face.
Are you okay? I can't feel my face.
And the watermelon broke. She's lucky that she didn't lose teeth, broken bones, no cuts.
Are you waiting for the bathroom, Lily?
No, my friend got sick.
Is he vegetarian? No. What did he have?
The lobster tail.
The lobster sometimes has Vibrio, which is a type of bacteria that most of the time is pretty self-limited, meaning that it goes away on its own after some nausea, vomiting, diarrhea. But in severe cases, we do prescribe antibiotics for this.
Smell it. Seriously. Fishy. I can smell the ammonia.
Smelling ammonia means there's some kind of decomposition happening, which likely means that the lobster wasn't prepared as freshly, which means that there's some of that Vibrio that we just talked about.
It's been pulled apart and then decomposed. That's what makes it bad.
Well, it's not the ammonia that makes it bad. It's still the bacteria, but the ammonia is released by the bacteria, so it signals the presence of the bacteria. Oh, my Staten Island friends.
Your name is Justin, and your heart is okay?
And Practical Jokers?
Okay. Can you feel the difference between love and lust?
And so you can feel the difference between like love and lust? Yeah. Okay.
Patient's gotta be so confused. It's like sometimes a patient will come in for like an unknown arthritis, and then we'll ask about sexual history, and they'll be like, "Why are you asking about sexual
What?
history?" Like, gonorrhea can cause arthritis. The more you know.
Let me take your temperature.
That's like the mom's way that they feel the child. Not gonna lie, back of my hand is pretty good at knowing temperatures. Not tested and not validated, but feels like it's pretty accurate.
Check this guy's reflexes, Sal.
Check your reflexes?
Oh, there you go.
You're hitting it a little bit too high, and he's hitting it directly on the patella.
Leg is good. I think your right leg is dead.
This happens all the time, by the way. Not the laughing, obviously, but like the fact that one leg has good reflexes and then the other, once they see what I do,
The fuck?
work. It's because the patient's actively keeping it compressed. In order for the reflex to work, the muscle has to be fully relaxed. So in a lot of those cases, I actually ask the patient, usually a child, to pull their hands apart as hard as they can and look up at the ceiling. And when they do that, they automatically relax the leg and it allows the reflex to come. A cool thing that I do is when I don't have a reflex hammer available, I'm like one of these old school doctors. I use this guy right here and I go, and then the patient's like, "Wow, I didn't know you could do that."
I love Dr. Mike, man. Like, he really just a millionaire and still is a doctor.
Someone's gonna fall.
I land and I feel my knee pop.
What the
If it
fuck
was the
is this?
front leg, my guess is it's an ACL.
You need time to heal. She spills the tea. She spoke to the doctor personally herself.
What the fuck is this?
Let me know. She was like, you have to have immediate surgery. You did tear your ACL.
Oh, who is
Mechanism of
this?
injury, I keep saying it on this channel, is one of the most important things in making a diagnosis when it comes to musculoskeletal complaint. That's why when patients are like, "Doc, can you stop asking me questions about what's going on and just examine my leg?" I'm like, look, examination's part of it, for sure. But I need to get the mechanism of injury. Like, where were you sitting? How did you fall? Which leg did you fall on? What motion were you making? How high was the step? All these questions sound silly, but are of utmost importance.
Why?
Oh, shit.
Never want to hear "oh shit" in the operating room or in the bathroom.
I have slip discs that are pinching nerves, and I just was taking a shit.
I can't believe this is real. This feels scripted. This feels like Impractical Jokers.
Oh, why this happened? What's your step? I gotta go left foot first. Go. Okay.
So discs are these padded little sacs that are function in between the vertebrae, which
I just deleted one crop by accident. That's not good.
These sacs provide cushioning, and sometimes if there's a herniation or a bulge in these sacs, they actually end up putting pressure on the nerves that end up giving sensation and motor function to the lower parts of your body, aka your legs. So if you get pressure on a nerve from a disc bulge high up, you essentially get a pinched nerve. And then anything below the level of that nerve is impacted.
Let me
The
see.
strength of your legs, the pain that you're experiencing, weird
Okay.
sensory changes, because nerves don't like to have pressure put on them.
Oh, yeah,
What?
dude.
Deadliest catch.
After being crushed between two deck boards, Andy's finger swells fast.
So the problem is when you have a subungual hematoma, which is an enlarging bruise, a tumor of blood starting to spread underneath the nail, that pressure expands and it becomes problematic. Commonly, runners who experience these type of blood pockets under their nails will heat up a paper clip and actually put it on the surface of the nail, therefore melting the nail, which has no sensation, and therefore
What's the
creating a
drop
hole
chance of this item, dude?
Andy braces himself.
This is Vine.
Some old school boat medicine.
Look, they're doing it.
Boat medicine?
I don't know why they're acting like it's gonna hurt. It should not hurt if they do it correctly. Cauterizing the wound can actually become problematic because when you cauterize the wound, you stop the bleeding, and then that could create a blockage, and then if the hematoma keeps being enlarged.
John Walczek has been nursing a badly infected finger.
Finger infections are incredibly problematic. There are so many places for them to spread. Think about how many different joints there are in the hand. Every connection is an area where septic arthritis can begin. The bones, the tiny little bones of the hand. That's an osteomyelitis waiting to happen. Oh, that's really bad.
It was brought to my attention about 4 days ago, and it was pretty well advanced. All the telltale signs: it was red, it was swollen, it was hot.
That looks like a septic arthritis. At this point, I'm starting IV antibiotics.
Did you injure it in some way?
Wait, what's the chance? No, how much wheat to have?
So that means it's a deeper
no, not wheat.
infection because if you're getting poked by
Water.
something, that means it's going deeper in the joint,
Alright.
makes it more likely to be
Not
dangerous.
bad, not bad, not
There's
bad.
also toxins inside some of the seafood.
Nice.
What we did is we soaked it in a warm saline solution, and the first time we lanced this thing, we hardly got anything out of it.
So how did you lance it?
Big
What?
sewing.
Popping is ideal. I don't see really a clear abscess, which is a formation of pus and bacterial products inside a closed environment. I don't really see that here. I just see generalized swelling.
The next day, they worked it after a hot saline soak. It came up with a lot. And it's been coming up with a lot until yesterday.
We need a hand surgeon. We need IV antibiotics. We probably need a proper scan to see what's inside, to see if there's an abscess.
I think that you need to definitely come into the clinic. You may actually need some IV antibiotics.
That's disgusting.
I agree. But again, with the hand, you don't want bone destruction. So you want to act early if you suspect septic arthritis or osteomyelitis.
Wait, so basically what's happening now is I have $1 billion bank account. I'm just making profit. And profit is not bad.
Right now? That water looks really cold too.
If Freddy doesn't get out of the water in 60 seconds,
What is he doing?
hypothermia could set in.
Hypothermia is really dangerous. Obviously, there's
What the fuck is he doing? He jumped on a walrus?
Severe hypothermia can actually get so bad that it can lead to full-on cardiac arrest. I almost had it. Hypothermia is no joke. Even for severe hypothermia, we actually do active, like intravascular warming in order to help people warm up because the hypothermia can be that bad. For those who have cardiac arrest and their heart stops, we actually do like a hypothermia protocol to help slow down the cellular activity and potentially mitigate some of the damage from a cardiac arrest. Because there's some post-cardiac inflammatory changes that happen.
Let me
after
actually
someone's
search.
heart stops and then gets restarted.
Everything seems to be going well. And then the girls get to their second jump.
Oh.
She just twisted her ankle. Oh my god. Can you stand on it?
That's actually a good first test to do because weight bearing immediately after the injury is one of the auto ankle rules that we use to decide whether or not a patient needs an x-ray. It's definitely like a grade 1 or grade 2 ankle sprain, just solely based on what happened, solely based on how she's feeling right now, that she's able to point. This is a mild injury because if there's a very serious tear or a very serious fracture, weight bearing is near impossible. Movement is near impossible with the amount of swelling that happens quickly, especially in kids. You obviously can't compete with an ankle like this, but it's not a very long recovery as long as you do it properly.
Looking at the x-rays, that looks like a stress fracture.
Whoa, I thought she fell on her ankle. You know what this might be? She might have an ankle sprain, and then because they got an x-ray when they might not have needed to, I don't know exactly what happened, but then incidentally also found a stress fracture from constantly jumping and doing all those things, which happens in kids.
She really needs to go all out to impress the Joffrey Ballet Scout.
I actually have had patients that come in with stress
I should probably
fractures,
stop
let's say
eating
with tibia,
chocolate,
which is
huh?
the shin bone, preparing to run for like the New York City Marathon. I diagnosed them with a stress fracture. I'm like, you cannot compete in the marathon in the next 2 weeks. And they say, well, I'm going to do it anyway because I've trained for this so long and hard. There's no way I'm going to give up now. And I have to warn them very brutally, honestly, that by running in the marathon, you could snap your shin bone in the middle of the race. And it happens more than we'd like to talk about.
After just 14 hours in the desert, Dr. Drew Pensky is feeling severely unwell.
How you feeling?
The doctor.
You vomit. Go see the doctor.
They're telling the doctor, go see the doctor. I love when people tell me that.
Dr. Drew is with the camp medic.
I suspect most likely diagnosis is dehydration.
Dehydration is part of it, but what's leading the dehydration?
Well,
He pointed out the symptom, but what's the problem?
Is there any point to an IV?
If I do an IV, I think we pull you off the course.
IV is quicker for sure, and if you are not delivering enough blood flow to vital structures, then yeah, an IV is really important.
Yo, the doctor need a doctor.
Drinking water, you'll hydrate.
With severe heat exhaustion, Dr. Drew is being medically withdrawn from the course.
Wow. Bring Dr. Mike on that show.
Literally, my whole head feels bruised because it's been pounding for so long. So intense.
I thought this was just a simple migraine, but throwing up blood is something else is going on. Migraines can be so debilitating that it can severely impact quality of life. That's why there's medications that we use that are abortive in nature, meaning that they break a migraine when it starts. Ideally, you take the medication very early at the first onset of the headache. There's
Like,
also
who
medications that we can
legit
give that are prophylactic.
goes out of the way to watch
Honestly, all those symptoms are really reasons to go visit
the
an ER.
Kardashians?
I'm on that birth control.
Migraines with aura.
I'm sorry, but like, what? Really? Are people that bored?
Risk factor and almost a contraindication.
You're basically just watching
because it increases the risk for developing a clot.
There was
some.
nothing left in me to throw up, and it was like it was really horrible.
You could actually develop something known as a Mallory.
I mean, shit, they got their bag, but like.
Tear of the esophagus from constant retching if nothing's coming out, and then if it gets really problematic, it could develop into Boerhaave syndrome, where you get a complete tear, and obviously that's like an emergency situation.
Today you're going to do MRI and MRA of your brain.
The times
How
where
many
we decide
kernels
to
you got?
do an
The
MRI
fuck
with
does that mean?
There's a sudden change in frequency or intensity in headaches that have been lifelong or have a long enough history.
What?
Some risk factors like waking up in the morning with a headache, headaches that worsen with exertion, most specifically sexual exertion. That could be a sign that there's an aneurysm there, so you really want that MRI with contrast done. Ones that happen with new neurologic features.
Oh, seasonings. I don't know. Probably not that much.
Flags that I would get an MRI.
It's just so annoying that
I can check next time I get one.
This is why.
Some of the best evidence that we
Dude,
have
did
for
you see the item in the
medications
auction house? It's kind of stupid.
medication that's a triptan in combination with a non-steroidal inflammatory known
There's
as
some drop that's 1 in 500 million.
And my hands are a bit swollen.
That's got to
Do you
go
drink
added.
enough water? Yeah.
I don't know why drinking not enough water would cause hands to swell though.
Based on the symptoms I've Googled, it looks like I have rheumatoid arthritis.
Dr. Google, a lot of doctors get very frustrated with it. And I tend not to. If you're going to have a question, you're going to want it answered as fast as possible, especially in the day and age of Google and ChatGPT. That being said, what you get the results of is not always accurate. That's why you need a medical professional by your side to help guide you through this. And there's all different types of arthritis.
Wait.
There's osteoarthritis, rheumatoid arthritis, psoriatic arthritis. All these things can potentially be happening. It's not as simple as, is it this? No, then I'm good. No, we need to rule out other conditions.
Yeah, I don't know. But
In a situation
so
like
the
this,
Kardashians
what we
keep
test for
making.
is inflammatory markers called ESR.
Why are we actually watching
Those are
Kardashians, bro? I never thought I would do this in my life.
They're really high.
Mike, can we
There's something going
take
on
this
creating
off?
massive inflammation in the body, especially in a
Take this
situation
off,
that
please,
causes
Mike.
types of symptoms. Then we also simultaneously do some testing to rule out conditions like rheumatoid arthritis. So you do a CCP test, you do a rheumatoid factor test. At the same time, you do anti-double-stranded DNA antibody test, which is what she is being tested positive for, and that could be a sign of lupus, which is an autoimmune condition, which does impact joints.
I have
among
this
other
visitor
parts
on
of
my
the body.
garden who
The
wants
classic
everything
thing
I
is the
own,
malar rash that you get across
which I just really don't understand.
I have this like rash. Chloe seems to think that I have ringworm, and I don't even know what that is.
Well, Chloe went to medical school, I'm sure, but I see. How long has it been there?
About a week.
They look pretty plaquey. This could be an early sign of something related to the lupus. Could be psoriasis.
Well, it's not ringworm. Chloe was off. but it's psoriasis.
I mean, in order to make the diagnosis, besides looking at it, you could also look under a microscope and see what inflammatory cells are there, if any.
I have heard of it before because my mom has always had it. But, you know, my mom didn't have like red flaky dots all over her.
Some people have plaque psoriasis, which is like way more skin involvement.
What the fuck is that? That's not a real picture.
Imagine what the tabloids would do to me if they saw all these spots.
I'm curious what the tabloids would do. I think if you come out as a positive role model, showing that this happens to even the most beautiful people on the planet, it could be an inclusive moment, and maybe tabloids would celebrate it. I don't know, maybe I'm wrong.
And you do not have lupus and rheumatoid arthritis.
Yeah, see, I think that there was something a little bit weird with that initial diagnosis.
Keeping up with the Kardashians. Wow.
Probably had psoriatic arthritis because psoriasis comes and goes.
Yeah, I mean, lupus comes and goes too. But like, the idea is, it's not as simple as, oh, you have it or you don't have it. You need a really thorough clinical picture, you need a really thorough physical exam, and then you need some blood work in order to make a definitive diagnosis. And there are times you do false positives. This isn't a screening. When you do a screening, you're testing someone with a blood test who has no symptoms.
I don't know, man.
She was having symptoms.
The Kardashians just really pissed me off.
So this is not a screening blood test, this is a diagnostic blood test. What's harder, medical school or dental school? We actually argue about it here with my good friend, Dr. Rubenstein. Click here to check it out. As always, stay happy and healthy.
So are they like filming their entire lives? Is that basically their lives?
We're talking about concert-related injuries and musicians' health. Huge thank you to ShipStation for sponsoring this video. Let's get started.
Hi everyone, welcome back to the channel. Welcome back to another episode where I'm reviewing locations. Today, I decided to do another one where I specifically review locations, new locations, but of people who have done really good submissions in the past. So BGE, Egoist, Atreyu, and Hypixel. And
what are all those tags?
The locations were really good. And,
like, are those tags?
Yeah,
what the fuck?
Let's get into it. Egoist, I particularly really enjoy Egoist locations, so yeah, let's just see. Hopefully it's a good example of what you might want to submit yourself. We've also got Japan, which is a really hard country, so I dare say this would be a good test to see really how good they are. But yeah, if you want to submit locations, the way to do so is to go to my Discord server, which you can find linked in any main channel video, or email me. Oh, and then go inside there and message me, or zigzag@gmail.com.
Oh, an oblique urban world.
And see how I like in these locations.
Oh, so Zigzag, he has his own QGuesser thing.
This is even Gen 2, which is pretty fun. One thing I wanted to mention as well is that universities tend to be some of the best possible. Okay, this is really annoying. I really hate this glitch so much, man. Is there a way we can actually fix this? I'm just gonna have to trust that one's good. But anyway, universities in general are some of the best places to get locations from. Just saying, if you aren't sure where to look in a really difficult country, maybe try the university, because oftentimes these places have. This is a pretty crazy one, by the way. I actually kind of prefer this panning, maybe. It's like Hiroshima, I guess. Kind of prefer it this way, I think. But anyway. Universities have really like generic modern architecture like this.
Oh, yeah.
This is a very hot Japan. Well, yeah, these are good so far. Obviously, Japan's kind of impossible to get good locations for. Like this one, for example. It works enough. Everyone who's played a lot of GeoGuessr will know it's Japan, but yeah, we're pretty liberal with whatever comes up in Japan.
This is Japan as fuck. Yeah. This too.
This is a nice one for sure. I think the best hope you have really, well, that actually is in English. That's kind of nice. The best hope you have, generally speaking, in Japan is just in alleyways, because it's very hard to avoid both poles.
This is Japan. I would tell from this too, though.
Language, then you're doing a good job. But yeah, these locations have been really good for Japan standards, by the way. Not easy at all. Again, we got English there. That's kind of fun. So yeah, a lot of these locations, especially kind of picking up now, are really good. I do like to pan away from the blur, by the way. In general, yeah, I guess there's pretty unavoidable
what
there. This one, yep, pretty obviously Japan, but at the same time, pretty good. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, pretty much just going to be going through. Pretty much going to be accepting everything from these 4, I think, but also good to just like check it out. Maybe fix the panning on a few of them. This is a really nice one. Normally the middle line when it's unbroken like that in Japan is orange, right? So I don't know why it was white there, but it definitely suits us.
This is not Japan. What?
Right there. I might actually deny this one. Like, I really like the location, but unfortunately the pole is just a little bit much, I think. I mean, it is the white reflector, so maybe it could fool a bad player. Like, apart from the pole, it is pretty good, I'll say. I'm gonna delete that one. I think I would prefer it without. I think I would prefer the map without that. Okay, really good location here. I guess this might be Okinawa with the.
He has a bait map. What?
Yeah, we'll accept that. It's a bit skewed, but as we said, Japan, man. You just have to skew it a bit in Japan, in general. Ooh, really nice one. Wow, not going Japan here, probably. Same with this. Yep, doesn't matter, like, especially in really hard countries, obviously we have language here. Wait, this was definitely meant to be panned this way. Otherwise, I'm not sure. Okay, but yeah, what was I saying? I forgot, like a little bit of...
Ooh, that's really good.
Not so bad on a country like Japan. I think that's what I was going to say, but I forgot. Yeah, really nice one here. The reflection of the cars, I'm wondering if we can... Oh yeah, much better this way. I don't know why I didn't pan this way, but... Okay... Yep, nice.
So this is an NMP set map, obviously.
Japanese, not too obvious though. Yeah. In general, very good locations indeed. Just skew off to the side here for sure. Oh wow.
I just want to see.
Okay, is this Sapporo? I think this is Sapporo, right? I feel like I've been along this street. Yeah, this is Sapporo. Can we see it written? Yeah, what's good everyone, it's Zigzag here, welcome back to another Gears.
Yeah, I want to see this.
So it's
I want
been
to see
a long
this.
time since I did one of these coaching videos where I just sit down and explain my entire thought process for you guys to get better at the game, but that's exactly what I'm going to do today. And if you're interested in this more educational side of content, then I have a whole section
I want to
called
do this.
GeoGuessr Explained, where I do a lot of videos like that where I'm just explaining how to get better at the game. But today we're going to do an arbitrary world on no moving, and it's going to be a challenge link so you can play along in the description. I just said it, so it's 10 locations, so we're going to do 10 locations for this video. Let's get into it. Okay, first things first, it's coastal, we got pine trees, nothing on the road, so this is quite an ambiguous round, I would say. Based on an NPZ, I wouldn't expect even quite an advanced player to be able to get the correct country here. So let's take a look around here, and we've got cars clearly driving on the right-hand side of the road, immediately noticing we have a blue strip on the plate. If you've got blue strip on the left side of the plate, that means you're going to be basically inside of Europe and Turkey.
Yeah.
That's the only countries that really...
This doesn't look like Europe, though.
We've got a yellow plate over there, I think, which is interesting. Could be a traveler here, considering we have one white one as well. We've got a motorbike, and then we've clearly got over here to our west, you can see by the compass, we've got the ocean. So this is a really interesting start.
What?
Clearly a decently cold climate by how many... Like,
I actually can't guess this one. It's not Finland. It's not. Is it Germany? No.
Strip here, I would definitely have guessed Europe just based on how thin the road is, and especially how thin the road is with no road lines. Like, they really like to do this in Europe, whereas in other continents they tend to just build it a little bit wider and put road lines on it. Obviously, it's not 100% accurate, but this kind of...
I'm actually kind of confused with this one. So,
for example, in the United
is
States.
it Austria?
Second thing here, we've got the back of the Google car here, which is pretty significantly red. If you see a
Ukraine.
big red back of the car like this, then should be Europe, and there are only certain countries where you see it, mostly towards Eastern Europe, also in Sweden. I'm feeling that this might actually be Sweden, because it does feel so cold. It honestly kind of looks most like Denmark to me, so I'm kind of thinking we might be like along the coast here. Because yeah, I think even without the Google
Because I was thinking Finland.
Denmark, somewhere around here.
I feel like
yeah, we can see we've kind of got a
that car there just threw me off, because that looks like a hood car.
It's not quite a
They drive in the hood.
To our southwest, we actually have a lot of land, which is really interesting. Yeah, could be looking at this land over here, maybe. Oh yeah, this is like a genuinely difficult round with not too much to explain, I would say. But I've pretty much explained to you why it should be Europe, and the angle is correct here for this kind of thing. So, I mean, I don't think it's exactly where I'm clicking, but I do think it should be Sweden. Just struggling to think what else it would be. So I'm going to put in my guess here. And oh, it was on Gotland Island. Okay, did not know they had red car. I'm a little bit out of date with Google car stuff, which is always a problem when I'm playing on no moving as opposed to NMPZ. But that's where it was. It makes a lot of sense. You do get a lot of like kind of low trees like that on Gotland. Just didn't really consider it. But there you go, 4,000 points to start off with here. Sweden, as opposed to all the surrounding countries, has a lot of red car. You do get it a little bit in the Baltics as well, but yeah, like Germany, Poland, Finland, Norway, Denmark, they don't have it yet. Okay, next one here. Immediately, we've got a lot more to go off of here. Great.
The Poles?
The yellow center line here. Notice it's a single yellow line.
Really bold.
A lot of times in the US, you'll get the double yellow line as opposed to the dashed yellow line, but this is the single unbroken yellow line. Facing the other direction here, we've got a bunch of ferns. We've got a bunch of, these are pine trees. I reckon this should be a split pine, if I remember correctly. Something like that. Maybe jack pine. I can't remember which of them.
Yeah, so he probably knows the trees in every country, right?
Here. At least I think they're birches. Could be aspens. They look quite similar, all in all. We've got some poles.
Is that from Europe again?
Interestingly shaped lamp, which we can talk about later. And then we have a speed sign as well. So you can see that the speed sign here has one line of text at the top. This is actually going to be the biggest clue to distinguish US and Canada here, because in the US it says speed limit, whereas this one only has one line of text. It's going to say maximum, which of course means we're going to be in Canada here. Over in Europe it would be a round sign with a red border, but of course this is the kind of North American style. And it checks out because we have the single yellow line, right, which is much more common in Mexico and Canada than it is in the US. Okay, then we have some ferns. Ferns in Canada.
I can see Canada 100% from this, yeah.
Towards Ontario, Quebec, but also can be seen in like British Columbia as well. It's actually a different style of fern that you get in British Columbia, so I'm relatively confident this is going to be the east. And then over in the Great Plains, you would not see ferns. The road here is also slightly pink, which out of the possible options here would be most likely in Ontario. Could also be like New Brunswick, Nova Scotia, where you get a bit of that pink road as well. Yeah, and the pine tree here, the variants of pine
yeah, everything
like
gave me
further west,
not actually kind of gave me
maybe towards Wisconsin, Minnesota.
Like,
at least it seems possible.
In Scandinavian, but I guess that's not too far off, right? Is it?
Sure here. I think I'm gonna go like around White River, Ontario.
I think Canada is kind of the same
Canada and with the ferns
nature as Norway.
It was actually Quebec there. Okay, I was wondering if it might have been French on that sign. And yeah, this would actually be a Quebec bollard, therefore. Okay, let's think about how we could have gotten this correct. So, yeah, I think the big thing would be the bollard. I'm actually kind of surprised how many ferns we have in this location. The other thing is, if we come over to this pole, it's going to be much more obvious. The insulator is facing towards the road. So you can imagine if it was mounted here where my mouse is, then it would be mounted towards the driver. But obviously it's facing instead towards the road here. And that style is much more common in Quebec than in Ontario. So that's probably the best thing we could have gotten there. I just forgot the bollard as well. But
well, I don't want to do NMPZ.
Yeah, I just misidentified these trees. I think these are actually maybe spruces instead or something. Or maybe I just misremembered the range of the pines. But not to worry, not the worst guess ever there. Maybe still in a duel you'd be closer than your opponent, hopefully, with that guess. Okay, next round here. So immediately this one's like significantly easier than the last two. We've got plenty of information to go off of.
Just give me Sri Lanka, Thailand, Vietnam.
First thing to notice is the concrete road here. So it's not made of bitumen, it's made of concrete. It's got this tar stuff between sections of concrete. And this kind of road you can see commonly in Thailand, Philippines, especially Philippines when it's double laned like this. You can also see it in Indonesia, maybe sometimes like Hong Kong, you know, Bhutan, it's possible. I don't know, there's a bunch of countries where it's possible, but the main three countries you can consider is Philippines and Thailand firstly, and then also Indonesia. And I guess also Vietnam has to come into the conversation as well. Vietnam, I think I've seen quite a bit too. This is the thing that can help us get the country immediately here, is this trike. It's like a motorbike here. You can see the handles on the motorbike with like a sidecar for someone to sit. And it's normally got 2 roofs on it. Generally speaking, sometimes it's got 1. But yeah, this is the style of like tuk-tuk that you get specifically in the Philippines. It's called a trike. Because it's a trike. And yeah, we have like a bunch of information here as well. Naga City, I think it's like around here, right? There's Naga City. Camarines Sur, I think it's called Camarines or Camarindes. It's provinces of, or actually no, it's I forget what's under the provinces in.
I'm so confused.
It's one of the subdivisions of the Philippines, And these unfortunately do not appear on the map, so you kind of.
Would I have guessed Thailand or Philippines? I don't know.
And yeah, we do find Naga City, so a lot of the times in
Potentially.
Philippines, you're going to get a lot of nice information, and that's exactly what we have here, so it can actually be worth learning. Again, here we have more Camarines Sur, of course, Sur meaning south. We have a bunch of political posters in general, which is super common in Philippines. The houses in Philippines will have, like, what's it called? Corrugated iron roofs, which we have here. You're not really going to see any tiled roofs. They're all going to be corrugated iron.
Oh.
Like this one. In addition to that, I mean, we've got, like, palm trees.
So roofs actually says a lot to you, okay. I didn't even think that.
You get a lot of those in the Philippines. Concrete round poles,
Yeah.
the Indonesian style, basically. Yeah, so, like, plenty of things to get the Philippines here. Not to mention we're driving on the right-hand side of the road, as we can see from that bike. Yeah. Not too hard at all. Do we actually have the name of the town? Barceloneta, probably, is our town, but it may not show up on the map, and I'm not sure I can be bothered actually trying to find it. But, let us guess. I'm gonna say... just trying to think. It's, like, a bit too overexposed to really make out the landscape too much here, so I'm just gonna guess in Pili here. It was the other way. Barceloneta was right up by the coast there. 35 kilometers away. Let me know how you did on that one. Next one here looks like we're back to a difficult round. So I'm just looking at NMPZ here to see if there's a good way we can distinguish, you know, Europe from the US here, because I guess that's probably the two options. Again, we have a fairly small road here with no
Yeah,
lines.
that's Europe, huh?
That's immediately making me think Europe over US here. In addition to that,
Yeah, Europe has a lot of small roads. There's no wrong, actually.
Sometimes a European road like this would have bollards on it, but not necessarily. So, yeah, I feel like this is probably like France, Czechia, something in that vicinity. Maybe
I kind of like small roads. It's kind of
something
fun.
in that vicinity, based on the vibes. But let's have a look around here. Oftentimes in Generation 3 coverage, which this is, we're going to see an antenna behind us, and there's the antenna. An antenna like this would pretty much preclude it from being in the United States, but it's still a tough ask to get the country here, I think. Immediate vibe is just France, and the reason is, like, we have quite a cracked, kind of grainy texture to the road here, which is really common in France for whatever reason. We also have exposed rock here. So exposed rock you do get in certain areas of Europe rather than others. For example, it's really common in the Nordics, but not common in the Baltics, so it can be really useful for getting different parts of countries. That being said,
but I don't...
doesn't really strike me as the Nordics. The tree mix is a bit off. We do have some ferns here. You do see ferns, for example, quite a bit in Sweden, but
this does not look like Sweden at all.
Still a bit too far south. So
Yeah.
I'm leaning towards France here, and it's basically based on
France, though, I don't see at all. At all.
It's decently hilly, so probably more towards like the east.
I would have guessed maybe Hungary.
But like a bit further east towards Geneva.
Or
Options
Hungary
here.
would be my
So
guess.
we can also see we're driving on the right hand side of the road. The antenna's a bit more towards the left, but because it's the back of the car, that means we're driving right. I think options here will be France. I think Austria is possible. I think Italy is an outside chance. I think Czech is possible. Poland's possible. It could be a crazy Sweden. It could be like a crazy Balkan. So yeah, there's plenty of options here. Okay, it was actually Montenegro. Wow, that did not cross my mind. So a lot of times Montenegro people identify by the rifts. And well, we did have rifts here. Okay, never mind. I was going to say something false then. I thought there's two antennas in Montenegro. You got the...
Oh, so there is a rift. Wait, there's a rift on the tree? What?
Is accompanied by... is not accompanied by rifts, but this slightly longer style with, like, I guess, like, 4 or 5 bumps on it. This one will have the rifts, so... Yeah, just missed that. To be fair, this is, like, an extremely difficult Montenegro. As they come, especially with ferns, that's not too common there. Very difficult indeed. If you got that, impressive guess, but probably because you saw the rift, I guess, because that one was kind of hard to spot. Okay. Lost our country streak, but moving forward to the next one here. Okay, so immediately we got...
Is France.
Off the bat. This
is on French side?
Spain, I would say. Spain can be very diverse. Obviously, it's very dry.
Isn't this... I thought N was in...
the north, therefore.
Paris.
Would you get Spain?
Oh, is that the road go from France into Spain?
Adventure Park. Of course, oftentimes you're going to get touristy things in English. That's not really too much of a... Shouldn't be too much of a clue for you.
Okay, so this is close to France, right?
Have a plate with blue on both sides. That could be a French traveler. Because because I'm still fairly convinced this is Spain. Bossost is a very weird word. In addition, we actually have an LH combination here, so maybe this is actually Portugal. No, these are... Wait. I'm curious here. Vielia. It may actually just be over this direction, because I know this language, the Galician language, is kind of related to...
Wait, I thought Spain had...
Okay, I'm actually going to have to look around a bit more.
Wait, he's confusing me.
Metal mesh poles are
I
much
thought...
more common in Spain
And right like that. Roadside
rock walls is here,
was in
also
France.
Norman. French number plate is really weird. Yeah, I think this does look like Galician architecture. It's almost a bit, it's like a bit Celtic influenced, because I think they were, to some extent, a Celtic people, right? Looks like we do have the Spanish flag here. If I had to guess, that's probably what that is. So N. N is, I think N is just like the main type of road in Spain. But
Oh, it is a road Spain. Spain road. Oh, never mind.
But this language is weird. It almost made me think, could it be with this, like Bossost? It doesn't even feel...
Oh, I'm stupid.
Basque here. Although the place is probably really small, so it's hard to say.
Oh, I'm dumb. I'm dumb. Okay, so it is Spain road.
Where in the country it's gonna be, to be honest with you. Well, it's the N230, so we can probably find that simply enough. 260s here. 230s here. Okay. Interesting. So how long is the 230 at that point would be the question. Not too long. So we've got the 232 over here. We've got the 240 I spied somewhere over here, like down here actually. So we should be nearby where I've clicked. Yeah, I guess we're up here. Here's Velia, and then Bossost, I'm not so sure. Probably even smaller. But yeah, we're actually all the way up here. Actually does make sense. So it wasn't Galician architecture after all. But obviously we don't have the best view of it, so I can kind of figure it myself. This house actually does feel quite Pyrenees, though, because we got a lot of...
Pyrenees. I don't know what Pyrenees means.
Rock architecture.
It's a Pyrenees.
American, this house, in a way. But okay, took me a while to actually understand what's going on here, so apologies. This is an interesting style of bollard. You don't get this one too much in Spain. It almost looks like the Greek bollard, which makes me think almost like, could we be on the French side? But clearly the 230 is... Oh, there's Bossost. Okay, that makes sense. Like, are we looking into France? I don't think so, because it turns into the N125. But
we said it's close to France.
From France, I think. Yeah, indeed. Right on the road there. So, interesting.
Because it was closer to France. I was right.
And we are through to round number 6 here, which is... You know, this
okay, yeah, I was actually fully right.
So let me speed run why this is Uruguay. So, number 1, black Google car. Always in Uruguay you have the black Google car, at least for now. Number 2, long-ish number plate. In Uruguay you do get longer number plates. Number 3, white painted signpost. Uruguay uses these thick white painted signposts that are made of wood. Number 4, like we have a bit of red dirt here. It's obviously less common than in Brazil, but going to be pretty common in Uruguay as well. Number 4, yellow line with a white line next to it. That's something you see in Argentina and Uruguay, specifically within South America. What number?
Oh.
The next number, we have like clumps of trees off in the distance here. These tree clumps are really common in Argentina and Uruguay. And combine that with the
so many things,
which they had a lot of when they covered Uruguay, I guess, during the winter months. So you're going to get this kind of coverage a lot. We're driving around outside of the road. We already knew that, though. We've got these low bushes, these low green bushes.
Yeah, he just said so much info.
As well, which is really common in Uruguay. And yeah, the landscape is kind of rolling. So those things, if you even tick out like 3 of those things, then you're probably in Uruguay. But this is like a super typical Uruguayan round, I would say. Now, with all that said, the way the road is
Uruguay is free
tinged makes me think we might be up in this area here. I'm looking for a
why?
that kind of fits. Just because, yes, we have the red soil, so it's more likely.
Why? Based on what?
But also,
doesn't make any sense.
Red tinged road, and this kind of red tinged road is really commonly seen up here. And yeah, we're 6 kilometers.
What the fuck?
It did look like that road, which is super overcast. So yeah, nice guess. Okay, next one here, and this one again is going to be fairly simple. In fact, this country, once you get used to it, once you've played a lot of GeoGuessr, it is very easy to identify. Even just NMPZ, I knew this would be Turkey, but we've got Turkish language right here. So
okay, yeah, I wouldn't know Turkey either.
It has like the umlaut similar to Germany.
Yeah, I wouldn't know Turkey instantly.
It has the C with a hook similar to French, and like I think Romanian has that too. But then significantly, it has the I with the dot on top, which is basically only in Turkish. I guess Ukraine has a similar letter. But yeah, it's going to be...
Hmm.
You're not going to be confusing those two because obviously this is written in the Latin alphabet. Yeah, so what about where in Turkey? Because the language is
Okay.
going to make a
Yeah.
difference in
I mean, just
where
decided would have been
I
enough for Turkey for me,
am looking
obviously.
at the roofs first when I'm trying to region guess Turkey. And when you have
I
like,
actually
these ones
didn't
that look
look
like
at this
real
thing
tiles,
Turkey
they're
though.
just like bona fide
But
European style tiles, then you're most likely to be in like... I guess you could like draw a line after Sivas. You're more likely to be west of Sivas or west of Erzincan. But it's not a hard and fast rule. It's just that, yeah, around here, down here you get like flat roofs, and over here you get metal roofs, and so this can definitely put us more west. This is like quite a
What?
European style house, or like kind of strange style house. It doesn't really feel too Turkish even. It's very interesting. I know that the yellow border around the chevrons is most common like in the northeast, but also in other parts of the country as well. So
I need more water.
only a
I need more
slight
water. I need more water.
I don't know. Green landscape, when it's this green, you would think of the north. The north is the greenest part for sure. You do get green all around the country, but I'm not really sure, guys. Like, in Turkey, most people live in apartment buildings. So that's probably also why this doesn't feel very Turkish, because, like, this would be more of a typical Turkish style, but this almost looks Bulgarian. I think even more typical would be, like, another story, or another story after that. Like, where you see most people living inside apartment buildings in Turkey. Oh, but it depends on the region after all. Okay, I think I'm going to go for this guess. And, okay, was indeed in that region, up towards Istanbul. Yeah, just super green. A bit more European vibes. The tiled roofs are big there. The yellow border can be a little bit of a nice one to help get you closer to Istanbul sometimes. But yeah, okay, next one here. Relatively straightforward round once again, I would say. Definitely, you can immediately notice the sky's quite polluted here. You can see that this should be a very blue sky day, but everything's a bit grey, and that's super common in this country, which is one of the worst air qualities in the entire world. Sun's to the south here, so we know that we're going to be northern hemisphere. This is a pretty trustworthy sun when you can see the rays coming out. So even though it's quite polluted, we know that the sun's right here. And we have language as well. Now this is of course going to be Bengali. Bengali can be distinguished from Hindi quite simply because they both have the line at the top, but Bengali will have this triangular shaped letter a lot. Now, you will also see that in Assamese, for example, I think, or some of these other northeastern languages. But yeah, when you have this triangle, not going to be Hindi, just going to be Bangladesh, and also West Bengal, where you have the same language. And then what about the difference between Bangladesh and West Bengal? We have the black Kukulkan here. So in India, if you have Generation 4 camera, it's going to be a really wide blur. But this one's going to be the normal style, kind of American, Australian shaped blur, which, yeah, means we're going to be in Bangladesh. Okay, what about where in Bangladesh? Well, there's a few things you can use here. Number one, you can check the copyright, which is 2023. So 2023 pretty much is existing in the whole country, but definitely good to check because 2022 basically exists kind of like in the central part of the country and down to here, so you wouldn't really guess in the west or in the far northeast or anything like that. Then I also like to check for eucalyptus trees, the Australian type of tree, because they're most commonly planted in the northwest of the country. And we don't see any here. And then I also like to check for corn crops. We don't have any corn crops, but corns are also found in the west, so that's also a really nice thing to check for. Even though we don't have any, it's still useful. And then oftentimes architecture is the best thing, but we don't have any like houses that are too close. Like this is the type of house we want to see the roof on, but unfortunately, yeah, it's just too far for us to really check. So on this occasion, I think I'd be happy to click near Dakar here because I don't think it has a strong vibe any which way. Yeah, so I'm just going to go here. And okay, it was actually in the west of the country. We didn't see any eucalyptus or corn. But of course, that always can happen. Sometimes you're not going to see the general pattern.
Game update. Uh-oh.
Next one here, we've got
Was that right?
blur that I was talking about for India.
Uh-oh.
This would be the kind of blur you'd see.
Uh-oh. Ja. Ja, men yes. Uh, Dude, it didn't buff it. What is this? Uh. Wait, so was it no update? Confused. Oh, here we go.
sadly, he...
In Minecraft, there are over 100...
in India. You spend a day with Trump and sort of like you're in this kind of dreamland. It's like smoking hash or something. It's interesting. Very interesting.
I'm Lulu Garcia Navarro, and I'm in Maine to interview
That's
Carlson. For many years, Carlson was one of President Trump's most vocal supporters.
I mean, I've always agreed with Trump's policies, always. And here I am with a full-throated, utterly sincere endorsement of Donald Trump.
But recently, Carlson has publicly broken with Trump. He's not only come out against Trump's decision to go to war with Iran.
This is the single most foolish thing any American president has ever done.
He now says he regrets supporting the president.
You know, we'll be tormented by it for a long time. I will be.
And has become a vocal and influential critic of the administration.
This whole thing is like dooming anyone connected to it for the foreseeable future, including the entire Republican Party.
True.
This puts Carlson at the center of a major battle on the right over Israel, over foreign interventions, and over the post-Trump world itself. Here's my interview with Tucker Carlson.
I see this. I'm really intrigued, actually.
Tucker Carlson.
Thanks for having me.
Very excited for you to be here.
Thank you.
In Maine, we should say. Any excuse to come to Maine is always a good reason.
Most people don't come to this part of Maine, so I'm grateful that you did.
All parts of Maine are good parts. I wanted to sit down with you for a number of reasons. You've been at the center of conservative media, obviously, for a very long time. By extension, it's politics. And I want to get your perspective on this moment, on your evolution, your worldview. You recently made quite a dramatic break with President Trump over the war in Iran, and so I'd love to hear about that. I want to start, though, in the lead up to the conflict. You said that you spoke to the president several times about the plan to attack Iran before it actually happened on February 28th. I'd love to hear a little bit about that. Was it just you and the president in those meetings? Can you just give me a sense of what was going on there?
Well, I've been speaking to him about Iran for 10 years.
Right.
Literally since 2016, maybe 15, because there was enormous pressure on him, as there has been on many presidents, to regime change Iran. And we know, based on our experience with a much smaller country, Iraq, that's a tall order, and it doesn't necessarily lead to
it's not going to work.
And it's not good for the United States. So anyway, and Trump knew that, and that was one of the main reasons, actually, that I supported him during my time at Fox News and campaigned for him. And so it was really central to my views of Trump's candidacy and presidency. And so when it became clear in June that we were starting down this road toward a regime change war with Iran, I was baffled. I was very upset, not because I have allegiance to Iran, but because I thought it would be terrible for the United States, as it has been. Worse even than I imagined. But I could see where this was going, and he was under enormous pressure to do this, once again, as all presidents in my lifetime have been. So we talked a lot in June. He embarked on this effort to take out Iran's nuclear program, which was really just the opening salvo in a regime change effort. He knew that. I told him that. Charlie Kirk told him that. We did it. We got out. And then it became clear this winter in January that we were moving toward this thing that we're in now. And I was just absolutely panicked about it.
Did he explain to you why he wanted to take the country into war? I mean, I'm just trying to understand the dynamics of that conversation. What was he
Well, there were
saying?
multiple conversations.
Right.
I flew to Washington 3 times in the month before, 5 weeks, 6 weeks before, and met with him in the Oval Office alone, and people file in and out with the White House Chief of Staff, the Secretary of State, et cetera. Had lunch with him on one of those occasions, and then I spoke to him by phone many times on this topic, and he would begin almost every conversation with, do you want Iran to have a nuclear weapon? To which I said, well, I'm sort of opposed to nuclear weapons. I don't want nuclear weapons. I don't want Israel to have a nuclear weapon. I don't want anyone to have a nuclear weapon. It doesn't seem like a good thing. But that's not the question. The question is, what do you do about it? And that was kind of the end of the rationale for doing this. He never seemed enthusiastic about it. ever. And I would say, well, here are the potential effects of this. Obviously, the geography of Iran being the most important fact of Iran. Iran is not a military power, it's an economic power. That was obvious because it controls the greatest span of coastline along the Persian Gulf, which is the source of a fifth of the world's energy, et cetera, all well known now and well known to him then. And he, I think, perfectly understood the consequences. But
why was he taking your calls then? Because if he knew your position and he understood the perils, I mean, was he trying to convince you to back the war?
No. He made no effort to convince me at all, other than to say it's going to be all right. Everything's going to be okay. And I just didn't feel that way. None of this, I should say, was about Trump or my relationship with Trump or my feelings about Trump or his hair color or anything like that. I just didn't want the United States to go to war with Iran. And my strong feeling by the end of those conversations, which was the last one was probably a week before it began, the war began, was that he felt he had no choice and that he was resigned to it. He was unhappy about it. He didn't seem enthusiastic at all. There was no effort to say, once we do this, the United States will be at peace, we'll be safe, we'll be more prosperous. There was none of that. Zero.
I mean, you speak to many people in the administration, and I'm just trying to understand the fault lines over this. I mean, who was for the war? Who was against it while all this was being discussed?
I mean, I'm guessing to a certain extent. I do talk to a lot of people there still, but I don't work there, so I don't,
sure.
It's hard to really know. There are people with a long record of making bellicose noises about Iran. They still work there. So specifically the Secretary of State / National Security Advisor has, said for many, many years, Iran is the greatest threat we face, which is a ludicrous statement, but has
Talking
said
about Marco Rubio.
That'd be correct. But that said, I didn't hear a single time from anyone, including from the Secretary of State himself, who I spoke to about this, any enthusiasm for doing this. My strong impression, and I could be wrong because I don't work there, is that no one in the building was pushing for this, at least overtly, that all the pressure was coming from outside. Constant calls from donors and people with influence over the president, well-known Rupert Murdoch, Mary Mandelson, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And then a small constellation of, I guess they'd be called influencers, beginning with Mark Levin, but there were others, Sean Hannity, pushing the president to do this and telling him that you will be a figure out of history, you will save and redeem Israel or something. I think that was the case they were making. And I didn't hear of anybody making the case that this would be good for the United States. I don't think that was ever a conversation.
I mean, there's been a lot of speculation about the president's mindset during this period.
Yes.
And part of it is, of course, about what happened after Venezuela and the successful, in their view, operation there, removing Maduro from office, and that he felt sort of emboldened by that, the success of that operation, and that he felt that this was going to be similar, that he underestimated the Iranians and what they might do in response to an attack.
Yeah, I don't believe that. I think the Venezuela operation allowed him to retreat into a kind of fantasy in which he told himself this is going to be easy, but I don't think he believed that. And I should say, having spoken to him a lot in this calendar year, I detected no evidence at all of dementia, mental decline. You hear people say, well, he's gone, soft. That was not my impression at all. Trump is not well informed on a lot of topics, for sure, is proudly ignorant on a lot of topics, but he has kind of remarkable powers of insight into people and power dynamics. Like, you don't get to be president by accident. The guy's smart in the ways that matter politically. And my strong read was that he was doing this against his will. Famously, the head of the Counterterrorism Center, one of the top intel officials in the country, Joe Kent, resigned shortly after the war began and said exactly the same thing. I think this decision is connected to a series of seemingly disconnected events, all of which revolve around violence, and we need to find out more about how this happened. And he was, of course, dismissed and threatened with an FBI investigation, and no one kind of followed up on that. And again, I don't know the answer, but this was not a normal decision-making process, and my strong impression was that Trump was more a hostage than than a sovereign decision maker in this.
Well, so tell me what you're getting at when you say the president of the United States, the most powerful country in the world, had no choice.
I don't know what I'm getting at. I'm just telling you what I observed. He seemed, and that's kind of the question. And what I'm really fascinated by is the lack of curiosity on display into how exactly this happened. What are the mechanisms by which a guy who's supposedly sovereign, in charge, granted this authority by voters, tens of millions of them, can't make a decision in the country's interest or even in his own interest? He knew, and I know he knew because I talked to him about it directly, that the consequences, potential consequences, were profound and profoundly bad. The end of his presidency to start, which I think it has proven to be, he knew that. And he wasn't, this is my read, and I could be completely wrong. I don't know what's in his head, and I don't want to overstate my knowledge at all, but this is my strong perception on the basis of many conversations on this topic. He felt he had no choice. And he said to me, everything's going to be okay. Because I was getting overwrought. Don't do this. The people pushing you to do this hate you. They're your enemies. This will destroy you. This will gravely harm our country. We've got kids. I'm hoping for grandkids. Let's not go there. And he said, it's going to be all right. And he said, do you know how I know that? And I said, no. He said, because it always is. And I do think there's a kind of, Teddy Rooseveltian optimism there, but that's not really what it was. And this is my read. That was more a kind of justification from a man who feels he has no choice. And that is my strong view. And not just my strong view, the view of others who were around him and involved in this deliberation, to the extent it was a deliberation, which is not much.
Who are the other people around him who had that view?
I can't speak for the views of others, but I will just say once again that I never saw, nor did I hear about anybody who works for the Trump administration, anybody who was enthusiastically pushing this war on Trump, going in and being like, you know what, you want to be a truly great, you want to make this country great again? We need a regime change effort in Iran. And instead, there were a lot of cowardly people, as there always are, and Trump engenders cowardice in the people around him through intimidation. And there is a kind of quality that he has that's spellbinding, and I think it probably literally is a spell. And the effect is to weaken people around him and make them more compliant and more confused. And I've experienced this myself. You spend a day with Trump and sort of like you're in this kind of dreamland. It's like smoking hash or something. It's interesting, very interesting. And there may be a supernatural component to it. I'm not a theologian, but it's real. And anyone who's been around him can tell you it's real. But whatever the cause, no one around him was weighing in strongly, as far as I know, on either side, for or against. But people from the outside were strongly weighing in, calling him constantly.
I'm going to give an alternative view on what may have happened.
Yes.
Which is...
And you may be right, by the way, because I don't want to overstate what I know.
Sure. I just want to due diligence. We've seen the president in his second term be much more interested in foreign policy, as many presidents are. Much more open to taking action, not only Venezuela, talking about Cuba, wanting the Nobel Peace Prize, weighing into situations in which he wasn't terribly interested in his first term.
For sure.
And so
that's real.
Could that not be part of this?
It's a huge part of it. And there's no question about that. And all presidents decide at some point that they're not interested in running the United States because it's hard. And how do you fix Baltimore and Gary, Indiana? And what do you do about homelessness in Los Angeles? Like, these are hard questions. We can't even make Head Start work. Despite, many billions and a lot of sort of well-meaning people spending their lives on it, can't make it work. So these are hard problems, and I think it's universal. It's a universal experience among American presidents, but also among U.S. senators to decide, like, I'd rather run the world because the details are opaque. I don't speak these languages. I can seem, well, first of all, it's a display of male power. Send the bombs in, kill the bad people. But you get to feel like I did something, and that's important. And I get it. And this is, again, as you wisely note, a process that all presidents tend to go through. And so Venezuela, Cuba, I object to both of those efforts very strongly, but neither one, in my view, risks the future of the United States in the way that the Iran war now does. And so it's a big deal. But because it is, by the way, a contiguous neighbor of Iraq, And because Trump spent years talking about what a terrible idea the Iraq invasion was, in fact, defined his candidacy in 2016 on that point, it's hard for me to believe that he just sort of organically reached this place at the end of February. He's like, oh, I think it's a good idea. He did not think it was a good idea. Shutting down a fifth of the world's oil and gas? Of all people, Trump knows that's bad.
You said he's a hostage just now. You told the BBC he's a slave to foreign interests.
Correct.
So I just want to ask you to be sort of explicit. I mean, Trump is being held hostage by whom? Or
by
who,
Benjamin
or by
Netanyahu and by his many advocates in the United States. And we know that not simply because Trump started the war on February 28th, but because he couldn't get out of it. He declares we're having a ceasefire. This was 4 weeks in. He says we're having a ceasefire and we're having these talks and they're going great and we're going to open the strait. And Iran says, yeah, one of our conditions is Israel's got to pull back from southern Lebanon. You can't use the Iran war as a pretext for stealing more land from a sovereign country. That's not your country. Like, no. And it's not just Iran who felt that way. I think the rest of the world's like, what are you doing? I thought we were fighting the great existential threat, Iran, and now you're taking the opportunity to take Lebanon shore the Litani River and bombing downtown Beirut. Like, what is this? Anyway, this was all very well known. And within hours of announcing this, Trump announcing this, Israel publicly, in a way that was designed to get the attention of everyone, including the Iranians, starts killing civilians in Lebanon. Now, what was the point of that? Not to secure Israeli homeland. The point of that was to end any talk of negotiated settlement, to keep this going until Iran was destroyed and chaotic, which is the Israeli goal. I'm not attacking Israel by saying that. Their goals are different from ours. They're a different country.
Yeah, they would argue, of course, that what they are doing is neutralizing the threat that has been persistent in Lebanon through Hezbollah.
Oh, okay. But, I mean, they invaded Lebanon in 1982. Okay, so that was 44 years ago. They've had a lot of experience in Lebanon. A lot. They've had a lot of time to fix Lebanon. They killed Nasrallah. They blew up Hezbollah with explosive pagers. Like, they've done a lot since October 7th in Lebanon. They chose that moment to derail the negotiations. And they've done this repeatedly. And so my perspective as an American is, look, we're the United States. We're a country of 350 million people. You are wholly dependent on a country of 9 million people with no natural resources. I'm not against you. But, like, we're not. But the point I'm making is Trump could not restrain Netanyahu. Netanyahu is the one person Trump could not say, hey, settle down, or we'll just defund you. Your country will collapse in about 10 minutes, which is true. Israel can't defend itself without the United States, despite whatever propaganda you may have heard. So, again, it's not an attack on Israel. It's an attack on American leadership for not constraining its partner in a way that helps the United States. Trump said, I want a negotiated settlement. Israel stopped the settlement. Trump refused to even criticize Netanyahu in public. Are you joking? That's slavery. That is total control of one man by another. And it's, that's between Trump and Bibi and God, as far as I'm concerned. But as an American, that's our president, our elected president, whose job is to protect our country and our interests and our economy. And he is looking out for Israel first. That's outrageous. And no amount of like, oh, you're an anti-Semite, which I'm not, and I'm never going to be. That's outrageous. It is outrageous.
Before we just move on, I am curious about this one point, which is obviously Israel has tried to exert its influence on a number of presidents. Many presidents have been asked to decapitate Iran, to do a joint military operation in the Middle East, which this is the first time really that this has happened, where the United States and Israel are doing a joint military operation against a Muslim country. And I'm just wondering why you think other presidents didn't have that influence, because they obviously were subjected to the same pressures, the same donors, the same Bibi Netanyahu who's been there since the 90s. I mean, what do you think has materially changed that made Trump more susceptible to that influence?
I mean, that's kind of the question that I would like answered. And I don't know the answer, as noted. But, you know, one argument could be, well, Trump is just uniquely weak. Okay. But that was not my perception. I think Trump obviously has weaknesses. And a lot of his posturing is compensatory, of course. I'm not interested in psychoanalyzing Trump, but that's just clear. But what was it about this moment that allowed a foreign leader to have this level of influence over an American leader? And I don't know the answer, but again, I think it's worth finding out. I would also note that, and this is not a defense of Trump, hardly, this is the single most foolish thing any American president has ever done, in my opinion. I say that with sadness. But many American presidents have put Israel's interests before our own. I would say the Iraq War was a very obvious example of that. I mean, Cheney's office was completely controlled, and I knew almost all of them by people who were putting Israel's interests above America's interests. So I think the Iraq War was, to a great extent, a product of that. And I believe that Trump felt exactly the same way, because I talked to him about it a lot. So, like, what changed about Trump? What changed after 10 years, more than 10 years, of telling us our leadership is weak, they act against our interests, they're stupid, they're foolish, they're bought off by foreign powers and by domestic donors? I mean, that was Trump's case. That was his whole pitch. That's why he got elected. To switch on something this big in the space of a few months, I mean, that bears some examination. That's all I'm saying.
I want to note, in 2020, when President Trump killed Iranian General Qasem Soleimani, you went on your Fox show and said, and I'm going to quote here, there are a lot of awful, bad people in the world. You can't kill them all. It's not our job. And you asked, why are we jumping into another quagmire from which there is no obvious exit? But it wasn't until President...
I was not heralded for saying that. I don't think I've ever been more criticized. I just really quickly note, I'm opposed not simply to foreign interventions, as you said. I mean, most of them anyway, those not undertaken in self-defense. I'm against the whole frame. I'm against the idea that Hezbollah and Hamas are at the center of our domestic conversation. Like, they're the big problems we face. They're not. Like, they're not a bigger problem than, like, the behavior of Citibank. I'm sorry. Credit card debt is a much bigger problem than Hezbollah will ever be. So stop with this. Stop with the brainwashing. This is bonkers. I live here. I'm almost 57. I've lived here a long time. Hamas and Hezbollah, while they're not getting my endorsement, are not relevant to the experience of most Americans. So, like, once you start thinking like that, you betrayed your country.
So it wasn't until President Trump threatened Iran's civilian infrastructure with a profane Truth Social post this past Easter Sunday that you actually started quite explicitly speaking out against him.
Yeah, you can't attack Jesus. How's that?
Well, in a monologue on your show, you said, "How dare you speak that way on Easter morning to the country?" Tell me what you were responding to right then, because it really is, I think, a seminal moment for you in terms of publicly breaking with the president.
So I will say, I don't do monologues. So that's ad lib. So that's just, I didn't write it. I don't have notes. It's just like, that's how I feel. So it's probably not as coherent as it should be. But that was really just an emotional reaction to the experience of waking up on Easter Sunday, the holiest day on the Christian calendar, and a day of joy and hope, literally the resurrection of Jesus, and seeing Donald Trump using profanity, threatening to murder civilians. I mean, that's a crime. That's a moral crime. So to brag about that and then to mock Islam, I don't think you should mock people's faith. I don't care if it's Judaism or Christianity or Islam, but it's especially galling as a Christian I voted for Trump in 2024. And one of the main, and I never vote typically, but I voted for him this last election and campaigned for him in a bunch of cities with him because I felt that there was clear persecution of Christians in this country, people of faith. And it was demonstrable. And I felt that Trump, and I based this on his explicit promises, would be a protector of, never thought Trump was a Christian for a moment, but I thought that Trump, I took him at his word, would be a defender of faith, people of faith who need to be defended. And this country exists to defend them. It's in our charter. So anyway, I was just completely outraged by that.
since that moment, you've gone even further. You recently said on your show that you'll be tormented for a long time by the fact that you played a role in getting Donald Trump elected. And you said, I'm sorry for misleading people. That's gotten a lot of attention, as I'm sure you know.
I don't know because I don't Google myself ever. But
I would like to understand exactly what you mean. Can you explain?
I'll tell you what I mean. I truly believe that the baseline requirement, the ticket of admission to the conversation, is admitting when you are wrong. And I spent 10 years defending Trump on Fox News. I'd probably do it again because on the issues I agree with him. I never defended a single thing I didn't believe. But at this point, the consequences of this decision are so bad for the United States and for my family and your family that, like, you just have to say it out loud. Like, I'm a small reason. I don't think I moved a lot of votes, but I tried to. I told people this guy will keep us out of the next Iraq. Specifically, will keep us out of a regime change war with Iran. And here we are in the middle of a regime change war in Iran, where hundreds of Americans have been wounded, some number have been killed, they won't tell us. And that's just the opposite of what I said would happen, so I'm sorry.
So I hear you say that, but I am compelled to question it a little bit, because are you simply just going public about something that you felt privately for some time? Because in 2021, through the Dominion lawsuit against Fox News, some of your texts went public.
Right.
And I'm just quoting from a couple of them. You know, you said, there really isn't an upside to Trump. You said, I hate him passionately. I mean, clearly you had some feelings of reservation about the president.
Without question.
Before this time.
There's no doubt.
So I'm just trying to understand the...
You know, I have a lot of thoughts and theories about things which, may or may not be rooted in reality. So I hesitate even to spring any of my theories on you because, they're probably insane. But one thing that has bothered me for many years is the fact that a lot of people in Trump's immediate orbit have been hurt and really hurt, gone to prison, become unemployable, publicly shamed, gotten cancer. And I just am a believer in big picture assessments of things. And, so you're trying to think is Trump good or bad? He's saying things I really agree with, but then people around him are getting hurt. Is the country actually getting better? I don't know. It's hard to know because to some extent your vision is obscured by the intensity of some of these debates. Mine is easily obscured by that intensity. But did I have reservations about Trump? Of course. And, to some extent, I sublimated them or rationalized them away or focused on areas where I agreed with him. All my fault. But I told myself, and I, to some extent, still believe, it's the big decisions that matter. And I knew, because I know the Democratic leadership really well, that they're completely under the control of the same forces and that we would get a regime change war inevitably in Iran if they were elected. And so I told myself, Trump is the way to avoid the really bad thing.
Come back to this moment for you, which is there's the political case against
the Democrats would have gone against Iran?
But I do want to ask you about the moral case that you've been making as well. And that's a word that you've used. In that monologue responding to Trump's Easter post, you said that Trump's comments were evil. And I just want to understand that a little bit better. Do you think only his comments are evil, or does the evil extend to Trump himself? Is he evil?
I just want to be really clear that there's a lot of evil in me and in every person. So I just don't want to, and I've certainly experienced it in myself, and I've seen it in all people. We're all capable of evil. So I
guess.
I want to pull back on the judgment and be very precise about what I was saying, which is you cannot mock other people's gods. Put yourself in their place, period. That is a deal killer for me. That's worse than the war with Iran, in my opinion.
Yeah, but I ask because, you've been talking on your show about whether Trump is the Antichrist.
I have not said that.
On your show, the day after Easter, you noted he did not put his hand on the Bible during his swearing-in ceremony as president. You said, and I'm quoting, maybe he didn't put his hand on the Bible because he affirmatively rejects what's inside that book. And then on a recent show, you went further saying, here's a leader who's mocking the gods of his ancestors, mocking the God of gods, and exalting himself above them. Could this be the Antichrist?
I actually did not say, could this be the Antichrist? Here's a leader who's mocking the gods of his ancestors, mocking the God of gods, and exalting himself above them. Could this be the Antichrist? Well, who knows? I don't know where that comes from, but I know that those words never left my lips because I'm not sure I fully understand what the Antichrist is. If there's just one, I actually tried to understand it. I may have said some are asking that. I'm not weighing in on that because I don't understand it, just to be totally
No, in
clear.
Revelations, obviously, the Antichrist is named in different
Yeah, not just Revelation, but throughout the New Testament, there are references in the prophets as well. So, but no, I'm not speculating about that. I know that people are speculating about that, but I would say it's enough to acknowledge that Trump, like many leaders through history, is putting himself above God. But even on a more terrestrial level, like to send out a picture of yourself as Jesus has got to be a red line for Christians. How could it not be? It has to be. And I wish that Christians would speak up when he attacks Allah, when he mocks the faith of Muslims.
So to be clear, though, that was not what you were suggesting.
If I thought Trump was the Antichrist, I would just say so. If I understood what the Antichrist is, I would say so. And I don't really. I mean, I guess literally it's...
Because you've been discussing it repeatedly on your show, so I'm just trying to understand why.
What I've tried to
what do you want your audience to sort of
I want my audience
considering?
to see what's happening now in terms beyond just material. Obviously, the commodity flow through the Strait of Hormuz is, essential to the global economy. Got it. But I also think there is a world beyond our senses.
She kind of caught you,
Every
but I
culture
mean,
and
I don't
civilization
think
has
she's trying
understood
to
that
get
from the beginning of time, and we're in this weird anomalous moment where we've been trained not to think that, but it's real. And this is a realization that's dawning on me. I mean, I wasn't thinking like this at all until several years ago. So I don't want to pretend that I'm a shaman or anything like that. I just want to make the point repeatedly, again and again and again, that there are unseen forces that act. There is a spiritual realm, and we are subject to those forces for good and bad. And I don't think that any person can deny that.
I just want to make the point that you did say, could this be the Antichrist? And then you said, well, who knows? You did use those words. So,
man, then my apologies to you if there's video of me saying that. I guess what I'm expressing to you is it doesn't reflect exactly how I feel. That suggests a precision that I haven't arrived at. Trump is the Antichrist. Well, you'd have to define, I mean, we're sort of quibbling here, but you'd have to define Antichrist, and I know that I can't define Antichrist, and it's not clearly defined in the New Testament or Old Testament.
So you're open to the possibility?
I think what we're seeing is evil. Like, are you allowed to kill people who've committed no crime? No. Super simple. You're not allowed to do that. Under no moral standard is that allowable. All of a sudden it's allowable. It's allowable in Gaza, and our leaders are like, yeah, no, it's just totally fine. It's not fine. But it's repugnant to the Christian understanding of the world and the human soul. Every person has a soul. That's the Christian view, and not just the Christian view, it's the Islamic view too. So, and it's my view.
Your Easter episode was titled in part a warning to Christians everywhere.
Yeah.
And sort of my interpretation was that you were warning other Christians sort of not to follow a false prophet.
Yes, that's exactly what I'm warning.
And that false prophet being President Trump in this case.
And Netanyahu. There are a lot of evangelical Christians who are convinced that God wants you to support Netanyahu.
Yeah,
which I
what?
find incomprehensible.
How would
Christian
anyone
evangelicals in this country
understand
have been
how do
a
people
part of President Trump's
support
coalition.
any of them?
Many support Israel because they believe the creation of the state of Israel fulfills biblical prophecy. They're called Christian Zionists. I will note you have said you dislike Christian Zionists more than anybody. You've said they have a brain virus. You have apologized for those comments
repeatedly. Yeah, I shouldn't have said that.
Repeatedly. But would you like to see those Christians stop supporting the state of Israel in the way that they do?
Of course, immediately. On many different grounds, but it's really simple. Christians can never support the murder of innocents, period. That's just a bright red line. Find the place where Jesus is like, these people are annoying, kill them all. It's not there. So where are you getting this? Now, I'm, once again, hardly a theologian, but I just don't know. And I've asked many Christian Zionist leaders who will speak to me. Now it's just like, they won't talk to me, but I certainly asked Ted Cruz this. I asked Mike Huckabee this. I tried to ask Franklin Graham, but I sincerely want to know where this is coming from. It can't all be from the Book of Esther.
Well, I mean, you did have exactly this contentious interview with Ambassador Huckabee. He's the ambassador to Israel, where you talked to him about Christian Zionism for quite some time. And in that interview, you know, it's very interesting. I'm a former Israel-Palestine correspondent. You were pressing him on if the modern state of Israel as a homeland for the Jewish people today has legal or biblical legitimacy. You were sort of questioning him on this idea.
Wait,
And
how
you went
much
round and
sunflower
round
seeds
on
do I
this for
need,
quite some time.
guys?
And I was just wondering what you were trying to get at there.
I was trying to get at an answer, which I couldn't get, and instead was accused of hate for trying to evoke an answer to a very simple question. And the question was, on what basis are you making this claim? People
That's a good
whose
point.
ancestors didn't live here now occupy the land.
Yeah.
That's very common in history, by the way. I'm not even objecting to it. What I'm objecting to is the claim that it's God's will and that Israel, because of this, has the unique right to exist. Okay.
What?
Where does that right come from? Well, the right comes from the Bible. Okay. Well, I'm not a Bible scholar, but I've certainly read it a lot. And I said to him, what are the borders? Because my read of Genesis is that it's a big hunk of land. That's the Middle East. Does Israel have a right? Because
But how
you're
big is the
referring
Bible,
to this
actually?
text as the basis of the right to have that land. And he said, fine with me. So, like, on many levels, theological and diplomatic, kind of a big thing to say. The White House was annoyed that he said it out loud. I was grateful that he did, because it's good to know what the terms are. And the second question I asked, which is, okay, if Israel has a right derived from this scene in Genesis, then to whom does it apply? Who are Abraham's heirs? And he said, well, the Jews. And I said, okay.
What?
By the way, just to be clear, these are not conversations that I sought. I was never interested in this topic. Like, Israel's a country with borders and sovereignty and a seat at the UN. And it's a nation state like ours, like every country. The second you start telling me that as a Christian, I'm obligated to support the government of this country, then I have a right to ask you what you're talking about. It's that simple. So, okay, fine. I flew all the way to Israel, which I didn't want to do. And I asked him, what are you talking about? To whom does this right apply? And on what basis? Shut up, anti-Semite. Okay, now. So from my perspective, that was like the most revealing conversation I think I've ever had.
Why, though, were you so interested in those questions about...
Why? Because we're now in a war which is in the process of destroying the United States economy and getting Americans killed because Israel pushed the United States president.
True.
Caved. I'm not giving him a pass, but that's just a fact. That's what happened. I saw it. And Israel has that power in our Congress. Not
Which makes so much sense to me. How?
I don't know how many Jews live in the United States, fewer than 10 million, I think. But because we have tens of millions of evangelical Christians who unquestioningly support Israel because they believe it's their theological duty to do so. So on this question hangs the future of the American economy and the lives of American service members. There's no more important question. And the effort to push me away from that question by calling me names, calling me a hater, saying I'm obsessed with Israel, okay, I would be grateful never to think about it again. I find Israel actually geostrategically irrelevant, except to the extent that we imbue it with relevance at the behest largely of evangelical Christians. So you can see there's a one-to-one correlation between these questions and the future of my country. Mike Huckabee and the people he represents have made it the nation's business, at which point it is entirely fair. In fact, it's a requirement of good citizenship to press him on what are you talking about? And he refused to answer those questions.
Of course
he
did.
Point I say, as someone who's still committed to reason, you've been exposed as a fraud and or a liar.
I think one of the reasons why this was particularly notable for many people, that interaction that you had with Mike Huckabee, and the reason you in particular got so much pushback is because there is an enormous sensitivity around Israel being the homeland of the Jewish people and the attempt to delegitimize that.
I have enormous sensitivity about the United States being the homeland of my people and the burial place of my ancestors. I have enormous sensitivity about the future of the United States. Those are my concerns. I'm not dismissing the concerns of any other group, including Israelis or Iranians or Venezuelans or anybody else. Everybody has his or her own set of concerns, but my concerns revolve around my country. And so I'm not going to subordinate my concerns and the concerns of my children to other people's hysteria, no matter what country it is.
Why do you think you get tagged so often with anti-Semitism?
Because I think there are two reasons. One is I'm not an anti-Semite, and I think that's obvious. I have, and I've expressed this many times and I'll do so again, I have temperamental and religious objections to anti-Semitism or any hate or discrimination based on bloodline that is against Christian theology. It's against my personal ethics, and I oppose it no matter who is suffering from it, whether it's whites or blacks or Jews. Nobody can be punished for his bloodline, period. I don't believe in collective punishment, unlike the Israeli government. So that's number one. I am opposed to anti-Semitism, and that's a threat because I'm not approaching this as someone who wants to hurt Jews. I just don't want the United States to be implicated in the crimes of other nations, and I'm not intimidated. And number two, that is a much easier conversation than answering very simple questions like, where does the right to exist come from that Israel has, that I've been told for many years has a unique right globally to exist? Where does that right emanate from?
What?
Who granted that right?
Is that real?
Grounds? And they can't answer the questions, and they don't want to have the conversation. So just to be totally clear,
because they're fake.
Asking questions is not hate. Telling the truth is not hate. And they don't want to answer the questions, and they don't want to tell the truth. And by the way, it's not just Jews. I think I've been attacked more viciously by Christian Zionists than I have by Jews, just in point of fact. It's a kind of nice universalism to it. But I'm not intimidated. I don't know why I would be. In fact, I think it's my obligation not to be intimidated.
Can asking questions, though, stir up hate? I mean, language is powerful.
Well, sure. I mean, you could pose attacks in the form of questions. I've certainly done that a lot, for sure. But the questions themselves hang in the air, and a legitimate question deserves an answer.
That's the thing, though. Like,
the reason I want to
is
press on
there
this a little bit
only
more
Republican
is that
I can see
you know that
who is
there
actually
is an
kind of reasonable
entire
and has pulled
anti-Semitic
is
worldview
Tucker,
that has
right?
been based on the protocols of the Elders of Zion. You know, that there
But
is like this cabal of powerful Jews that controls the world, and
will
you know,
he
that
be
book was
able to
written in
run?
the
Because
early
he's
20th century, but it
because he will run
helped the
without
Nazis, and it
supporting
really has
Israel.
informed a
Obviously,
lot of the views of many people today that
he
there
just
is,
won't.
you
Yeah,
know, this
which
very
is just
powerful
perfect.
sect of
It
Jewish
should be
people
like that.
who want global
But like,
war and global conflict. And I think that there
doesn't that
is
just
a
kill your entire
concern that I have,
campaign
and a real concern.
or something?
I don't
Because
mean this as
every
as something that
politician
people
almost
say
is
to
pro-Israel. I
slander
don't
anyone, but
understand
just a
how.
real concern that the
Even
rhetoric
Democrats are.
where everything is blamed on Israel, where Israel has these supernatural powers almost to influence the president, to influence the previous president, George W. Bush, to enter into the Iraq War, to be involved in assassinations, etc., that it has echoes of that, and that people are genuinely concerned that it opens the door to this idea that has been debunked and has been used in, absolutely vicious ways to annihilate an entire people.
I'm not quite sure what that means. Let me tell you my concerns. My main concern is the destruction of the United States. And that is in no way to minimize anyone else's concerns, but I have a right to that concern. And I will not have my own concerns hijacked. I will not submit to being told what my concerns should be. I'm an adult man who pays his taxes. I have a right to come up with my own hierarchy of concern. And at the very top is the destruction of my country, which I've lived in for 56 years. And I know that it's not better than it was. And it's not getting better than it was. And there are many reasons for that. One of them is this war, but there are many others. And so people say, well, I'm really concerned. Well, I am really concerned too. I'm really concerned that the Prime Minister of Israel and his many cheerleaders in American media, including at the New York Times, if I can say, pushed the U.S. government into a war that hurts the United States. That's my concern. And I would say
That's a
it's
good
at least
point.
co-equal with anyone else's concerns. So that's the first thing I would say. Second, as to the elders of Zion or whatever, I don't know what that is. I've heard references to it. It's like a czarist forgery or something. Look,
I guess I'm just wondering what the line is for you.
The line for me is the truth. What is actually happening?
Between criticism. I mean, this is, by the way, a very difficult line. I am in no means purporting to understand necessarily where it is. I'm curious for you where the line is between criticism of the state of Israel and how that could be perceived as feeding into anti-Semitism.
Well, it breaks my heart that it is perceived that way, and that's the product. That perception is the product of a decades-long effort to conflate anti-Semitism with any criticism of the secular government of Israel. Okay, so the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism lists 11 examples of anti-Semitism, and that's been adopted globally. 40 different governments have adopted it as their standard of what anti-Semitism is, and 2/3 of the examples are criticism of Israel. So, you know, I don't get to write these standards. I also don't have to abide by them. And I reject, as ludicrous, out of hand, the idea that the criticism of a secular government is the same as criticism of an entire ethnic group, many of whom do not support that secular government, many of whom reject that secular government, and a lot of them I know personally.
Sure.
So you're just not going to get me on board with the lie that criticism of Netanyahu is hatred of all Jews, because it's not. And I don't care how many times someone repeats that to me. I don't care. And by the way, I've lost friends over this, and I do grieve that. People who are totally convinced that criticism...
Is it just Bibi that you're against, or if there was a different government in Israel, it
I'm
would be okay?
I'm against anything that hurts my country. Why wouldn't I be? I live here.
No, but I'm just curious, like if there's elections coming up and if Bibi gets kicked out, are you...
I took my family on vacation there.
I'm just trying to
obviously,
understand.
I'm not against Israel. I never have been against... By the way, you can check the record. Before maybe 2.5 years ago, I don't think I ever... Well, I certainly never criticized Israel, but I rarely even mentioned Israel. I could give you a long list of the things that I love about Israel, particularly about Jerusalem, which is one of my favorite cities. Jerusalem and Beirut, greatest cities in the world. It kills me to see them at the center of all of this. I think the second that we ban criticism of a foreign country, well, of course, we're not free at that point. We're slaves of that other country. You know, whatever you can't criticize is the force in charge. I don't think it's, by the way, good for global Jewry to have any of this at all. If you tell 350 million Americans that it's against the law, and it's very close to against the law at this point, it's against the law to criticize Israel, how does that help the perception? Does that feed anti-Semitism? I think
I don't.
does.
Yeah, I
Not
don't
that it's my
know
job
either.
to monitor or regulate this stuff, but I mean, just common sense would tell you that's not good. If you want to make the case on behalf of anything, any idea, including ones I disagree with, make your case. Tell me why it's a good idea. And we're falling out of that habit and instead trying to hurt people who disagree with us. And I just will always reject that. I guess I'm the liberal.
I would say it's not exactly against the law, but I understand you're
Someone
referring to
someone was just arrested. Because look, the
specific
second
things that
well, the second
have
you say
taken
that
place.
criticism is the same as a threat, or words are violence, then of course it's very easy to arrest people, as they are arrested in Great Britain. They've had hundreds of people arrested in Great Britain for criticizing Israel.
Really?
I don't know why any liberal-minded, and I'm in
What?
that group, liberal-minded. You have a right to your views, I have a right to mine. I don't know why any liberal-minded person will go along with this and not say, whoa, 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 this is totally bonkers, and this is the road to totalitarianism. And I would say that about any topic.
That's a good point.
I'm gonna move on, because we've talked about some fissures that have emerged among conservatives over Israel and the war, right? You've talked about
Fissures, yeah, it's sort of blown up.
Yeah, and I want to dig into that because earlier this year you told Megyn Kelly that there is, quote, a huge scramble, and you said, I'm in the middle of it to define what the Republican Party is after Trump.
Yep.
So boil down the scramble for me. Are there two sides?
Well, I lost that scramble.
Yeah, I mean, is it driven by ideas, personalities? I mean, something else. Like, what do you see happening?
Look, I mean, there have been disagreements over foreign policy within the Republican Party for, well, really since 2015 when Trump announced for president. There was no disagreement at all. It was a neoconservative party completely. I was part of that for sure. And unthinkingly and then unwillingly, but whatever. But since 2015, there's been this kind of debate like, well, you know, what is the appropriate use of American power? And what is our relationship with Israel? And those have been sort of sotto voce debates. But it's only with this full regime change effort against Iran that they've become untenable. Like you can't. I mean, my own view is I'm always happy to eat with and talk with people I disagree with. I guess I'm the liberal here. But there is a strong sense among the neocons who've completely taken over the Republican Party that anyone who disagrees cannot be allowed, like literally in the White House. Okay, I don't make these rules. I feel sad about it for a bunch of reasons. I would say as a political matter, the constituency for that is very small. There aren't, 150 million people in America who are really excited about the Iran war or who are ever going to be excited about that. So you're dooming your party to irrelevance when you do that. I don't know why they would want to. They hate Trump. The neocons hate Trump, have always hated Trump. I had a first row seat to this. And now they've destroyed him. And I told them that. I said, these are people who hated you from day one. They couldn't control you. They hated you for that reason. What you said about the Iraq war inflamed them. It humiliated them. And they want to destroy you. And this war will destroy you. I said that point blank right to him. And it's true. And it's, I think, proven true now.
And what do you mean about you being in the middle of it and losing the scramble?
Well, because Charlie Kirk and I think we're the only people, I'm confident in saying we're the only people in June of 2025 to say to the president, this is a very bad idea. The people pushing this are trying to get you involved in a regime change war. You've campaigned against that. Don't do this. And then on September 10th, Charlie was murdered by a lone gunman. So by the time this latest round happened in January and February, I think I was the only person who said that to Trump for a bunch of reasons. So now it's, we know who won by the effects. So this was, from my perspective, was a debate between people who thought it was wise to use American power in the way we're now using it and those who thought it was dangerous. And Trump did it, so obviously he rejected my view.
I want to stay, though, with how some of this is playing out, because, as you mentioned, you were very close to Charlie Kirk before he was killed. And he started Turning Point USA, which is this very influential group among young people on the right. And you're now seeing some on the right who are questioning whether Israel had a hand in Charlie Kirk's murder. And I should say the theories that Israel was linked to Charlie's death were denied by Israel. There's been no proof of that at all. And crucially, this theory has been condemned by Erica Kirk, Charlie's widow. Do you still have a relationship with Turning Point USA?
Well, I have always loved Erica Kirk. And I met her when she was dating Charlie and thought so much of her. I know a lot of people at Turning Point. I was the headliner for a bunch of different Turning Point events. I haven't been asked to do it this year. Don't know if I will be. Never said a word against Turning Point. I think it's been a really, I was their headliner for a bunch of years, so obviously I supported it. I would hate to see it hijacked by its donors to become an oracle of neoconservatism. I think it'd be pretty hard to do because its members are not for that. Young people are not for that. People of draft age are especially not for that.
I mean, when was the last time you spoke to Erica Kirk?
A couple of weeks ago.
Okay.
By text. So my concern, and this is not about Erica Kirk or Andrew Colvett or any of those people with whom I've never had a crossword and hope never to have a crossword. But my concern more broadly is about the investigation into Charlie's murder, which was short-circuited by the FBI. And I don't know why.
That's kind of confusing.
I don't care to be screamed at for asking that question. It's a legitimate question, and we know that. I know that for a bunch of reasons. But the public knows it because Joe Kent said it out loud and explained it. He's the head of the National Counterterrorism Center. He's an ODNI. And he was told by the FBI that he could not investigate it. And as a friend of Charlie's,
What?
I'm not going to be intimidated into saying the following, which is, on what grounds would you do that? I'm not saying the guy who's been arrested didn't pull the trigger. I'm not, there's been no trial.
He was obviously handed over by his father.
Do we know that? I don't know what I know, because there hasn't been a trial yet. And again, it's like so many things. And it's not just Israel. It's not just Charlie Kirk. It's the existence of NATO or the way the economy is structured. Why is capital taxed at half the rate of labor? Like, that's a question that bothers me. In every case, shut up. Socialist, racist, conspiracy theory. It's like, I'm just too old for that. Why don't you answer the question? That's my job.
Do you think Turning Point's influence has waned since Charlie's death?
I haven't the faintest idea. I do think that, I agree with most Americans when I say I think this war's a disaster. It's impossible to see how it helps the United States. And, I would like to see all self-described conservative groups pressure the president, as Charlie did, to minimize the damage. And I hope Turning Point is working on that. I don't know the answer, but I certainly hope they are. I can't.
There aren't. Charlie Kirk is hanging out with President Trump all day.
Working to do that.
Obviously, Turning Point is just one organization trying to reach youth on the right, but you also have Nick Fuentes, the far-right white nationalist influencer who's called Hitler effing cool, who also has a huge following among young right-leaning men. How do you see Fuentes in terms of the future of the right?
It's so hard to know. I'll tell you my instinct on it. Most of the debates about race, ethnicity, religion, to some extent immigration, are less resonant long-term than debates about economics. I think the main frustration among young people is not just that the composition of the country is changing too fast, which it definitely is, but the main concerns are about the lack of economic opportunity for American young people who are totally screwed at like a more profound level than people acknowledge. Older people do not acknowledge that. I had dinner the other night with a bunch of kids from Stanford, really smart. They're at Stanford. And one of them said, oh yeah, his best friend just graduated with a degree in computer science last year, has not been able to find a job.
What?
Stanford computer science can't find a job. So that's like a window into the total destruction of the economic opportunity for young people. And the
holy shit,
to me as a non-economist, like the true hoarding of capital by a tiny group of people. It looks like a very lopsided and unfair economic system that is guaranteed.
Damn, computer science and he can't even get a job.
Young people, but especially young people.
So he's a student debt?
Most future conversations politically will be about economics. I do think that. I think we're at sort of the last stage. This is the last time the U.S. has ever been.
So you see that, what I'm trying to understand is you see that as Fuentes' power waning?
For sure. Well, I don't know Fuentes in particular. I mean, never even wasn't even aware of Fuentes. I mean, again, I'm just in a different world, right? Okay, so I read the New York Times or whatever. Like, I'm just older, okay? So I'm not an expert on Fuentes' reach or even what he's saying day to day. I really don't know. But he has been caricatured as a race guy, which he may be, by the way. It was like mad about the Jews or black people or whatever. But I'm just telling you, I think the future, the energy, not just on the right, but I think right and left agree on this, under 30, is that young people have been shafted by older people, particularly by the baby boomers, people born between 46 and 64. And I think they're right about that. I do think that's like the most selfish generation, most loathsome, mediocre generation in this country.
That's true.
Produced. Not all of them, but in general, I would say their behavior has been shameful and selfish.
Yeah, that's true.
And I hear young people talk not about, I'm mad at the Jews. I hear young people say things like, only baby boomers would like have a second home in Isle of Palms, South Carolina, but like not help their kids buy homes. That's what I hear. I hear people who understand that their lives will bear no resemblance to the lives of their parents and grandparents, and they're really upset about it. Meanwhile, there are all these people making billions on clearly fraudulent enterprises crypto-related enterprises and other enterprises that are like not adding to the sum total of prosperity in this country and not making the country better. So that's where I think the radicalism is going to start. The murder of that healthcare executive in New York, the health insurer guy, I'm against all murder, just to be totally clear. But I was surprised but not really shocked by the reaction, the positive reaction. All these kind of normal-looking people on the internet are like, I'm glad they killed him. They don't even know his name. However, that reflects this revolutionary frustration. And I do think it's revolutionary. I think one of the reasons that Trump is apparently going to make weed legal is just so we can lower testosterone levels even more. Just make people more passive. Have some more benzos. Like, it's fine. It's totally fine. Because it's not fine, is the truth. So again, long-winded answer to a short question, but the future that I imagine is not a future in which we're yelling at each other about race. It's a future in which people are legitimately revolutionary, maybe even violent, on the basis of thwarted economic opportunity.
I mean, Fuentes wants America to be a white Christian nation, among other things.
Okay, well, he's very good at defending the New York Times, but I think the real issues are not about Fuentes or even about race. Immigration has a direct effect on economics. And so the overwhelming majority of newly created jobs in the past 5 years have gone to foreign-born. So like it's not an attack on the foreign-born to say that's not really the job of the U.S. government to provide economic opportunity to the world. The job is to protect its own people.
I can tell you don't want to talk about Fuentes.
Well, I don't have what to say.
Okay,
I just think like, okay, he said naughty things about this, that, or the other thing. Okay.
No. Well, you caused a big. I'm focusing on you. This is an interview of you.
I didn't cause anything. People got hysterical. How can you talk to this man?
I talked to people. Brought Fuentes onto your show.
I've interviewed Ted Cruz, who's calling for the murder of innocents. I don't think Fuentes is doing that.
But that conversation was pretty friendly.
People say that. I mean, whatever. Okay, I'm naughty for talking to Fuentes, but
you've been doing this for decades. I mean, I have watched you and your shows for a very long time. And you obviously have a very savvy understanding of how to approach your interviews and how they're going to land. You know, why?
I don't know about that, but yeah.
Well,
I don't think I'm that savvy. Maybe I'm underselling myself.
I mean, why did you want to handle it the way that you did? You know, you started with.
Well, I've explained this a million times, but I'll explain it very crisply.
No, you started, you know.
No, I noticed that no one
talking
wants
about his background and where he grew up. It's a different kind of interview than the one when I look at Ambassador Huckabee.
I've known Huckabee for over 30 years. Huckabee's been a public figure for over 30 years.
But one was prosecutorial. You were building a case. The other one was friendly. I mean, you were wrestling quite vigorously with.
If I agreed with everything Fuentes said, I would just say so. Like, there's no the effort to kind of like divine my motives when I state my motives clearly. I think I'm telling the truth.
I know, but as you have acknowledged in this interview,
let me just state my motives.
You use questions sometimes as a form of.
If I could just state my motives, and you can either believe me or not, and I've done this many times, but I'll do it once more, and say, I'd never heard of Fuentes. I first heard him because he was attacking me and my family, which enraged me. I did fall for the bait, and so then I thought, well, this guy seems like I keep hearing he's very influential. Let's have him on, hear what he has to say. So I did that. And on the question of hating Jews because they're Jews, I'm opposed. Told him that to his face. Lots of people decided that I should have taken a different tone. Okay, do your own interview with Fuentes if you want. That's okay with me. But I guess what I've come to believe, I didn't feel it was a significant interview, especially on any level, except the extent it was used to try and make me into a Nazi, which, again, I'm not. I would admit it. But what I think is interesting is the kind of moral scheme that interview revealed, which, not surprisingly, is childish and kind of repulsive. And by moral scheme, I mean like what the people in charge, including in journalism, think is right and wrong. So I think anyone who calls for the murder of innocents or justifies them is the lowest possible person.
That's fair.
There's nothing worse than that, than killing kids. And you take someone like Randy Fine or Ted Cruz.
Representative from Florida.
Yeah, Mike
Senator
Huckabee.
in
Right.
Texas.
These are all, I don't know Fine, but I know the other two very well and have for many years. And both of them have just been like, no, we should go kill people and their kids and they make excuses for that. Like, there's nothing worse than that. And yet, those are the only controversial part of those interviews, from the perspective of others in journalism, is that I was too mean. I was too tough. I was too tough on Mike Huckabee, who's a sitting U.S. ambassador, or Ted Cruz, who's a...
I don't think that was the concern.
Whatever. Okay, but
I
the
think
point
it was
is...
looking. I think you know, when you just compare them.
Who do you think is more morally repulsive, Ted Cruz or
Who
Nick
do you think
Fuentes?
is more morally repulsive?
Ted Cruz. Ted Cruz is a sitting U.S. senator who has called for the killing of people who did nothing wrong, whole populations who advocated for this war.
Ooh.
Nick Fuentes is like a kid. He's like 26 or 7. He has no power except his words. Here you have a public official who we pay, who has actual power, who's voting for things, who's making policy decisions, and those decisions would include, in fact, they are focused on the murder of people who did nothing wrong, and yet no one thinks it's a big deal. Well, it's just totally fine. I mean, if there's tape of Nick Fuentes saying we should kill people because we hate their parents, or it's okay to kill children, I would love to see the tape, because that's disgusting. And that's basically what the entire U.S. Senate does every single day, and no one notices. Nick Fuentes said something naughty that I disagreed with. He made fun of things that I don't think I would never make fun of them.
He's a white nationalist who's denied the Holocaust. And what I will say,
okay,
from
but
my
is that
own
worse than killing kids?
From my understanding of my own, you know, I was just in Germany recently, and you know, it was such a good reminder that the Holocaust didn't start with the gassing of Jews. It started with the dehumanization of Jews. It was language that was used. And again, that is what it concerns
I couldn't agree
people.
more. And that's why when you have a U.S. senator, a member of Congress, a U.S. ambassador waving away civilian deaths as if they don't matter, that's the language of genocide, which results, and this is the lesson of the Holocaust, in genocide itself. And it has. So the lesson for me, really, watching all of this, is that this can happen in civilized countries. In all human beings, there is the capacity to ignore the evil right in front of you. And my point is, it's happening right now. And my job, to the extent I have one, I don't really have a job, but I just want to remind people that we're all capable of that, including me, and that we're watching it right now. And if you think that Nick Fuentes is a greater threat to other human beings than Ted Cruz, I would love to know how.
I can imagine people hearing this and thinking you are soft-pedaling Nick Fuentes. You are apologizing for Nick Fuentes.
I'm hardly soft-pedaling Nick Fuentes. I'm trying to awaken people to killing of innocents in our midst, which we are not only encouraged to ignore,
Is that a
but
60
really
bill
told
bio?
to ignore on pain of being denounced. And I'm just saying, no, I'm not doing that. And Ted Cruz and Mike Huckabee are two of the main people making this moment possible, and President Trump. But Nick Fuentes is the problem? Okay. It's not a defense of Nick Fuentes. It's merely like a reality check for the rest of us. What are we doing?
Who put the bio there for?
We began this conversation by discussing your rupture with President Trump. And I'd like to ask about your relationship with the vice president, because you were one of the people credited with getting him into that role. You were close to him. You advocated for him. Are you still close to Vance, considering your rupture with the president?
I mean, I will always love J.D. Vance as a man. I think, and I'm making this judgment on the basis of his public statements over many years, I think he's in a tough spot. He's in a tough spot. I mean, he's on the record repeatedly saying this is exactly the thing that this administration would avoid doing, and now they've done it.
President Trump was also on the record saying similarly.
As I've said many times, exactly. And by the way, I wouldn't characterize it as a rupture with Trump. He betrayed his promises to me and everybody else, and I acknowledge that in public. So it doesn't make me the person who breached the contract. He's the one who breached the contract, to be clear. But it puts the vice president in a super difficult spot. And I know him well and think so much of him as a person. And it is my guess that, based on his past behavior, that he's doing everything he can to mitigate what he sees as the ill effects of this. And but it's kind of hard to call the shots when you're vice president, because that's not in the Constitution. So no, I would never, I put him in a bad situation just by my public. He was attacked endlessly for my Nick Fuentes interview. Oh, so scary. And okay, so I always felt bad about that. He didn't do anything. You know what I mean? But I was used as a cudgel to beat him over the head because the neocons hated him because they thought that if he ever became president, he would be less compliant than the president turned out to be. So, I don't want to add to that at all. I think he's a really good man. I know he's a good man because I know him very well. But, I don't have anything else to say to anyone in the administration because I can't affect
You don't talk to him
any
anymore?
outcome.
When was the last time you spoke to the vice president?
Oh, I don't know. But I don't want to add to his problems at all. But I would just say what's obvious is that I'm hardly an advisor to this administration. And I think it's also clear that Donald Trump makes these decisions.
You really don't know the last time you spoke to Vice President J.D. Vance? Weeks, months, days?
I don't know. I mean, I would never characterize that. I don't want to cause him more problems. I would just say I'm not advising. No one's seeking my counsel. I'm not trying to influence anything. I gave it my best shot. It didn't work.
Well, let me ask you this. Vance was not in favor of the war, but he ultimately didn't seem willing to die on the Hill. I mean, he could resign. He could, there's many things he could have done, I suppose. Do you wish he'd been more forceful?
I will just say, I'll just be totally blunt about what I'm doing, which is taking a pass on your question and say that I know JD very, very well. And I think it's like super tough situation. He's in my prayers. I mean that. And I just don't want to add to what is clearly a really hard job.
I know that if you were in my position, you'd press.
Oh, go crazy. But I'm just saying, like, my only goal is I just want to be honest. And so I'm being, I think, as transparent as I possibly can be, or I'm attempting to.
And I'm being
of
transparent.
Course, yeah, no problem at all.
And saying that my job is also to press you.
I get it.
So, however he has felt privately, publicly Vance has been a loyal soldier.
Yes.
Even going so far as to head the recent negotiations with the Iranians. And we've seen, and you've commented, how unpopular this war is among the American people. Do you think the role that he is playing right now will hurt his political prospects?
There are people in the White House who want to hurt J.D. Vance and have wanted that since the very first day. They were bitter. They wanted Marco Rubio to be the choice as vice president. And so JD has been subject to, this is well known, but I'll just confirm it, nonstop treachery from people on the neoconservative side.
Who are these people?
Around Marco Rubio. And by the way, Marco Rubio's got to be one of the most charming people in the whole world. And, it's impossible to dislike Marco Rubio. And I'm not an intimate friend or anything. But so I can't say to what extent he's involved in it. But certainly he is the choice of the donor class. The donor class is avowedly neoconservative. That's why they give money for outcomes like the ones we're watching. That's why this whole system is completely rotten and just impervious to reform. And they have been totally against J.D. Vance from the very beginning.
Who do you mean specifically? Because, I mean, it was interesting in those conversations with Susie Wiles, for example, where she was very much praising Marco Rubio and had less maybe complimentary things to say about J.D. Vance. I mean, is that to whom you're referring?
I don't know is the real answer. I don't know.
I mean, you're accusing people of treachery, so I'm wondering.
Well, I know there's been a lot of treachery for sure, and I know they were so mad about JD getting that job. I mean,
who's they?
Well, Miriam Adelson, for example, Rupert Murdoch, people who were very much vested in using Trump for what we're seeing now.
But within the White House?
I don't know the answer to that. I've never worked there. So like, if you don't work there, you can say, you can say what you think, but it's hard to really know.
This is me looking skeptical.
Yeah. Well, no, but it's me being honest. Like, I don't really know. And you read all these things about, Susie, is of course a product of Florida, and there's a whole Florida group and the consultants and Marco and all the rest. And people whisper about that. Is that true? I really don't know. I've never heard her say anything against JD. She seemed to love JD, but who knows, man? Who knows? But I know, I definitely know that, like, outside, it's hard to believe that Mark Levin and Laura Loomer, who are, like, have no constituency whatsoever and would have influence in the White House, but they do. And both of them have been out for Vance from day one, big time.
Do you think it's hurting, though, his political prospects, to repeat the question, that he has been put in the position, according to you, that he is fronting these negotiations in Iran?
Yeah, I mean, well, I think this whole thing, it's not even JD specific. This whole thing is like dooming anyone connected to it for the foreseeable future, including the entire Republican Party. And,
So you probably really went up that
you
much,
know,
huh?
if you're psyched for President Gavin Newsom, I guess that's a good thing. I'm not. So I think it's a disaster. It's a true disaster. And again, I told Trump this like 10 times. Like, this is going to blow up your legacy. All this gold you put in here, like, they're going to take it down and mock you as they do. Like, this is going to blow up you're concerned about your legacy. You're 80 in June. Like, I get it. But this is not the way. And I think that's proven true.
So you think this will doom J.D. Vance as well?
I don't know, doom. I mean, I'm obviously not good at calling the future, but I couldn't be more, I couldn't be a bigger fan of him as a man. But I think anybody connected to this is going to have a hard time explaining it, because how is this good for the United States? It's not.
One more question on this particular issue. It was just published that your son, who worked for the VP, left that job. Did your rift with Trump have anything to do with that and make it hard for him?
Zero. He was not forced out of the role at all. And my understanding of it is, let me just say, in a normal world, in a decent world, my son or my son's job would have no relevance at all to me.
Why did your son leave then? If he wasn't forced out?
I don't know. You can ask him. But he was there over a year. Like, I don't know. White House is an intense place to work. I don't want to talk about my son. He's got nothing to do with this.
No, I mean...
No, but that's kind of the point. Like, we need to defend the core beliefs of our civilization, which, by the way, are attractive to the entire world. People move here not just for our robust economy, but because they want to be judged on the basis of what they did, not on what their parents did. That's the whole point. That's collective punishment. It's blood guilt, and we reject it. I gave this lecture to Nick Fuentes. I gave this lecture to Mike Huckabee. The lecture never changes because the idea is the core idea of our civilization.
Since you mentioned Nick Fuentes, I have one last question. You opened the door.
I don't care about Nick Fuentes.
He is not a J.D. Vance fan. He's called him a race traitor because of his marriage to OSHA.
I don't care.
He's like who is Indian American. Wait, let me finish the question. I mean, given how influential Fuentes is right now.
Is he?
Is he not?
I don't know. Doesn't seem to be. He didn't get us into war with Iran. Like, who cares, actually? That's kind of what I'm saying. Like, all of this is like a sideshow. Americans are being killed in a foreign country at the behest of another foreign country, and it's going to wreck the U.S. dollar and cause hyperinflation in our country. And we're like fretting about what some kid on the internet said. It's like, who cares, actually? But this is a way of taking us away from the core issues, which are economic. They're economic. And that is the one thing that nobody ever wants to talk about. How is the money distributed? Where does the money come from? No one wants to, that's why, like, the only left-wing movement I ever had a lot of sympathy for was the one that arose after the global financial crisis. Occupy Wall Street. I didn't know exactly what they were about, but I was like, yeah, we should be mad at the banks because, like, they did this and no one got punished. And within like 20 minutes, we're talking about black people and white people. It was like,
I'm happy to talk about economics, but your interview with Fuentes has 25 million views. But to say that it doesn't matter isn't, and
it matters in what sense? Like, does it matter more than?
But can I finish my question?
Yeah, of course.
Thank you. Given how influential he is, and I just don't think that there's any argument about that. I'm wondering how.
In what way?
I'm wondering how you think J.D. Vance could become the leader of the party after Trump if you have someone like Fuentes speaking so critically of him.
So I'm so glad you asked that question because its premise reveals everything.
All right, tell me.
So the premise of your question is that J.D. Vance can't.
No, I'm not saying that he can't.
It's going to be difficult for J.D. Vance to advance politically because
I'm asking, do you think?
Just the premise that it could be that J.D. Vance's interracial marriage is a bigger problem than his foreign policy views.
No, I didn't say that.
It doesn't.
No, I'm saying that there is a person who is incredibly influential in the
Is
party.
he incredibly influential? Like on what basis are you saying that?
Oh my goodness, there's lots of evidence, not only in the reach of what he talks about, but also
Can you name a single member of Congress who's acknowledged his existence or said, I did this because he told me to?
That's a Groyper? I don't know that there's
there's not a single member of Congress who would ever stand up and say, or even show evidence of being influenced by Nick Fuentes, where they're out of 535, they're about 500 who are taking money from AIPAC.
I have already asked about the war's impact on Vance. This is a question about the future of the party, and the future of any party are its young people. And in the same way that Turning Point USA has influence on young conservatives, so does Nick Fuentes. And so
I guess I don't know how we're measuring that, but
what I'm trying, all I'm trying to ask you here is if you no, but listen, there is
what I'm trying to
a strain in the Republican Party, especially among young people, who are racist, who talk about J.D. Vance and his marriage in a particular way, and I'm asking you, and you can decide not to answer it, but I'm simply asking you.
I'm trying to answer it.
If you think that is going to be a problem for J.D. Vance leading the party, because
let me answer your question.
Thank you.
You were unable to tell me how Fuentes was influential in any way other than the views on a video, which are probably lower than those on your average porn video. So that's like not a good measurement. It's not meaningful. Does he have influence on our politics? I haven't seen any. So let's just start there. Second, J.D. Vance's problems with young people and old people and the party itself revolve around his views on foreign policy and economics, which are the issues that actually matter. Third, race is thrown up as a distraction so often, as in this case, to distract from what actually matters, because on questions of economic, let me just finish. On questions of economic, if I can finish, on the Fuentes himself is a distraction from the conversations that matter, because power is displayed through the structure of the economic system, globally and per country, and in the use of force. So it's the economic program and the foreign policy program are what matters in every government from the beginning of time. Those are the two questions on which there's a bipartisan consensus in Washington between Republicans and Democrats that we should do this thing. The public rejects that thing on both categories. They reject the economics that are a consensus choice in Washington, and they reject the foreign policy that's a consensus choice in Washington. And so Washington's response, Wall Street's response as well, is to be like, let's have a race war, and you guys can like argue over blacks or whites or whether JD is married to an Indian woman. Like, what? And so Fuentes is incredibly useful for people with actual power to divert the conversation to something that is both irrelevant and divisive, because it's a divide and conquer strategy. And my strong view, gained over 35 years of watching carefully and being involved, is that that's come to its end.
Okay.
And JD's real problems are his foreign policy views, the ones he's articulated for 10 years, are in direct opposition to the foreign policy views of the people who fund the Republican Party and the Democratic Party. Same people. And they have the same views.
It's the idea of the uniparty.
Well, on these questions, it's totally true. We can argue about the trans thing. You can have legitimate views on race, legitimate views on trans. Those are real issues. I'm not saying they're not. But those are not the issues on which empires rise and fall.
Exactly.
The real issues are economics and foreign policy. And on those issues, there's a bipartisan consensus. And so they throw up like, no, we're disagreeing on trans. We're disagreeing on affirmative action or whatever. But they agree on all that matters. And JD disagrees, as Trump did, at least in his public statements. So this is the wrong foreign policy course. This economic system is hurting young people. And so Fuentes shows up and everyone wants to talk about Fuentes because it's really safe. No one wants to talk about, why are capital gains taxes half those of taxes on regular income? Like, I think that's like a critical debate. You will never have that debate. Have you ever asked a question about that? No one ever asked that. And I think that's like, nothing's more important domestically than that, but whatever. That's my opinion.
Okay.
I wish I hadn't done the Fuentes interview because...
Really?
Yeah, it was totally not worth it. I mean, it was like kind of interesting, I guess. but it was used as I added to the distraction. What I
Mm-hmm.
really wanted to
Yeah.
talk about was where we were going in this war with Iran. And I spent like a month getting calls from people being like, "You're a Nazi." Okay. And I wish I hadn't done that. Not that it didn't imperil my soul. I've interviewed far worse people than Nick Fuentes, like Mike Huckabee, a far worse person than Nick Fuentes, hurt many more people than Nick Fuentes. Same with Ted Cruz. But so I don't think it affected me. I interview people I disagree with all the time. And often I'm polite to them, including war criminals. The only person I've really been impolite with is Ted Cruz, because I have limited self-control and he's just so repulsive I couldn't control myself. And I was a jerk, and I tried to apologize. But if you had to sit across from Ted Cruz, it's just, there's something about him. It's just like repulsive. I mean, it's like disgusting. Like if you entered a men's room and Ted Cruz was there, you would be like, I can hold it. I'm leaving. And I broke down under the strain of his repulsiveness. But in general, I try to be nice to everybody. But man, that Fuentes interview, I just added to the distraction.
I think we're done for now. We're going to speak again.
We're going to speak again?
Yeah, you didn't know that?
No.
Oh, you thought this was one and done? Oh, my man. No. On the interview, we speak to our guest twice. So a few days later, I followed up with Tucker Carlson. We talked about his views on immigration, his disdain for both parties, and whether he thinks his rupture with President Trump is permanent. Hi.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm good. All right, you're a little loud in my ear. Let me turn you down.
I'm a little loud in many people's ears.
But thank you for taking time to talk to me again. I definitely wanted to circle back on something. Because we ended up our last conversation talking about Vice President Vance. But I also wanted to ask you about somebody else that you were close to, and that's Don Jr., the president's son. He supported your new media venture after you left Fox. So I'm wondering what your relationship is now, considering your comments about his father. Have you talked about it? Are you still in touch?
I've known Don for a long time. We share a common love of the outdoors, and we don't actually talk a lot about politics. We talk mostly about hunting and fishing. And so I have not spoken to him about the war in Iran, and probably won't. But, I think his views on that are pretty well known.
So you're still in touch, in other words?
Yeah, absolutely. And I expect to be. I mean, Don's a friend of mine and a really good guy, but our relationship is not political at all, really. In fact, I talk a lot about politics. We talk.
That's Vice President Vance. But I also wanted to ask you about somebody else that you were close to, and that's Don Jr., the president's son. He supported your new media venture after you left Fox. So I'm wondering what your relationship is now, considering your comments about his father. Have you talked about it? Are you still in touch?
I've known Don for a long time. We share a common love of the outdoors, and we don't actually talk a lot about politics. We talk mostly about hunting and fishing. And so I have not spoken to him about the war in Iran, and probably won't. But, I think his views on that are pretty well known.
So you're still in touch, in other words?
Yeah, absolutely. And I expect to be. I mean, Don's a friend of mine and a really good guy, but our relationship is not political at all, really. In fact, I don't remember the last time I talked about politics.
Yeah. I mean, I guess it brings me to this wider issue about how you critique the president. You're always quite careful to say how much you like him personally. Are you worried about alienating his base, though? Because aren't they some of the same people who tune into your show?
Well, I don't think I'm careful about saying it. I want to be honest about saying it. I mean, in part because I was out promoting Trump, pretty aggressively for a long time. As for his base, I mean, I don't have a base. I'm not a candidate for office and don't plan to be.
You have an audience,
We do have an audience, yeah, and it's grown. And, it's not exactly clear who that is. I mean, I get these readouts from our tech
But he
guys
doesn't plan
where
to
we
be a
have
candidate for
new
office,
people
really?
watch. Well, who are they?
I
It's
thought
like,
he
you
might
don't
have
really know.
want to,
But, this war is unpopular. The idea of sending Americans over to risk their lives to regime change in another part of the world is itself unpopular, whether it's in Iran or any other country. So, I mean, I think I'm on the side of the majority in this country, and maybe the numbers reflect that. But I'm you know, I don't really think about that when I'm thinking through what we talk about, who I interview.
Because I mean, when you do look at your page on YouTube, you do definitely see that the numbers are much bigger when you talk about the war in Iran. And so.
Well, we're in a war with Iran, and it's the biggest thing that's happened in my lifetime. And the potential consequences include nuclear war. And so it's an inherently big deal, and it's being ignored or downplayed by most of the rest of the media. So I think we benefit from taking it seriously, but it's inherently serious. That's my view of it. And so I would talk about it, almost no matter who watched or didn't, because I think it's that important.
One more question about the president. Your comments have clearly gotten under his skin. I mean, he's posted long screeds on Truth Social about you. And, to refer again to those texts that came out in the Fox News Dominion legal fight, there was one from you saying that Trump is good at destroying things. And you wrote,
yes,
he's the undisputed world champion of that. He could easily destroy us if we play it wrong. I mean, do you worry about him destroying you now? He's got a lot of power. I
don't worry about him destroying me. I mean, I turned 57 next month. My kids are grown. I mean, there's not really, what can you do to me? I don't work for anybody, and I'm not that worried about my own life anyway. But he does have the capacity to destroy, and I do think that it's a binary. You're either creating or destroying in this life.
That's a good point.
He has proved through the course of his life better at destroying than at creating. I mean, he's created some, but I have a strong preference for creation over destruction. And he's look. One of the reasons that I appreciated Trump from day one, in addition to always enjoying his company and finding him hilarious, is because he was very good at assailing the foundations of rotten structures. And I knew that they were rotten because I am from Washington and I knew those institutions well. And I knew that despite, how they described themselves, they were basically just fatuous and long outdated and probably deserved to be taken down, like a house with rotten sills. And Trump was great at exposing that and taking them down. USAID, as someone from D.C., I knew a lot about USAID, and I thought,
get over
why are you
Bloom.
doing this? This is counterproductive to American interests.
Yeah, I don't know if I want to do Heliantis Bioorder.
And I like that.
Considering
but that
Overbloom
is
price,
the first step.
Overbloom
Of course,
being
that can't
buffed,
be the end stage. The first step is you scrape
Uh, uh,
Der Fuji. Jo, dette jo egentlig helt sjukt. Det jo mørkt ute. Ja, det ser jo ingenting. Jeg vet ikke hva klokka Jeg bestemte meg nå nettopp for å bare komme meg på motorsykkelen og ta meg en liten tur. Jeg tenkte å stikke til Fuji, men det sent, så jeg kommer ikke til å filme så mye av turen i dag. Veldig spontant. I morgen har jeg ryggdag, så jeg må trene og... Altså, jeg har egentlig ikke tid til det her, men jeg bare kjente at nå trenger jeg en tur. Så nå driver jeg og prepper masse mat. Maten må være med, og så funnet Gold Skim som i nærheten, så det blir bra. Så trening og søvn og mat og alt sånn kommer til å bli tatt godt i vare på. Jeg har kjøpt stropper, så jeg får tatt med meg baggen på motorsykkelen. Jeg har ikke booket noe hotell. Jeg så online at ting veldig utsolgt, så det blir litt spennende å se hvor vi havner. Så vi får egentlig bare kjøre til de forskjellige hotellene og spørre om de har noe ledig. Jeg tenker at dette blir gøy i hvert fall. Jeg skal fortsette å preppe. Herregud, for en video det her skal bli. Ok, så nå sykkelen pakka. Det skikkelig jalla-nytt. Jeg håper dette holder. Det jo litt løst, men jeg får kjøre veldig rolig, kjøre forsiktig, så kommer dette her til å gå fint, tror jeg. Nå skal jeg kjøre og fylle tanken, sånn at den helt good. Jeg kjører BMW R1300 GS Adventure, som demosykkel, lånesykkel som jeg har mens min S1000 på sykehuset. Det blir en lang kjøretur, 2,5 timer. Klokka nå 10 sharp, så jeg jo ikke fremme før sikkert klokken 1. Men det blir gøy. Og så skal vi sjekke ut Fuji Speedway i morgen. Stay tuned. Vi ses på hotellet. Fy søren, altså. Da jeg ankommet hotellet, og det helt sinnssykt. Fy søren, for et område det her Og så oppgraderte de rommet mitt, og det jo helt rått, vet du. Dette skal vi utforske i morgen, for dette nemlig museumet, bilmuseet, som her. Det så sinnssykt mange kule biler og diverse. Se på det her, da. Hvor kult ikke det? Akkurat nå det stengt. En gammel bil. Vi skal se nærmere på det i morgen, og da skal jeg ikke filme med telefonen. Skal jeg bruke litt bedre kamera, forhåpentligvis. Nå skal jeg hente bagasjen min, som faktisk åpnet denne veien. Og det gikk jo helt fint. Jeg var veldig nervøs når jeg kjørte, fordi dette var jo veldig jallamekt da, Joachim. Dette her. Men det sitter jo. Altså, det ikke helt bra det her. Men hvis jeg velger å gå for den sykkelen her, hvis jeg velger for å kjøpe den i stedet for S1000 her, så kommer jeg til å kjøpe de baggene til den. For da, du ser her liksom, dette ser man mye bedre i lyset, men dette her ganske solide festebraketter. I de så setter du da svære bagger. Da blir det sinnssykt mye lettere å reise rundt. Vi ses på hotellrommet. Hva dette? Oi, inn og inn. Ja, det toalett, ja. Vi får gjøre en room tour. Så dette her inngangen. Jeg burde egentlig være litt stille, fordi det midt på natta. Her jeg, i tightsen min. Nettopp fått av meg klærne. Jeg så kald. Det var helt sykt når jeg kjørte oppover mot fjellet her. Så var det biler som hadde snø på seg, og det var -3 grader, og jeg begynte å få litt nøya, så det var ganske svingete vei. Men nå jeg i hvert fall fremme. Balkar. Det skal vi kanskje bruke. Fin balkong, det var ikke det jeg mente nå. En fin balkong. Wardrobe. Det må jeg prøve i morgen, ta bilder med det. Dritsvært rom. De oppgraderte meg. Kjempehyggelig. Vi får ikke sett så mye akkurat nå, nå det helt mørkt her, men balkongen kul. Jeg har utsikt til Speedwayen. Så ja. Welcome to Fuji Speedway Hotel. Ja, cool. Litt drikke, diverse greier, whisky, stod jeg det. Det et DeLorean. Det kult, altså. Det Speedway-greia. Alt liksom, alt skikkelig sånn bilinspirert her. Men med den her, altså, det jo ganske kult, alt sammen. Skal jeg stjele denne? Skal jeg stjele den? Det står Speedway på den. Ikke lov å stjele, Joachim. Kult. Spa-meny, kanskje i morgen hvis de har tid. Det vits å ta spa her, eller skal jeg ta spa i morgen på et annet hotell? Vi skal gjennom museum. Det simulator her, som vi skal se på. Og så må vi finne ut av hvor vi skal i morgen. Å, det blir deilig å sove her. Altså, jeg har japansk time klokken 11, så det er gøy. Hun kommer til bare være what. Jeg hadde time med henne i dag tidlig også. Altså. Nei, nå er jeg her. Nå er jeg stikker av gårde. Så ja, i morgen så blir det jo dagslys, så da skal vi prøve å utnytte dagen så mye som mulig. Jeg tror ikke jeg skal pushe meg opp så tidlig, men jeg skal komme meg opp om morgenen. Renne av nesa mi. Jeg skal komme meg opp, ja. Og så får vi se hvordan det blir. Vi tar dagen litt som det kommer. I morgen så skal vi ned mot havet, i hvert fall. Vi snakkes. God natt. Så nå prøver jeg å filme med 360-kamera, og det her er det som er sjukt fett med å faktisk
Holy cow.
360-kamera. Når jeg skal vise dere ting, så trenger jeg ikke drive og snu kamera, for det kan jo kippe hjelpe til med 360-kamera. Når jeg skal vise dere ting, så trenger jeg ikke drive og snu kamera, for det kan jo kippe hjelpe til med. Men jeg dreit meg litt ut her, fordi dette 360-kamera har ikke sånn type connection. Jeg har tatt med meg selfie-stangen, og jeg tenkte jo det hadde vært fantastisk å bruke 360-kamera til å vlogge. Men da kan det hende jeg bare er nødt til å håndholde det sånn her, og så håper jeg det funker greit. For jeg tenkte når vi stikker på museet, så bruker jeg det kameraet her. I stedet for at jeg bruker dette kameraet, da må jeg drive og snu manuelt hele tiden, og jeg tenkte bare at det her kan være litt bra. Så, men nå er det jo ny dag. Jeg har sovet egentlig, altså jeg kom meg i seng alt for sent. Alt for sent. Men sånn er det. Vi prøver å komme oss ut her. Der. Right. Hører du bilen nå? Håper jeg. Så nå er vi ute. Kult. Her er da Speedwayen. Ganske fett. Så de begynte for ca. en time siden. Nå er klokka snart 10. Søren, det er mye fjell og diverse. Litt snø på toppene der borte. Det er ikke langt opp før man skal ha snø, nei. Når jeg ankom i går, vet du, så var det jo snø på taket til bilene. Men jeg så jo ingenting, fordi det var jo bekmørkt. Og når jeg vet oppi her, så er det snø. Nei, så nå må jeg få meg frokost. Jeg veide 77,1 kilo i dag tidlig. Kan jeg sette dere der? Går det? Virker som at det går. Jeg lurer på liksom, nå går jeg akkurat der hvor kamera switcher. Jeg lurer på om det funker. Jeg skal bare hente frokosten min. Jeg er så sulten. 3 måltider med oats i denne, så jeg skal spise ca. en tredjedel nå. Oppe på ikke...
Yo, this cam is insane.
Det er nesten en halv kilo med frukt, 150 gram oats. Det er jo kanskje ikke masse mat, men jeg går jo ned i vekt, så det er ikke så masse mat. Men ja. Fantastisk digg. Jeg lager den havregrynen min, sånn at det nesten smaker som pepperkake der. Litt kardemomme oppi og kanel og... det er så godt. Så det. Nei, men jeg skal få i meg mat. Jeg tusler litt rundt på hotellet. Og så har jeg japansk-timen min om en times tid. Og så skal vi sjekke museet. Men det jeg lurer på er at vi dropper Gold Skin. Og så stikker vi til hotellet som jeg har sjekket ut. Som heter Pearl Star Hotel Atami. Det ser helt sinnssykt ut. Privat onsen, sånn at jeg med tatoveringer kan bade. Jeg fikk faktisk lov til å bade her, fordi jeg hadde ikke noen sånn Yakuza-tatoveringer. Så de spurte liksom, Japanese tattoo? Ja, nei, og så viste jeg armen, og så, fashion tattoo. Hei, hei. Men ja, jeg ser at det har et gym der, så jeg tror vi
Du kan ikke gå i bad hvis du tatoverer igjen.
Jeg er i motorsykkel-gear når jeg da ville ankommet Golds, og da blir det så smakk med pakking av sykkel.
You can go in the pool with jacuzzi tattoos.
Det jeg lurer på er at når vi er ferdig her, vi har utforsket litt, vi har sett litt rundt, så stikker vi da til hotellet, sjekker inn der.
Japan is weird, bro. I guess kind of makes sense, but it doesn't really.
I don't know. Jeg kan ta med meg kamera, og så får vi se. Hvis jeg er alene, så går det kanskje fint. Og så chiller vi i Atami. Det er en god plan. Vi ses. Ok, så da har vi kommet oss inn på museet. Jeg må holde den her litt bedre. Ganske mange syke biler her. Se på de turboene da. Jeg vet ikke, jeg kan ikke så mye om turbo, men de ser store ut. Så nå har jeg fått sjekket ut. Jeg har fått spist. Jeg har hatt japansk-timen min. Så nå tenkte jeg at vi kunne løpe innom her og se litt på biler før vi stikker videre til Atami. Jeg har fått booket hotell der, så det blir bra. Thomas Flyer Model L. Over 100 år gammel bil. Den er svær, altså. Her er Henry Ford, ja. Bet on the race car called Ford 999. Så dette var en racing... Er det rett? Okay. Så det her var racingbil for 100 år siden. Interessant. masse folk der borte, så jeg prøver å holde meg litt unna de, siden jeg synes det er litt sånn småflaut å gå rundt og filme, så det er noe jeg må bli vant med. Dette er en Sunbeam Grand Prix. Den ble bygd i 1922, så den er altså over 100 år gammel. Den ser jo vesentlig mye raskere ut enn Forden, da. Og det er bare 13 år mellom de, så de forsto fort. Den gule der, da, den er ganske kul. Artig. 1926. Bugatti. Bugatti begynte tidlig. Der, ja. Dr. Ferdinand Porsche. Her three dreams, a people's car, a racing machine and a farmer's tractor. Ja, han fikk vel til det. 356. Det er strøken, altså.
That's amazing. WN Sport.
Oi, oi, oi. Her er en Honda, japansk bil, 1967. Formel 1-bil, dette. Oi, Formula 1 Grand Prix. 4. plass med den bilen der. Veldig, veldig kult. Er det litt mer sånn Le Mans-type bil? Toyota. Toyota 7. Can-Am-vinner. Isuzu. Kule biler, da. Det ser helt sykt ut å sitte oppi der og kjøre den. Veldig lite beskyttelse. Dette er også en bil som har vært kjørt i Japan. Japansk sjåfør. Lola heter den. Japan Grand Prix. Og så er det Formel 1-bilen der.
The Fuji, is that where
Snakker vi 90-tallet? 2002.
people did racing or something in Japan?
Ja, det er en Nissan-motor i den. Og så ble det Toyota fra 2003. Svære hjul. Ok, det er en etasje til. Andre etasje, la oss stikke dit. Oi, what? Dette ser jo helt sjukt ut da. Se på den bilen der da. Wow. Dette er jo helt sjukt. Denne ser rimelig ny ut. 2012, ja. Fy søren, hvor fett det må være å kjøre. What? Dette ser jo helt sjukt ut da. Se på den bilen der da. Wow. Dette er jo helt sjukt. Denne ser rimelig ny ut. 2012, ja. Fy søren og fett det må være å kjøre de der. Og så har du Alfa Romeo da. Fra 1930, snart 100 år gammel. Det er mange kule biler, ass. Jeg lurer på hvem som eier den samlingen her, for det er... Ja. Rallybil. Er Petter Solberg sin bil her? Er det kanskje den? Ser grove ut, de bilene her, altså. Så bare impressa. Ja. 96. Colin McRae. Ja, ok, så det var ikke Solberg. Her er motorgreier. Rotary engine. Ja. Enda en bil. Mitsubishi. Det kunne være kult om Solberg sin bil var her. En svenske som har kjørt den. Eie elg. Wow. Nissan R85. Jeg er overrasket over hvor store disse bilene er. Se på det her da. The milestone of the first overall victory for a Japanese car and rotary engine. Mazda. Og de motorene sine, ja. Lyden på den bilen her er sikkert helt vill. Det er sikkert helt pust. Ja, der kom det. Men jeg skvatt litt, jeg. Fy søren og fett. Ah, jeg må ta bilde her, jeg. Satan. Det her er kult, ass. Jeg må virkelig få skaffet meg, eller jeg har det sikkert hjemme, sånn holder. Så jeg får lettere filmet med den her, uten at dere ser hånda mi i bånd, liksom. Dritkult, faktisk. Wingwell 1. Ah, se på den, da. Det ser ut som at den har fått litt juling også.
How many cars is there here? What the fuck?
Fy søren, den ser rask ut, altså. Hvor mye power fikk de ut av den der, da? Det står ikke hvor mye hester det er. Den tok med 4 liter V6. Er det 500 hester i den vilde greia der? Den er kanskje ikke så liten. Og den satt inn i den, og så var det hybrid, altså den hadde noe mer også. Ja, det var nesten 1000 hester totalt, ja. Jeg må ta bilde av den nå. Åh, litt trangt her. Veldig, veldig kult. Dette er litt mer sånn GT3-stil. Og dekka. Please do not touch, ok. Ja, så det er mange lag med greier. Ja, det her var tøft, altså. Toyota Corolla, rally. Jeg synes det er kult at de ikke har tatt ut noe inni. De har liksom bare latt hele bilen være der. Tipper de sikkert kjører de iblant. Ja, det ser jo litt her hjemme da. Nissan GTR, 2002. Tøft. Den er jo også kul da. Her er det en Lexus, ja. Bilstein. 2007-modell. Lexus og Toyota er jo samme selskap. Så var det en bil bak her da. Kult. 2002-modell.
Look at that. Oh man.
Det der er tøft. Det der er drittøft. Og så snickersbil. Ja. NASCAR. Kult. Nei, men ok. Jeg får pakke sammen sakene, og kult å se på det her. Jeg tar og går meg en liten tur til for å se litt nærmere på enkelte biler og ta litt flere bilder. Og så kobler vi opp når jeg er på motorsykkelen, og så ses vi der. Arigato. Ok, da begynner vi å nærme oss. Ok, da er det ut på tur. Skal vi se her da. Fy søren altså, nå er det motorvlogg. Så jeg har jo pakket denne sykkelen med skikkelig jallamek. Jeg kjøpte billig stroppe på Daiso som er sånn 10-kroners butikk. Det er billigere også, det er sånn 6-kroners butikk. Men det funker det, altså. Det er jo jævlig kult, da. Borti der, langt borti der, Fuji Speedway, som dere ser inngangen der. Dette er hotellet jeg så på i natt. Men som sagt, det er skikkelig jallamek det jeg har bygd bak her nå. Og jeg merker jo det at jeg liker den sykkelen her ekstremt godt. Ja, det ser jeg snø oppi fjellene der, og der er Fuji. Vi skal den veien, så kanskje vi får bedre bilde av den. Men, så det kan fort hende at jeg kommer til å gå for den sykkelen her, altså. Da kjøper jeg jo bagasjebagger til den også, sånn at det blir mye lettere å dra på turer. Ja, men da er vi på tur! 1 time, 12 minutter til vi er fremme på hotellet. Her kjørte jeg jo i går, men jeg så jo absolutt ingenting. Det var jo bekmørkt. Det er jo vinter nå, ikke sant? Det synes jeg også er digg med Japan, er at du kan kjøre motorsykkel på vinteren. Altså, det er jo kaldt, men det er vel som å kjøre i oktober i Norge, tenker jeg. Jeg vet ikke helt hva jeg skal sammenligne med. Poenget mitt er at jeg synes japansk natur er veldig fin. Men det er vel sånne turer som det her som jeg egentlig alltid har lyst til å ha. Og så kjøpte jeg jo da BMW S1000 RR, og de turene her er jo ikke helt... Altså, den sykkelen er jo ikke laget helt for de type turer. Det her synes jeg er veldig koselig. Jeg elsker å kjøre S1000 RR, men det er ikke noe komfortabelt med i det hele tatt, egentlig, å stikke på sånn tur som det her med den sykkelen. Da synes jeg kanskje det her er kanskje bedre. Spesielt når jeg får ordentlig bagasjebagger. Nå snakker jeg jo litt som at jeg gjør det, men jeg skal ta et par telefoner og sånn, så må vi se.
Oh, damn, bro. He really driving quick, isn't he?
Mr. Fuji-san, Toto. Men nå skal Fuji være bak oss. Kanskje vi ser han etterpå. Han er veldig stor. 4000 meter høy, så det er sjanse for at vi kommer til å se den fra det nye hotellet også. Så jeg den bilen kommer nå i garaget. Der er Fuji! Holy shit!
Holy shit, I'm rich.
Hallo, vloggen! Min fra siden, jeg vet ikke om dere så det, men hele sykkelen gikk mot ene siden her. Tinder! Det er quick refresh, ja. Det er den notifikasjonen jeg får hver dag, for jeg er aldri innom på Tinder. Det er bare sånn, quick refresh, may give you some swipes. Jeg får aldri en like på Tinder. Det er så trist. Bumble er litt bedre da, men fy søren. Det er ganske tørt. Tinder er gratis på grunn av Revolut, og Bumble er sånn der, det er kjøpt en gang, og så har du det resten av livet greia. Så one time payment, rest of life. Jeg var litt kø. Hadde jeg vært på R-sykkelen nå, så hadde jeg jo sniket.
Revolut gives free Tinder.
Litt av grunnen til at jeg kjører så hardt når jeg kjører R-sykkelen, er jo fordi det er litt slitsomt å kjøre sakte. Sånn som nå, altså. Dette er jo med null stress, ikke sant? Det er super chill. Så med R-sykkelen så blir du liksom litt sånn, du sitter veldig fram, du sitter veldig aggressivt. Og hele sykkelen også, ikke sant? Selv om jeg har den på rain mode, så er den jo aggressiv. Selv om det er bare 60% effekt eller noe. Men her, jeg sitter så godt, og det er komfortabelt liksom. Jeg blir liksom ikke så stresset, jeg bare følger trafikken. Det er landsbyen, ass. Sånn som det her hadde jeg aldri opplevd, hadde jeg ikke kjørt motorsykkel. Så selv om det er veldig dyrt, og jeg kaster bort i gåsehøyne masse penger for å kjøpe motorsykkel, og spesielt hvis jeg skal bytte, det er liksom 50 000 kroner rett til vinduet, som gjør veldig vondt i magen, men jeg tror det er helt rett. Og det å kunne oppleve dette og reise rundt og liksom virkelig få se hva Japan er, det tror jeg kommer til å sette pris på senere i livet, da. Yatsumito! Noen 14 kroner literen på høyoktan. Atami! Hakone Pass. Jeg er jo ikke langt unna Hakone. Jeg må ta en ordentlig tur dit igjen nå. Jeg har jo faktisk kun hatt én natt i Hakone tidligere, så det er jo masse å utforske der også. Open Air Museum, for eksempel. Det virker så sykt lokalt. Ramen-parkering, så er det der. Oi, det der ser kult ut. Søren for et big dancehall.
Yo, so can we maybe update
Her splitter det seg opp
crop
i fjellene, og kjører du den
rates?
veien, skal du til havet, kjører du den veien. Så skal vi ned mot havet. Det skal være havutsikt fra hotellrommet mitt. Jeg dro på litt og kjøpte et skikkelig bra hotellrom. Jeg håper i hvert fall det ble det. Det skal være eget onsen på balkongen. Så det skal være ganske amazing. Og jeg gleder meg, altså. Jeg er så spent på hvordan den byen her ser ut. Når jeg planla den turen her, så tenkte jeg bare stikker til Fuji og Hakone. Og så ble det jo helt annerledes, fordi det var veldig mange hoteller som var utsolgt. Og så sendte jeg melding til en venninne her i Japan og bare sa jeg stikker dit nå. Let me know om du har noen tips, liksom. Og da sa hun Atami, superfint. Så tenkte jeg ok, YOLO, nå stikker vi dit. Og derfor er vi her nå.
Or she just living life. I don't know. I was
Så fordi
jealous.
jeg på krabbekjøre med motorsykler her. Det som er dritten her er at jeg sitter så langt foran, så jeg kommer liksom ikke ordentlig til bakbremsen. Uten å... Jeg blir alt for hard på den. Og jeg har veldig lyst til å dra forbi. Jeg føler veldig for det. Artig plass. Det ser veldig gammelt ut, alt sammen. Løpe på nå, kompis. Jogge, jogge, jogge. Men du ser det ryker ut av de forskjellige pipene her. Så dette er jo en onsen-by, slik jeg har forstått det. Det er litt av poenget med hele greia. Da er vi på vei. Det var bare choke point med det lyskrysset. Nytt choke point her. Kult, her må vi jo ta en tur da. Her må vi jo gå og se litt. Det er jo fullt kaos. Så mange mennesker i en butikk. Men ja, det her er hotellet mitt.
I want to see this. I want to see this.
Jeg lurer på om jeg bare skal hoppe av her, jeg. Skal vi bare sette sykkelen her så lenge. Mens vi sjekker inn. Og så spør vi da hvor jeg skal parkere. Konnichiwa! Hi. Checking in.
Yes, thank you very much.
Hi. Hitori desu. Alright, så da har jeg ankommet hotellet. Her er inngangen, som dere ser.
Damn.
Det hotellet her. Jeg ankom faktisk for en time siden, men jeg sitter i telefon med family og har spist litt. Og så gjør jeg en house tour. Det er helt sjukt det hotellet her, altså. Så her har dere litt bad.
What?
Vi skal ikke se opp i toalettskåla der, for det er flere noe spennende. Vaskeklosset, laderne mine og alt sånt. Og skal få lada det, så vi kan filme mer. Så er det 2 senger. I don't know why, men det var sånn det var. Alt her er tatami-gulv. Så dette er jo sånn tradisjonelt japansk rom. Veldig fint, altså. Kjøkken med maten min allerede i kjøleskapet. Jeg puttet det inni der. Og så er det stua. Jeg sitter og setter litt sumo-wrestling. Det er ganske interessant. Får meg ikke helt på sporten, men sånn er det. Så er det balkong. Det er jo kaldt, det er en sånn 10 grader. Men stille og rolig. Går her på stranda. Det er jo så klart ingen som er og bader. Alt for kaldt for det. Men det blir gøy å ta en liten tur etterpå og utforske litt. Så skal jeg filme om det er noe jeg ser som er spennende og interessant. Jeg ser det er et slott der oppe. Ja, få tusle litt rundt og se på Atami.
Where?
Se hvordan det er.
Excuse me, bro. How?
Jeg er nødt til å komme på trening og kjørt en ryggøkt, og så spise mer, og så kan vi finne på et eller annet. Badet er ganske vilt. Der er et toalett til. Men ja, onsen her. Og det er dritvarmt, det vannet her. Så det blir digg å slappe litt av oppi der. Litt utsikten, stille og rolig. Så der er hotellrommet. Fantastisk rått. Hvis dere har lyst til å søke opp, så heter det Pearl Star Hotel Atami. Dette er rommet. Skyvedør her, hvis barna har lyst til å legge seg tidlig. Mens de voksne sitter og koser seg med litt sake. Nei, men smooth. Klokka er 4:15, så jeg får egentlig bare skifte inn i gymklær og komme meg av gårde. Så ses vi.
The New World glow up is absolutely insane.
Og komme meg av gårde. Så ses vi etter hvert utover kvelden. Da skal vi videre. Det var ikke så mye som skjedde i går kveld. Det var ekstremt stille, så til de av dere som følger med på Insta og Snapchat og så videre, dere så hvor stille det var i byen her etter sånn klokken 6. Det var helt dødt. Men da er vi på plass. Jeg tenkte vi skulle stikke opp på slottet en tur. Det er bare en 10 minutter kjøretur dit. Det er i hvert fall fint vær i dag da. Det er sykt digg. Det er sinnssykt digg. Det er litt flere folk ute. Det er koselig. Det er hyggelig å se litt mennesker. Når jeg tuslet rundt i går, så var det ingen, absolutt ingen ute.
What?
Jeg bare sniket meg av gårde. Det er jo ikke vits å drive og vente på alle disse. Jeg vet ikke om man må blinke her når det bare er én vei du kan kjøre. Det virker som at det er mye enveiskjørt i den byen her. Det synes jeg er litt artig. Og hvorfor er det artig? Jo, det er artig fordi jeg liksom aldri sett det før i Japan. Her gikk jeg og tuslet i dag tidlig, tok meg en liten morning walk, og så sov jeg en time til. Jeg har vært i Onsen 2 ganger i dag. Se her, ja. Der er gamle taxien, da. Så oppå her er da dette slottet.
I don't understand. Why are they driving on the yellow line? Driving in the yellow, I don't think that's allowed.
Nå kjørte jeg feil. Ok, da ble det litt ekstra kjøring. Så sjukt merkelig. Men fy søren for en utsikt. Se på det her da. Dette er kult. Dette er dritkult. Skal jeg opp her? Ja, det skal jeg.
I want to see this so-called castle. What the fuck?
For en bakke. For en bakke. Dette kan ikke være rett. Skal jeg virkelig kjøre her? Jesus. Det var latterlig bratt. Men så artig å kjøre her. Det er greit teknisk å kjøre her da. Men vi kommer da fram et eller annet sted nå. Oi, er det sakura? Er det det? Begynner det å blomstre nå? Oi, der var slottet, vet du. I søren så kult. Se der. Der er slottet.
Oh, you can drive to it? Do it.
Se på det der. Kult. Konnichiwa. Hei. Arigato gozaimasu. Da er vi fremme. Det var hyggelig, ja. Hei. Hei. Tabben. 200? そうです、そうです。じゃあ今領収書持って。はい。はい、じゃあこれどうぞ。ありがとうございます。ここね、入ったら赤い階段があります。そこに上がってください。はい。わかりました。ありがとう。Jeg fikk dere litt japansk også. Så da er vi ved Atama Castle. Kult. Det er første gang jeg så nærme et japansk slott. Det blir gøy å utforske. Det er altså en sinnssyk utforskning.
Oh, you can go inside?
Hvordan det er med filming og diverse og sånn, men det finner vi ut av. Men se her da. Hæ? Hvor rått er ikke der? Nydelig. Det ser veldig kult ut det. Hotellet der sånn. Jeg tror det er et hotell. Interessant setup. Men kult. La oss stikke opp og se.
Hey, hey. Pardon. Wait, is that a monkey? What am I looking at? Is that a chimpanzee? What is that? fuck is that?
Så nå har jeg vært og surret litt rundt her oppe.
What the fuck is that?
Fotospot der sånn. Det er rett ut i havet. Det er helt sjukt. Du ser jo også havet rundt oss overalt her. I tillegg så var det jo en veldig artig sånn greie med en ape her, og jeg vet ikke helt hvor greit det var, men det skjer der borte. Det skjedde nå. Håper apen har det fint i hvert fall. Så ja, artig plass hvis du er i Atami. Anbefaler jeg å stikke innom her. Kul kafé, rett bak meg der sånn. Ser ut som at folk har det fint her. Så har vi slått bak meg her. Det koster ganske mye penger å gå inn, eller ikke ganske mye, bare 100 kroner. Så jeg tror jeg dropper det, fordi jeg tror ikke det er liksom dette slottet jeg skal bruke penger og tid på. Sier ikke at det slottet her ikke er verdt å stikke til, men det finnes andre slott som er mye større. Så da bryter jeg ikke min jomfrudom med dette slottet. Jeg venter. Uansett, fantastisk utsikt dette også. Litt ved hele Atami. Skal vi se hvor jeg bodde. Det bygget bodde jeg i. Så nå får vi stikke videre. Jeg aner ikke helt hvor jeg skal. Om jeg kanskje skal prøve å finne en coastal route på vei hjemover. Lurer på om vi kanskje skal prøve på det. Det finner dere ut av. Ok. Da er vi ferdig på slottet. Jeg har satt opp GPS-en så vi får litt coastal views, og ikke bruke så alt for lang tid hjem. Det er det jeg prøver på nå. Sånn at jeg ikke kommer hjem dødsent. Det er målet. Vi prøver i hvert fall det. GPS-en er litt borte vekk nå, men load vel på nytt nå snart. Litt usikker på hva han vil her. Men ok, her kommer vi ned her til det interessante hotellet.
But his phone lasts this entire time.
Her føler jeg har blitt liksom min første vellykkede motoblogg Explorer-tur. Vi får nå se hvordan den ender opp, men jeg har liksom følt at jeg har fått... Det har ikke vært noe stress med filming og kamera, alt det har gått noenlunde fint. Det har ikke vært noe stress med sykkelen, så det føles veldig godt. Så jeg håper dere liker det her, og så med tid så vil jeg bare bli bedre og bedre på å lage disse typer videoene. Jeg vil også bli mer komfortabel med å filme i public, og så skal jeg kjøpe meg en stang som jeg kan bruke på 360-kameraet, sånn at vi kan også vlogge med det, så det tror jeg er ganske mye bedre enn å bruke liksom den GoProen som jeg har foran på hjelmen her. Det tror jeg kan gi ganske mye kule effekter og sånn. Det er litt krefter i det havet her, altså. Altså den retningen der, det er jo rett over til USA, eller det er jo dritlangt over til USA, det er jo 10 timer i fly eller noe, men du ser det er ganske svære bølger. Jeg hadde ikke trivet så godt ute i det vannet der nå. Det tror jeg er både kaldt og mye krefter.
Wait, that's to the US? How? Isn't Japan on the right of the map? All the US is on the left?
Fy søren, se på de bølgene. Holy shit! Det er litt kraft i de greiene her. Se på det der, da! Shit, ass! Wow! Det er nesten så jeg begynner å grine. Det gjør så inntrykk på meg. Jeg koser meg så sykt. Ja, det er kult, ass. Se på det her, da! Jeg har aldri sett noe sånt, jeg. Her stod det på skiltet der at det var 7,2 meter. Fy søren, ass. 7,2 meter ned til havet herifra. Så det har sikkert noe med disse bølgene å gjøre, siden de bølgene her ser du er sjuke. Så det er noe ganske lite som skal til før de veiene her er totally soaked.
Oi.
Så er det greiene her da.
Then why did they make it there? The road.
Men jeg må drive og lese disse kinesiske tegnene og sånn. Da går det så dårlig. Hei. Ikke. Arigato gozaimasu. Ok, nei, men det gikk jo fint da. Moncava. Moncava, det betyr elvens åpning. Og det forstår jeg faktisk kun på grunn av de kinesiske tegnene. Mon er åpning eller dør, mer gate, altså kava er jo elv.
What?
Hvor kult.
Alven søt.
Ikke sneket en del.
Yeah, that's kind of why I actually want to drive a motorcycle, because that looks so nice to just go past cars.
Da vi ferdig med Coastal View, tror jeg. Så da det bare rett hjem. Mest sannsynlig så blir det bare kjedelig motorvei resten av turen hjem. Så der vi. Åh, se på det der, så fint. Her har Sakran begynt å blomstre. Holy shit. Her har Sakran begynt å blomstre. Det første gang jeg ser. Jeg har jo ikke vært i Japan i den årstiden her før, så det første gang jeg ser Sakran blomstre. Wow. Jeg gleder meg til hele byen full. Disse krigsflyene, altså. Et eller annet som skjer. Not here, please.
Oh, that touch me. Don't touch me there.
Ok, men da tenker jeg at da skrur jeg egentlig bare her, og så filmer jeg en outro når jeg kommer hjem.
Og da kom jeg nettopp hjem. Vært en fantastisk tur med sykkelen. Bagasjen sitter fortsatt på. Den første langturen med en GS. Jeg likte det veldig godt. Mye bedre.
Why is he showing it outside his house?
Se. Jeg må gå litt i tenkebobla og ta en vurdering om jeg skal bytte ut S1000 med R1300 GS Adventure. Det kommer jo til å være enda bedre når jeg slipper å pakke sånn og faktisk bruker brakettene her nede til å koble på bagasjen. Da vil det føles enda bedre også å kjøre.
Like if you should never ever show outside your house ever.
Ja.
Well, I don't care if I do. I don't give a fuck. Like, if you want to be private, which this guy just tried to be.
Mods til forskjellige ting, om det noe opptaksutstyr, om det noe kule greier til sykkel, om det noe bra klær som dere vet om. Så skyt gjerne en kommentar i kommentarfeltet. Og så håper jeg dere abonnerer, for de fleste av dere tipper jeg ikke gjør det. Det mange nye her, tenker jeg. Og så ses vi igjen. Stay awesome. Ha det godt da.
Oh, I want to see this.
Costa Rica es mi patria querida. Vergel bello de aromas y flores.
Arriving in Costa Rica for the first time, I didn't really know what to expect.
Damn.
It feels like I'm exploring something that's familiar but also unknown.
Oh my gosh, the truck.
I know.
The white truck.
Is this your first time seeing it close?
Yeah. I'm like honestly starstruck.
When I spend my whole life looking through the eyes of the street view car and then to see it from a different point of view.
This is our trekker.
I don't even know what to say. I don't want to touch anything, but I also want to touch everything.
Feel free to, just don't touch the lenses.
Costa Rica Gen 4 is coming, and I'm a part of it.
It's kind of a surreal experience.
This is super
it feels
cool.
Like a friend. Top 3 most like eventful thing in my life, honestly. Top 3 moment for me.
This is super cool.
Ok, la que es directo, listo.
You've been training for this, right?
Literally every waking moment for the last 26 years of my life has led up to this single moment. I honestly just can't believe I'm sitting in this Street View car right now. It feels like I'm in Street View, even though I know I'm in Costa Rica in the real world. It's like you're driving through what feels like Street View imagery.
In a way, we're kind of creating this time capsule of the state of the world in a location every time we drive by.
I wish we could get on that.
I think we are.
There's no way we get on that. Is that the road?
Yeah, that's the road.
Oh my gosh. This is a monumental moment. Oh my gosh. There's no way. What a moment. This is the beauty of Street View if you think about it. What a beautiful road. Wow. 10 out of 10. 5 out of 5 stars. 5 stars.
5 stars.
Wow. You know, I don't think you guys realize how monumental that was. Roads like that are always very highly appreciated within the community. We call them flooded road locations because the driver doesn't have to go down that road. To be a part of a road like that is very special.
Feels fulfilling to work on a product that I know are helping millions of people a day.
Many millions. Street View is so vital to small businesses. To be able to give anyone in the world access to look and give them a new glimpse into what they're going to get before they even have to go there is so important. From the Street View location to the maps to their views to itself, everything is so vital.
Alberto's horses is Felipe, Alberto's son, and Alberto.
Nice to meet you guys.
They represent the real Costa Rican cowboys. Alberto wants to invite both of you to horseback ride. You've done it before?
I haven't.
No?
This will be the first time.
This is your first time?
Great.
A local guide adds this human perspective to maps, showing you what a place is really like.
Let's go, man. This is so sick.
Yeah, these are real cowboy hours.
Right off to the sunset. No, I really do think trekker coverage is like some of the most cool coverage that there is.
I agree, it's definitely our most unique coverage.
The point of the trekker is to get to, like, for me at least, in my head, the trekker is places that can be untouched by car.
Yeah, 100%.
You know what this trekker backpack helps with a lot?
What?
Posture.
Is this fixing your posture
I think
as
it
we
is.
speak?
I think I unironically just reversed 15 years of gamer posture. Look at this bridge. Oh my gosh.
I love whenever we do special collects and we get to capture something truly unique.
Wow, this is super cool. It really is super cool, huh?
These are gonna be really good panos. The old backpacks were heavier, so... Congrats on getting our most difficult trekker collect.
I don't know if that's true, but... We did it. Officially, Street View coverage. 500 steps up, 500 steps down.
How long did he join the drive for?
This was such a special experience. I was the first one to study Costa Rica before it releases. So I'm leaving smarter and humbled by all the people I met. And we mapped all of that. Crazy. We'll take that.
Take a listen.
Candace Owens cooked you, Ben. She made you look like, well, the little bitch that you are. She straight up publicly humiliated you, and you allowed her to let you destroy the entire media organization that you built.
And a lot of people, which is also interesting, are stating that Candace Owens is, Candace Owens was successful in leaving the Daily Wire, getting fired from the Daily Wire, and now she's a massive independent commentator, public figure, and this only happened, her success only happened after the Daily Wire. She's probably feeling really good right now. I'm going to be honest. If I was Candace Owens, I'd be feeling pretty damn good right now.
Django Unchained. Dude, she's like Django. She's like Django killing everybody in the big house and then blowing it up. Kind of what it was, because she was there. She worked there. She was probably one of the top shows. And then she just exploded the whole house on her way out. Kind of epic. Can't lie. I'm going to glaze Candace Owens a little bit. I don't agree with everything that she's up to, but, if she brings down the Daily Wire, then she's a patriot.
So people are crediting me, but do I actually deserve that credit? Have I been focusing my attention on the Daily Wire throughout this show? Well, taking a look at a more, I guess you could say, the business side of affairs, this user Akash Gupta, wrote this on X, and I thought it was worth reading. He wrote, "The Daily Wire is the case study of why personality-driven media companies cannot compound. A peak in late 2023, Shapiro's YouTube alone pulled 170 million monthly views. Daily Wire Plus subscriptions, a Nashville studio operation, Bentkey Kids Streaming, an e-commerce arm with razors and chocolates and cigars. The company was running $1 billion conservative Disney bet. Then they made the studio bet bigger. Pendragon Cycle, an Arthurian fantasy series of the kind that has bankrupted larger production houses. Bentkey trying to compete with Disney for kids' attention. Daily Wire Plus chasing Netflix. Running a newsroom, a film studio, a children's streaming platform, and a private label consumer goods business simultaneously requires either limitless capital or extraordinary discipline." Some of it worked. Matt Walsh's Am I Racist was the top grossing documentary of 2024, but most of it didn't. In March of 2024, they parted ways with Candace Owens. She walked into the open market and built a show that competes with theirs. Today, she has 5.5 million YouTube subscribers and added 10.9 million followers across platforms since January of 2025, generating roughly 805 million views in that window. Daily Wire converted its biggest distribution asset into its largest competitor. Early 2025, co-founder Jeremy Boring stepped down as co-CEO and launched a solo podcast outside of the company that he co-founded. Bentkey was shuttered the same year, entire team cut. Then the audience math hit Shapiro himself, 170 million monthly YouTube views in late 2023 to roughly 22 million in early 2026. An 85% collapse in 18 months. Another 60,000 subscribers gone in the last 90 days alone. Layoffhedge.com estimates cumulative workforce reduction above 60% over the past year. Tucker Carlson left Fox in 2023. He kept his audience. He runs his shop with a fraction of the headcount. Megyn Kelly's network drew 138 million YouTube views in February alone. The personalities figured out that they don't need the platform, but the platform discovered the opposite. Daily Wire built $1 billion valuation on names that can walk, take their audience with them, and run a competing show from a laptop the next morning. 170 million views down to 22 million. The company kept the overhead, but the audience left with the people. I thought that was a very fair assessment. And looking at the commentary regarding me, plus reading his business look at it, I actually think it's a combination of both of those assessments, right? Because what Akash is missing, he brings up Tucker Carlson and Megyn Kelly. Yes, they are indeed more successful than they were when they were on cable news. They are successful in their own right, but their exits did not destroy Fox News. That's crucial. Their exits, despite the fact that they are doing better, did not destroy Fox News. This means that Daily Wire is unique.
Yeah, that's right. The Daily Wire is unique because they're responsible for their own downfall. They have completely destroyed themselves. But What else did you expect? If you have like a little Ben Shapiro sharing all this Israel first nonsense day after day, instead of like talking about actual problems in the United States of America, people are tired of you, people don't want to listen to you anymore. And as well, you have like Ben Shapiro, day after day, this guy is like calling out or attacking real patriots, like for example, Candace Owens, Alex Jones, Nick Fuentes, Tucker Carlson, Megyn Kelly, and I can go on and on and on. He's always fighting those people, and at the same time, then you have like this group at the Daily Wire, Ben Shapiro, Michael Knowles, Matt Walsh, they are acting like they are real
Ben
patriots. They
Shapiro.
will never talk about actual problems here. They will never criticize what, for example, the state of Israel is doing.
What?
People can see this now. They're so done with this. And this is the reason why no one wants to listen to the Daily Wire anymore. It's just fake.
They are unique. They are set apart from those examples. I left PragerU. I left Turning Point USA. Neither one of those companies were destroyed by my exit. In fact, we were all friends when I left. I went on to work with Turning Point all the way through until this year, actually, contractually. And same with PragerU. We would still do things together. I was still close with Marissa, very close with Marissa. So what makes those companies, what is it that makes those companies different, right? I think what makes them different is that they didn't stalk their departed talent. They just let them go, and they never mentioned them again. Right? Tucker Carlson did not then face 2 years of arbitration and fights and gag orders with Fox News, being chased for every penny. They didn't try to stop his next move. They weren't navigating and having hit pieces written about them. They truly wanted to just turn the page, meaning they're a real business. They are a real business. They want to keep it corporate. Goodbye. Okay? Public didn't like how they dealt with it. I didn't like how they dealt with it. But actually, in retrospect, it was clean, right? Now, compare that to the Daily Wire. Think about the positively erratic and, dare I say, deranged decisions that the company made just over the last few months.
Facts.
6 months.
Yeah.
They brought back my social channels to mock me. Okay. This is unbelievable. It's beyond psychopathic to do something like this 2 years after you fire someone. They also attempted, in case you forgot, they attempted to create an entire show dedicated to making fun of this show. Remember? In the no-no, where you had that spastic girl that was like standing on the couch like a Nickelodeon girl, like making fun of me, and it was weird and it was cringe and also beyond the realm of being stalked by a former employer. It's strange. You don't keep someone's socials and go, ha ha, I own your name and likeness and I can do this. You have to pause and really consider how unusual that was. Now, that was a mere months removed from the end of their last legal action against me, too. So that there's never been a stop in my life of the Daily Wire chasing me. If this was an ex-boyfriend, everyone would say that I was in need of a restraining order. Like I said, they wear the mask of this is all court. We just really want to go after her because of that
Damn.
like. She liked that.
That's a good point, though.
Apparently.
Maybe, I guess.
So you cannot discount the fact that Ben Shapiro, who is considered, and this is sad for the other people on the platform, he is considered the face of the company. And he developed tunnel vision. He bet the company on destroying me. I didn't want to fight with them. I wanted to peace out. I wish Andrew Klavan never made the Crisis King video. You would have never heard from me. We can never speak about each other ever again. But they were plotting. They wanted to be destructive. I mean, just take a listen to him and the many battles that he is fighting. Nobody knows why. The people that he should be uniting with and being friends with, that he's taking stabs at. Take a listen to him over just these last few months.
So, here's the thing. Theo Vaughn is a low IQ conspiracist. He has himself routinely propped up Candace Owens, has lent credence to her insanity. Theo Vaughn is basically just a Bernie Sanders leftist who does not like the censorious impulses of the left and engages in all the same conspiracy theories and, of course, is good friends with Candace Owens and all of the rest of it. And yes, Erica Kirk absolutely should sue the living hell out of Candace Owens for this sort of stuff.
Right,
Well, Michael,
whatever.
I'll just ask you straight up. Is Candace Owens doing something evil by attacking Erica Kirk?
I think that it's wrong to attack Erica Kirk.
Well,
I
no,
agree.
say the sentence with her
No,
name in it.
I'm not going to dance
I know
like
you
a
won't.
puppet for the podcast force.
I think that what Candace Owens is doing right now is evil. It is evil what she is doing right now. Okay, and I say that again.
But what?
Because
Like
it is
I didn't opine on whether it's evil or not, but my position is it's really none of my business. And
why is it? But I have a question. Why is it none of your business? I mean, you
Because
comment
I
on
don't-
these things for a living.
I'm not mother of the internet.
No, but
but if this were on the left and somebody were accusing Charlie Kirk of his wife having murdered him, I assume that you would be talking about it.
Is that what Candace is accusing Erica of?
Yes. Of course, the issue here is not just that Megyn Kelly has some questionable principles and has been programming directly into the Groyper right. It is that she remains a coward. Remember, this is still the woman who says she is friends with Candace Owens.
So no, Tucker Carlson, it is not an excuse to go silent on Candace's targeting of TPUSA, or to mirror her bullshit lines of questioning because you love Candace personally. The same holds true of Megyn Kelly.
I mean, it's just not normal. Right? It's just not normal to go after Theo Von. Everybody loves Theo Von. He's just a person that everybody loves, but he just goes, Theo Von is friends with Candace Owens, and I therefore hate him, and I want to destroy him, and every person has to want to destroy her and join this team. You can't have those sorts of people in the boardroom. Your company will eventually destroy itself.
Here you go, guys. This is exactly what I just tried to explain before. This
Yeah.
is just how little Ben Shapiro is. Like this weasel
Did you
is
drop?
always attacking other people. He's
Yeah,
just
right.
so
Yeah,
jealous.
right.
He's probably so jealous about like
Yeah,
what
right,
happened with
man.
Candace Owens. She left the Daily Wire not so long ago, and she is now
I don't
more
want to drop
popular
it.
than like
I'd
Daily
rather
Wire and Ben Shapiro combined.
I'd rather drop
He is just so
what's it
jealous, and he
called?
cannot handle the fact that like Candace Owens is now one of the
Strawberry
most
Dye
famous podcasters in the world.
or Dung
Like
Dye.
so many people, like she has 5.5 million subscribers now already, and it's only growing, and that's really good. And then Ben Shapipi should ask himself, how is it possible that people don't want to listen to me, but they want to listen to Candace Owens? We all know why, because Candace Owens is actually
1
talking
in
about the things
500k without fortune, but with my fortune, I think it's 1 in like
and you don't hear Ben
96,000.
Shapiro talking about this. You don't hear the Daily Wire talking about this, because we all know they're not America first, they're Israel first. And little Ben is not only jealous, he's also kind of stupid, because I
So it's
really
not
think
like
that he doesn't even
impossible,
know that
but
he
it's
is
still
destroying
gonna
his own
take a lot of
credibility, and he's
Finnegans.
destroying the Daily Wire by attacking all these people, these real patriots, who are also like very popular. I don't have to explain that like Candace, Tucker, Alex Jones, Nick Fuentes, that they are like very popular. So if you're gonna attack them, people don't like them,
But
and that's why people, they
Strawberry
don't
Dye
want to
might be
listen
an
to them anymore.
issue.
They don't want to listen to like this Israel first propaganda from the Daily
Dude, so
Wire.
basically
And this
they
is
did
exactly
actually
what
do
we
an
see
update
now.
today
And also I'm
about
getting so annoyed because it's just
with the
fake. Ben
feast.
Shapiro is fake, the Daily Wire is fake.
Did you
Always
see?
acting like they are these
But it's like a
America
terrible
first
update.
conservative guys.
They
Meanwhile,
literally
they're
missed the
like,
mark.
they don't care about me, they don't care about the United States of America, they're loyal to another country, and they're not even hiding that anymore. I really feel like Ben Shapiro is just like sharing this Israel first propaganda, and
Yeah,
people
they
don't
just
want to
buffed
listen to this anymore.
Overvolume,
People are tired of
basically.
this, especially after this whole war
On the
between Israel
Talisman
and
and then
Palestine.
on the
Everyone is so
enchant
sick
for
of this,
farming tools
and who is responsible
and
for that?
stuff.
It's Ben Shapiro himself. He completely
I don't
destroyed
know.
his own credibility.
But
He
that's
destroyed the
not,
whole Daily
that's
Wire.
pretty
And if you want to
indirect
play
buff.
stupid games,
Like,
you
I
should
want
be
to see a
surprised if you run away
direct
to
buff
prize.
who
And
the
that's exactly what is
crop
happening now with
drops.
the Daily Wire.
On the bare,
Now, if the
or the crop
employees found
unique
out on
drops.
Friday that
I don't want to see
the
no
company could no longer
indirect
afford to
buff.
sustain them, then we can reasonably assume that Ben, who's a part owner of the company, knew months ahead. And so what you're looking at there is that with his dying corporate breath, what he wanted was to come after me.
Yeah, like,
Me.
we need a
That
5x
is
drop
not to
chance. I'm
say
not even
that
kidding. I think
people turned away
5x
from
drop
him
chance is literally
because
the bare
people
minimum
don't like
that we need.
political beef, right? It's not like there's tons of political beef. I have political beef with people. People actually have proven they have a high appetite for back and forth drama, left versus right,
Like, this
women
is,
versus
that missed the
men,
mark
whatever
so
it is,
badly.
whatever the prevailing narrative is of the day.
Releasing update that
Nobody
needs a
minded
5x drop
when
chance
Trump
increase is
would attack
absolutely
Marco
insane to me.
Rubio or
How
Ron
did it even make
DeSantis.
it to the main
I've
server?
had personal and legal spats with people like Kim Klacik as just one
How?
example. People do expect figureheads to clash. What they don't expect and what people have proven that they have no appetite for is perfidy, right? Treachery, deceit,
Treachery.
betrayal against your own. Ben trying to destroy me, trying to destroy Megyn Kelly. That means trying to destroy a former colleague and someone like Megyn Kelly, who he said was his friend. That is perfidious. There's no other way to say that. Ben seeking to publicly humiliate Michael Knowles, say her name. There is something about that that makes the public naturally recoil, right? Because it demonstrates that you have no honor, you have no dignity, you have no loyalty. They can forgive you demanding COVID
Dude, I'm
shots,
actually getting rich.
right?
Look at that.
The
I have
vaccine
23
dose.
million coins right now.
They can forgive
And
you
I'm
leading
almost
the
making
Never
it out
Trump
the hood.
movement, but they cannot forgive you treating people that are supposed to be close to you in that manner, right? To use a biblical analogy, Peter thrice denied Jesus. But Peter was not Judas. We are naturally, as human beings, averse to the spirit of Judas, and that is what Ben Shapiro demonstrates, right? That he will break bread with
Look at the
people
time.
as he
It's
plots against them.
21.
That is a moral offense to which we cannot rally behind. People do not like his nature. You can spend years trying to destroy someone behind the scenes, like Ben did to Charlie Kirk, and then, boop, just flip on the dime as soon as he dies, slither into his studio and throw $1 million trying to purchase his legacy. It is spiritually repulsive. That is what the public cannot bear about the Daily Wire. You would think, by the way, that Ben's attacks against me would
21.
now be all done. But on his Friday show, when most were
Come on,
expecting him to
give
deliver
me
maybe
dung dye, and then I can actually look, just farming
message,
the whole crops.
one laced with humility regarding the layoffs, perhaps thanking the many people who moved their entire families to Nashville to support his company and now find themselves without a job. You think that oh, I mean, hey, I wanted to let you guys know this personally from me. Like, this is what's going on. We thank people so much. No, of course, he does not have the courage to do that. Right? Calls Megyn Kelly a coward. But what did Ben do instead of addressing his employees? Instead, he made his show about me, signaling that he wants his tribe to now begin targeting my money, of course.
Wait, but the
And he wants
Pesha
the public to know that they
or
should listen to my
Pesha
show.
might be really
Because when
bad
you
for me.
listen to my show, they make money.
Because if
Take a
it
listen.
forces me to do a different patch
Honestly,
just for
if you are an audience member of Candace
oh my god,
who foments this sort of evil, because she makes money off of
this
you. The way she makes money
Hapivo,
is by
whatever,
spewing trash into the public sphere.
is so annoying. His voice is annoying. His
And then
look
she
is
makes money off
annoying.
it through advertising.
His hands is annoying.
Now, that's
His
how she does it. So if she's monetizing your
her mouth
gullibility,
is annoying.
then you are complicit in this nonsense.
His
Makes me so nervous,
microphone is
like, the way
annoying.
his head shakes when he's like that at the end there. Like, he's in a psychosis. There's no other way to say it. Does he really believe that my audience is so stupid that they don't know that, like, when they're hitting my YouTube page, that we monetize the page and we have advertisements? That's his breaking story there. And does he recognize at all the irony of him making that claim as he does the very same thing? So what is he upset about? He's upset that our show is doing well despite his very best efforts behind the scenes to prevent that from ever happening. And right on cue, his supporters then began demanding a boycott of our show advertisers over the weekend. And it began trending. So take a look at this, where they listed all of our sponsors. It says, list of companies that sponsor Candace Owens' podcast. Do all these companies condone the behavior of Candace berating and demonizing a widow, Erica Kirk? If you haven't already, I suggest boycotting these companies until they withdraw their sponsorships. I'm also calling on all of these companies to withdraw their sponsorships of
That
Candace
is
Owens'
so
podcast
low.
and don't believe her views align with their company values. Do you condone Candace's views or her anti-Jewish rhetoric? And they started posting all of our sponsors. Some of these are actually not our sponsors. They probably just were like, oh man, we ended up on here. Okay. He wants my money. Similarly, they began targeting this morning our merch
That's
store.
so sad.
Again, something that began
Bro,
over the
they're
weekend.
attacking the
Here is a
sponsors. That
tweet
is so
that followed
desperate.
this. Candace Owens
That's
wears
actually
shirts
just
with her
sad to look
name
at.
and her face on them. She drinks from a cup with her name and face on it. She works on a computer with stickers of her face on it. What would you call this? We'd call it branding and marketing, actually. And Laura Loomer, of course, followed this up with calls about what we were doing with our merch, because this is the new call, get rid of Candace's merch, if you have that tweet. She asked people to support her, aka donate to her legal fund by buying her ugly merch. She doesn't need money. Why doesn't she sell one of her luxury SUVs? Why are people who are less fortunate than you are for money when you're wearing designer, driving $1 million worth of cars? It's so beyond untrue. It's crazy. Living in 2 homes, also untrue. That's crazy. Why doesn't she support herself? I do support myself. Thank you. And so this is just what you see. This is their focus. It's been forever since I left Daily Wire, bankrupt Candace Owens. And so when you look at the full picture of Ben, and what collapsed his company, it wasn't me. I wasn't at war with Ben. I wasn't trying to destroy Ben. I didn't tell people to boycott Ben or boycott the Daily Wire. To the contrary, I feel really bad for the employees who lost their jobs in that way. And behind the scenes, I'm trying to help some of them get new jobs because they moved their lives and their families here.
And this is very important because did you hear that, guys, what Candace just said here? Because this says it all. This shows you like the real difference between Candace Owens and Ben Shapiro. Like Candace actually wants to help those people. Great job, Candace. And then you have like little Ben Shapiro acting like a 6-year-old child, like so childish, always attacking other people, always spreading hate, like also going after Candace her money. Like, how old are you? Like, grow up. And then he is surprised that people don't like him anymore, that people don't want to support him anymore. With like his crazy friend, like Laura Lunatic Loomer, they're trying to like expose the people who sponsor Candace. Seriously, instead of like attacking Candace Owens, maybe they should look to themselves instead of like pointing their fingers to like
2021.
maybe they should point their finger to themselves and ask how what
Ben
is it possible
Shapiro.
that no one
Say
wants
it
to
one
listen
more
to
time.
these
I want to
things,
hear you
that
say it.
almost everyone
It's
likes
fucking
to
awesome.
listen
Please say it one more
to
time. Ben
Candace Owens.
Shapiro.
Don't shoot the messenger. Like it's so stupid what they are doing, and they're even like I said this before already. They have
Taylor
no
is
idea. They
Mr.
really think
doing
that
your
they're
garden
doing
now.
a good
Really,
job
bro?
by attacking Candace Owens. They have no idea that they're even like destroying themselves even more. I don't know if
Taylor
it's
already
possible
ate so many
because
of
I
my
believe like seriously
potatoes.
in 1 year like the Daily Wire doesn't even exist anymore. No one likes to watch them anymore. No one likes to listen to them anymore. It's because of this behavior, this kind of behavior of these freaks, like going after her money, going like spreading lies about Candace Owens. Why would you do that? Like Candace Owens, like she's laughing at you guys. She's laughing at you guys. She left the Daily Wire not even or 2 years ago or 3 years ago almost. And look what is happening to her, and look what is happening to the Daily Wire. Look what is happening to Ben Shapiro. Ben Shapiro goes like this, Candace Owens goes like this. So they can try to make fun of her. It doesn't work. It only will make Candace more popular, and Candace is doing a great job. I don't want to glaze her the whole time, but this is just true. Daily Wire is a joke. Candace Owens is a legend. Long story short.
But regarding Ben, that is just the spirit of a man who wants money as revenge for his own actions. No one told Ben to launch a war on Christ as King. In fact, I strongly advised against it. Right?
Yeah, sure.
God will not be mocked. Money seems to be everything to Ben. That explains why, after working behind the scenes to encourage, and in front of the scenes, as you saw, to encourage Erica Kirk to sue me, he likely landed upon Brian Harpole, right?
Who's that?
I do not find this to be a coincidence. On the last page of the lawsuit against me, his brother-in-law is listed, Jacob William Roth. Who knew? I did not know he was a part of this firm. I think he has been married to Ben's sister since 2018. Are we to believe that this is just a happy coincidence? Ben is so destructive. Like right here, mark my words right here. He is so destructive and he has such tunnel vision that this path of hatred that he has now been embarked on for 3 years is going to now destroy the lives of those who are agreeing to partake in this game with him, right? He is going to infect them with this similarly unnecessary obsession with me, and they will inevitably find that their own lives are destroyed. It will lead to their own similar exposure and their demise, because that's how cancer works, okay? The world is now awake. The Daily Wire, with Ben at the helm, represents the side of people that are trying to sort of put us back to sleep. And it is a losing battle. It is not going to work. So my best advice to them, which they of course will not follow, they can always count on Daily Wire to do the wrong thing. My best advice would be for them to shutter and sell the tech stack, okay? You cannot rehabilitate hatred. You cannot rehabilitate the way you are viewed on the world stage. You cannot rehabilitate Ben's anger and his tunnel vision. People see the Daily Wire and they see Ben, and they don't want to support that. They don't want to support someone who tells them that they're evil and stupid and wrong for listening and supporting Theo Von while he unflinchingly hosts Bibi Netanyahu on his platform, while he cheers on a genocide. That's his main issue. His main issue is Israel. That's what he turns on everybody over. Our support for Israel. Well, support for Israel is down all across the country. And does this mean that every Zionist has their empire collapsing? No, absolutely not. Fox News is still a thing, right? Fox News is still pulling in viewers. But it's the manner in which he goes about it. It's too disturbing. People don't want to look on. They don't want to root it on. if I'm the private equity, I'm selling the computers, I'm selling everything that they have there that can be sold, and I'm just saying the company's got to go. That's my personal opinion. I'm allowed to it. We will be right back after a brief break.
Great job, Candace. Like, well said. And I really like it when Candace is like exposing the Daily Wire, when she is exposing Ben Shapiro. And to be honest, she doesn't even have to do this because the Daily Wire and little Ben Shapiro, they are already exposing themselves every day. Like, look how they are behaving. That says already enough. Look, why do you think like their support is declining every day? It's because of how the way how they act. And people are not stupid. People are not blind. They can see this. And I agree with what Candace just said is so true. People are just so done of like little Ben Shapiro spreading hate over and over again, spreading all this Israel first propaganda. People just don't buy into that anymore. They're so tired of that. And also, let me remind you, by the way, do you know that like Ben Shapiro, like Mark Levin, they're always pointing out other people. You are wrong. What you say is not okay. You are dangerous for our society. Meanwhile, at the same time, they think it's okay to like drop a nuclear bomb on Iran. Do you see how stupid that is? Do you see like the hypocrisy? It's ridiculous, right? And people, they're just so tired of like a guy who is acting like he cares about the United States of America, but at the same time, he is calling out almost everyone who really cares about the United States of America. I said all their names already, but like Ben Shapiro, then he's attacking Candace, then he's attacking Tucker, then he's attacking Nick Fuentes, then he's attacking Alex Jones. It goes on and on and on. Like, it says more about, like, what do you think? If someone is attacking all these people, does it say something about the guy who is attacking all these people, or maybe about all those other people who he is attacking? I hope you get the point, but I think it says more about the person who is always fighting with other people than all those people who don't even care about the guy who is attacking them over and over again. Like Ben Shapiro is always trying to, like, search for a fight with all these other people, and all these other people, Nick, Alex, Tucker, Candace, they all say, I don't really care what Ben Shapiro has to say because I don't even listen to him because he's not even relevant anymore. And and that just says it all in a nutshell. Excuse me, I hope you get the point, but it's very important. Ben Shapiro is just a clown. I feel like he is just like, the way how he's acting now, he knows that like his whole empire is like disappearing. His support is declining day after day, and now he's just gonna act like a 6-year-old child, and then he's surprised that literally no one supports him anymore. But that's just how Ben Shapiro really is. People can finally see that now, and I'm just very curious about your opinion. What do you think about the Daily Wire? What do you think about like Ben Shapiro? Do you still support him? Do you still like watch the Daily Wire? Because isn't it also like weird that like the Daily Wire has so many advertisements? How is it even possible? Like, who gives all this money to the Daily Wire? Like, who is behind the Daily Wire? It's like a super shady organization, in my opinion. But again, I'm very curious about your opinion. Do you agree with Candace on this one? What do you think? Did you ever listen to Ben Shapiro? Did you ever believe that he is good for our country? Please let me know in the comments. It's very important to say. I read all comments. I even try to reply to some of your comments. So I'm very, very curious. As well, guys, if you like this video, please hit the like button. I would really appreciate it. If you really like these kind of videos, consider subscribing. I would appreciate it even more. And then you make sure you don't miss anything. Thank you guys for watching. I hope you have a wonderful day. And I'll see you in the next one. Ciao.
Now just breathe. Now big push, push, push. Here I am. There's a little birthing simulation for you for what it would look like if it was me that was popping out. I got a couple things I want to yap about today. And I think it's only appropriate that I start with the topic that I have been glued to for many months now, the degeneracy in the Pokemon card community. There's been another arrest.
Surprise discovery at a Best Buy in Pasadena. A man was found inside that closed store. A group of Pokemon card collectors were camping outside the Best Buy all night. They noticed a large police response and found out a man was still inside the store.
That is a surprisingly large police response there. That shit was looking like it was straight out of Rainbow Six Siege. They had blitz rolling up there. About this individual that was hiding inside of Best Buy, presumably camping the restock.
We heard from witnesses who say they believe that man was hiding in the Best Buy before closing so that he could get to those Pokemon trading cards.
That is peak male performance right there. Just take a peek at that perpetrator right there. That is the face of Team Rocket. Like, this guy, I think we can say with a high level of confidence, was definitely there for the Pokemon cards. But I imagine he was doing it out of his own self-preservation. He's probably seen all of the knuckle sandwiches that are flying at Pokemon restocks because
that is when PvP is enabled and it is just people fighting, and Pokemon cards are secondary. They're trying to beat the goddamn loot out of everyone there like it's GTA, but instead of dropping money, they're dropping Pokemon boxes in the aisles. So this guy probably saw all of that kerfuffle and decided the safest way was to just already be there when the restocks happen so he could grab the product and get out before anyone gets a chance to give him a fucking atomic wedgie and beat his face in.
Pokemon 151. Yeah, we're here for the 151.
I was just here for some Pokemon drop, you know, but I went to the restroom, not even 15 minutes. I come back and there's cops everywhere.
That man, there you see him, was taken into custody.
Admittedly, this is new. I haven't seen any scalpers get arrested for this yet. This guy is a pioneer in the meta for the degeneracy in this community. So he got arrested for being in Best Buy past store closing, camping out there like he's a fucking old school prank YouTuber where they spend 24 hours in Target, how naughty, hiding in the toilet paper aisle, that kind of thing. He tried to pull that off in order to get a leg up on the mad dash for the new drop, well, restock, and he's getting thrown in the slammer for it, it seems. And they rolled in deep. They came up to this Best Buy looking like they were about to apprehend fucking Cobra Commander. But anyway, I wanted to yap about that guy's arrest, but now I want to get into a couple of other topics. First, the Call of Duty movie director. This is directed by a specimen named Peter Berg. Let me double check. I actually can't remember. This guy hasn't made anything good, so it's hard for me to remember this name. Peter Berg. It is Peter Berg. Peter Berg is the director that is slated to make the Call of Duty movie. This is an official production. This is a big budget Call of Duty movie. Peter Berg is most known, at least I believe, is most known for one of the most infamous flops that many people might recall, Battleship, the movie with Rihanna. That's some of Peter Berg's finest top shelf work. And well, who better to make a Call of Duty movie than a washed up director like Peter Berg? A crazy thing, but it gets better. Because Peter Berg openly hates video games. He even specifically called out Call of Duty like 13 years ago. During an interview, Peter Berg was asked for his take on war video games, and he replied, "Pathetic, pathetic. Keyboard courage. Can't stand it. The only people that I give a Call of Duty get out of jail free card to is the military. They're out there serving and they're bored and they want to entertain themselves. Okay, maybe. Kids? Uh-huh." And then he was asked if Navy SEALs play those games. He replied, "Some of them do, but I tell them I think it's pathetic. I think anyone that sits around playing video games for 4 hours, it's weak. Get out, do something." Yeah, get out, do something. Like, go watch Battleship the movie, directed by Peter Berg. I like how this fucking guy is a movie director, and he thinks that's just very high level, so much more sophisticated than playing games for a few hours. Instead, going to kill a few hours watching his dog shit films. He's so much better than you gamers. And then even says that he tells the SEALs that play games that they're pathetic. What a douchebag. What an absolute loser. So anyway, this is the director of the Call of Duty movie. He openly despises video games. I don't know if his mind's changed over the years. I doubt it. But it's actually so fascinating to me because this keeps happening.
Hey, what?
For some reason, the Hollywood humiliation ritual continues where they take huge juggernaut IP and then marry it to a director or a team that fucking hates it. Just openly, outright boasts about how much they don't like it. Most notably, the one I always go to is the Halo television series, where they even just stated proudly that they do not play the games and don't want to. They want to do something entirely different because they know better, that kind of thing. And there's plenty of examples of that happening with tons of IPs being adapted. And for some reason, they keep doing that, even though it always fails.
Look at the time, it's 2021.
There is numerous cases of taking a beloved IP and pairing it with someone who also is passionate about the IP, delivering great products. So it doesn't have to be just take IP and give it to someone who hates it. You
Exactly.
can take IP and give it to someone who likes it, and you'll get a better product for it. There's plenty of case studies of that happening, yet for some reason they keep doing shit like this, of giving it to someone who just doesn't like it and doesn't want to do it at all. They're just cashing in a paycheck. Blows my fucking mind, but It's Call of Duty. Should really not expect anything else besides just the most lackluster shit ever. Anyway, the last topic I briefly want to touch on is a new comedy that started. Raise your hand if you've heard of Kevin. No hands, huh? Yeah, I'm not surprised. It's something the Jedi wouldn't tell you about. It's like fucking Darth Plagueis. This is a show that's really flown under the radar. I've only heard of it because Matt sent me a review that was made about it. This is an Aubrey Plaza adult animation, and this review is scathing, to say the least. It is a brutal critique of it, and it was so intense that it piqued my curiosity, so I watched the first episode to see if it really is as bad as the review suggested it is. And even though I was only able to stomach one episode, I can comfortably say that it is. If for some reason so many of these animated adult series now try and just emulate Big Mouth. Big Mouth is my least favorite comedy ever made, by the way. I've said that a lot, and it remains true to this day. I think it is an insufferable, miserable, awful show to sit through.
Chill out.
And yet, for some reason, it started a trend where everything else tries to be Big Mouth. It's like if you saw a pile of dog shit and you got inspired. You're like, oh wow, what a pile of dog shit. I bet I can make some of that shit myself. And then you go take a poop. Like it blows my mind. But anyway, Kevin has the exact same DNA.
Okay, so what I think I need to do is...
For the most part. So something that initially caught my eye in the review is about this attempt at a gag. So Kevin is a cat who lives in an apartment, and then his human couple breaks up, but he decides he can break
This is what I need, right? Just throwing it to...
companions. And a big thing about Kevin is he has a protuberant anus, a fact that is repeated with fervor that suggests the writers believe it to be powerful enough to merit a long-running gag badge. Stop talking about your deformed anus, slurs Kevin's alcoholic goose friend Chuck. It's not deformed, shouts Kevin. It's prolapsed. And lo, the soul begins its inexorable decline. When I first read that, I thought it was exaggeratory, but in the first episode alone, I'm pretty sure there were 4 mentions specifically about his deformed asshole. Kevin, your asshole's so freaky. It's not freaky, it's prolapsed. Cue canned laughter, laugh sound effects. So it is something that they do seem to really like, is the catchphrase. And Kevin explains it that his brother, when they were kittens, was sucking on his asshole, causing it to prolapse, and that's why it looks that way, but it's totally normal. I really don't get what the obsession is with these adult animated shows needing to focus so specifically on animal assholes and cock. Like, just last year, and I know I yapped about this then, but just as a reminder, last year, there was something that came out called Fixed, from a legendary talent, Genndy Tartakovsky, who has made some masterpiece animated series. And for some reason, he squeaks this out, and it's all, everything that was...
Wait, so I need to somehow get more gemstones, but I just don't have that.
Kind of thing. And Kevin's like the same thing.
Paradox.
Except with cats now in this one. Why does it have to be that way? Why? It's weird. It's not entertaining, it's just fucking odd. Anyway, back to Kevin though. Another line from the review that really had me interested in seeing if it is this bad was this. Laugh-wise, it's a washout. Punchlines collapse mid-punch. Other jokes make no sense. Here, for example, is Cupcake on why she is called Cupcake. Because if you like what's on the bottom, you are insane. This is not a joke. This is a handful of words in a raincoat. That's actually verbatim how it goes in the show, by the way.
Yeah.
Because if you like what's on the bottom, you're insane, and then pushes him in.
Let me see.
It's
okay, so Hex.
bad. Anyway, I watched that first episode.
I need a beginner's guide.
All for nothing, entirely wasted time. So I just wanted to briefly yap about it. Then I at least tried it after reading the review. I didn't like it. Anyway, yeah, these are just a few topics I wanted to yap about. That's really about it. So yeah.
Double damage.
That's funny. Ooh, fun round. Is this Poland? No, it's not Poland. Okay, then where is it? It's Bulgaria, I think, actually. Yeah, it's probably actually just inside the capital, Sofia, I reckon. It feels like a big city with like a tram network, but also the pedestrian crossing signs are not right for a bunch of the other countries around there. So yeah, I feel like it should be there.
European. Yeah, what's this van? Green bus.
RO, what's RO?
Wait, it was actually Romania. Okay, never mind.
Romania.
Okay, sweet.
Where's
The
Romania?
capital
Romania.
is-
Just
Okay, they definitely need one in Bucharest, probably Cluj-Napoca, and Timișoara. I don't think I ever said that city out loud, but there you go.
I'm going Cluj. I went Cluj.
Gone Bucharest.
Yeah,
Looks
JJ,
good. Looks good.
go like more top right, I think.
Okay.
Or far left, Timisoara. Either up to you.
Fuck, I just
Timisoara.
picked this.
That's fine.
Where is this?
Okay. Check this bus stop.
Shop and go. Bistro Mall. Optica. Got trams. What's that?
There's got to be a website.
El Gordito.
By the way, wasn't it Bez who used to have the low quality recording? Now it's Toby, but I will say, Bez, complete glow up in every way. The haircut, the guesses, the quality of
Yeah,
the video.
isn't the born skin that
I
good?
mean, Toby's taken on the mantle for the questionable guesses and the questionable quality.
Gordito.
Plus, he's wearing a cap. Like, we can't even see his haircut. I mean, come on, man.
Oh.
Shit. No, they're applying pressure now, man. This is
Oh,
too
I
much.
don't know where this is.
Yeah, they didn't come across
Oh, right,
anything yet.
Romania.
Oh, Bez. Man, he's good, man. Come on.
It's Romania. It's Romania. It's Romania.
He
Romania.
knows.
I'll cover our bases
Beautiful.
here.
Still losing a lot of points, though. I don't think Bez is going to be happy that Toby went Italy, but, you know.
Jizzle! No, fuck! Wait.
No, hey, how did
No,
he know
yeah,
the town?
Bro, he's in. Again, he's
He's in
1.6 miles
Bucharest.
away.
Bro, why does he know these cities?
He's 1.6 away, bro.
It's really not that insane. It looked like a big city, right?
Fast food born
These
skin.
cities are dangerous because he seems to know every city in the world.
He has actually 5K'd twice in a row.
Yeah, we're good. We're good. 2.5 contest. Good job, JJ. Smashed it, mate.
And double damage.
Oof, we need a Bez comeback. We
That
need
was
the Bez
recency
comeback.
bias.
Wait, I don't actually get it. That was recency bias. Is this a Sidemen joke that I don't get?
It would think it was in Cluj.
It would have been. No.
Well, you missed Cluj.
Oh, well, they were just in Romania, I guess. Should be. I don't know.
Toby went Italy.
Yeah, it's good spread.
All right, JJ laughing is actually crazy.
You got spread sometimes, though.
Sometimes. But not that one.
I think this is that one island, the Chilo in Chile, I think. You can see this like gorse everywhere, these yellow flowers. They tend to grow in cold climates, very common in like Scotland, New Zealand, sometimes on the coast of California. But yeah, in Chile, kind of like central southern Chile will have that.
Pardon me.
Vende. 6'5" number.
Spanish.
Okay, so Spanish, that's going to be a big help. With
South
white
America.
road lines.
Yeah.
South America. Chile.
Nice. Yeah, that's good stuff.
Josh, far left. I'm going top of it. You go bottom.
In the desert, really? I mean, we do see some sand here, but Atacama Desert right here is like one of the driest deserts, if not the driest desert in the world, apart from Antarctica, I think, right? So, not a good guess if you're going to go.
Antarctica has a dry desert? There's a desert in Antarctica? I don't believe that.
Yeah, it's possible that Red Team actually gets closer here, I guess.
Parada. What's Parada mean? Solo. Say Parada.
In movies.
I feel like from previous videos, Vic is a pretty good player, but I think he sucks at South America. I can't lie.
Chile.
Oh, it's
Let's go.
Chile.
Deploy,
Okay,
deploy.
That's big.
I'll go.
Wait, what's the recipe?
Same problem. Yeah, just no usage of them.
Halia.
Climates and stuff.
What's the capital of Chile? Is it
I don't know.
Santiago? Yeah, I'll go near Santiago then.
Red Team is closer here. I'm pretty sure that Toby is actually the closest, or at least Vic.
Just in case.
Yeah.
I don't know if
yeah,
it is.
yeah.
I just guessed, bro. I think it says Chile.
Ooh, it's big damage.
Fuck
It's big
off.
damage.
Okay, we got there closer.
We got
though.
there. That's good with the multiplier as well.
Was it actually on the island I said? It was really close to it. This is the island here.
Yeah.
That was a cold moment. We're feeling kind of chilly.
That was a cold moment. We're feeling kind of chilly.
We got them sweating for this one though. We're putting up a fight.
Yep,
I told you to go bottom. I told you to go bottom.
Oh, shit.
You got spread.
Okay, I will actually say this seems like the time that JJ has cared the most about a GeoGuessr video. Normally he's completely clocked out, but this time he actually seems to care about the result of every round, which I like.
Like you're hedging your bets, you know, like you put yourself 3 distances away from each other,
Yeah,
so you know,
I should have
okay,
gone lower. I should have gone lower.
you want to cover the country, basically. That's the kind of game plan.
That was some serious damage, you know, for how close it was.
Yeah, 'cause it gets worse now. That's the
I know,
thing.
this
You
is
have to
triple
get
damage.
them right.
Because a man.
Very bright.
This
fucking
looks
hell.
like Switzerland.
Wait,
That's
chaos.
the biggest compliment a Baltic country has ever received. Sorry, Baltic viewers. Sorry. I mean, maybe it's not Baltic.
Right on the right hand side.
I would have thought this is just like Riga or something, but it's so hilly indeed that I'm not sure.
I found a sign.
What did it
What's
say?
this? What's that? What's that? What's that? Get me there. Get me there. Get me there.
Oh, okay, here we are. Wait, is this actually Russia? No, I thought it couldn't be Russia. I thought I saw the blue car. Now it's got me confused. I think this pedestrian crossing means we have to be in Russia, right?
Benmar.
Is that .it or .lt?
Do UL.
So UL means ulica, which in Eastern Europe, many Eastern European countries means street, and Białystok is one of the cities in northeastern Poland. I'm still somehow confused here about these pedestrian crossing signs. I guess that this is actually Lithuania, right? I think this has to be Lithuania, which makes sense. It's near
I think it's
Białystok.
Lithuania.
Wait, that's not dot. It's not dot. No, PL.
Really?
I see .com.pl.
I've got a .lt.
Oh, conflicting information. I like it. I don't know how I didn't think of Lithuania here, but yeah, it's definitely there.
I'm going to Lithuania. You go
Guess.
Poland.
Yeah, I went Poland.
And where's JJ?
Ooh, very American.
Beautiful grass.
Look about that. That's what I need to want. Okay, I can finally
Vilnius is copying a lot of compliments
do
right now. That's pretty sick.
What's on the sign?
armor stuff, huh?
.it.
Oh,
Italy.
no,
Italy.
please, no, please look for 1 second.
Let's just take
Where
over
in
Italy.
Italy, though?
I'm going top.
Ring
I'm going
Fender.
top left. Someone go top right.
So this might be the hardest Sidemen round to watch I've ever seen.
I don't
I'm
know.
gonna go
Middle and bottom.
I'm just gonna go Rome. Go bottom, Ethan.
No.
Go bottom.
No.
Go outside Italy, near the bottom of the
Wait,
beach.
no, is that not LT?
Wait,
is
what?
that?
No, they just guessed. Ethan just guessed. Oh, that's actually tragic.
Is it
No,
LT or
it's
IT, bro?
Lithuania.
For fuck's
Oh, no.
sake, man.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no.
I'll do it,
It said
I'll
LT.
do it.
Hey, to be fair, Josh had it on the city. I think we were cooked regardless.
It was Kaunas, but bro, Zerka was kind of cooking in this duel.
Hey, you give him one. You give him one. You give him one.
We're making it close. We're making a video, innit? We're making content.
Oh! Yes!
Hey, they're gone. They're gone.
They're finished!
They're gone.
That's
Go.
actually sad.
We brought it back.
Okay, 1-0. Makes it more interesting in the video. Okay.
LT or IT? What do you think it says on the sign?
Guy, I need Mantis on this, right?
Yeah, express flawless victory? No, I didn't think
Actually, I think you'll find the Romanian one was recently biased because I went there.
What is that, bro?
Josh, why do you know these cities, by the way? Why are you getting these 5 miles away in the cities? What's going
That's
on?
what you do, you know. That's what you do.
No, it's not. It's what you do, Josh.
Aura
There we
farming.
go. 1-1. We can cook them.
Yeah, I feel good.
Whatever you see, Jay, just say it out loud.
But don't say like grass.
Yeah, like say .ro.
What's this? What's that? What's that?
Bhutan.
This is a fun round where on a tiny street, I guess in either Hong Kong or Taiwan, probably looked Hong Kongolese to me, but I'm not sure.
Bhutan.
Yeah? Are you sure?
Ooh, that's a big shout. Looks like it is Chinese. Okay.
I'm gonna go Bhutan, right, which is near.
Where's
here I
that?
am. Here I am.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I do get the guess, but of course now we can see with these yellow number plates, it's gonna be Hong Kong.
Like, so I'm gonna go Taiwan.
Okay.
Where's
So
Taiwan?
that's much closer. And 6 seconds left. Can JJ, who's
Wait, so I need.
way into
Okay, what else do I need then? I needed.
Right.
Oh no! Oh no, guys! Oh no! This is a genuine reaction. I'm just actually losing it. What the hell is that?
Anything on the bins? It's like Asian writing on the bins.
Is it Hong Kong?
Well, what's the visitor that gives the Mantis claw?
It's gonna be like 4K, 3.5K maybe.
It's very hilly. We're in it, isn't it?
I'm sending Hong Kong.
Because they're going to be so close. If they guess Hong Kong, they're going to be right on it, right? It's such a tiny place.
Someone go
I'm sending
Japan.
Hong Kong.
Alright.
Where's Hong Kong?
Oh fuck.
Somewhere
Where's
in
Hong
there.
Kong?
Where is
Oh
Hong
no,
Kong?
they're not
I don't know where Hong
freaking
Kong
find
is.
it. Wait. I think Vic's going to lock in. I think he's going to lock in.
I've whacked it in Japan then, lads, just for the sake of it.
I've whacked it in Japan then, lads, just for the sake of it. Bears 2025. Oh, they couldn't find it, really? It's just below Shenzhen. It actually doesn't show up on the map that well.
Where's Hong Kong?
Hey, what's the thing? Dragonfly.
Oh, man, it could have been so much damage here, man.
Bro, I don't know. I just slapped
No.
it.
Oh yes. Yes, it was Hong Kong though. Yes. Oh, I'm an idiot though.
That is really annoying. It would have been like almost 4,000 points of damage.
Yes. But I could have put it in Hong Kong. Oh, I knew it was Hong Kong. I just didn't know where Hong Kong was.
Classic.
My God.
Hong Kong.
Oh, we got cooked.
That Taiwan would have been great, JJ.
That's true.
It would have been really good.
Yeah, I just didn't know where it was.
Plus 100 social credit points.
You went next to me.
Yep. Shit.
Risky one, sorry.
I thought you were quite confident on it.
Okay, now we have some India. We've not seen that in a while, and it says Bengaluru there, which I feel like is not the spelling you see on the map, unless I'm mistaken. I think it's normally Bengaluru, right? Anyway, but that is a big city, Bangalore, in southern India.
Oh, what's this? What's this?
What is the ties? I don't. Come on, just give me Mantis claws. I can be done with this quickly.
They might know that. They might know
Good.
that.
Spraying Mantis. I lost Mantis claw chance. Oh, it's actually really bad.
No, it's got.
The one I'm looking at is English.
Indian above it.
It's gonna be Kannada.
I remember the chance being
Where
way
is
better
it?
than that. What the fuck?
Okay, so they've got one Bangladesh. That's fine as long as I send 2 India.
Going to India area.
see
Someone
it.
go Thailand.
Yeah. So there's Bengaluru down there. As I said, spelt differently, Bengaluru. And we have a Myanmar and a Bangladesh. Okay, so they're not going to be that close. It's still possible that red team gains more points here.
I went Myanmar.
Wait,
Like, near it.
Vic is Indian. I just remembered. And also, Bez is the goat at the subcontinent. So we might actually see some big damage here.
What's this? Africa? Bengaluru fresh delivery.
Bengaluru. Okay, lock in. I want Vic to do an absolute read here.
English-speaking African country. What do we have? Like,
oh come on, read the.
Nigeria.
I'm gonna.
Oh no, this is bad. This is bad. I was really expecting them to get this correct.
Take it. Just
I'm
make it.
I'm gonna go Eastern Africa.
They're gonna survive with that at least.
Let's go somewhere like South Africa, maybe.
Poopa hotels.
3 seconds left. Bez is gonna clutch.
Not in South Africa, just somewhere.
Hotel.
This was a throw, man. I actually can't believe how badly.
Poopa hotel?
The fact that they flawless at the start of the
Nah.
game.
Oh shit.
Bangladesh again.
Oh no, it's India.
Just seeing
no,
this
it's
being
India.
right.
It's India. It's Bengaluru. It's India. Okay.
Oh no, man. I thought Bez could lock in here, or at least Vic.
That's
bad.
I should have.
Really bad.
That's really bad. Oh, what are we doing? We could have won on Hong Kong. I'm so mad.
I'm panicking.
Wait, if they just got both of those, they would have almost won. It would have been very close to winning.
Let's go.
Wait. No, they would have won. They would have won. 100%.
Rushed us, didn't they?
Yeah, I said do it.
I did say I saw Benga something, but I couldn't read it.
Yeah, you had it. That was actually it. There's actually a place called Bengaluru.
Is that what I said? I don't remember things.
This is a weird looking. I think so.
Wow. Okay, where is this? We're at a beach in Thailand.
Yeah, so what to do with the sunflower thingies? I have 11 of them.
Aussie bar and accommodation. This is why I don't want to go to the touristy parts of Thailand. I don't know. This was something a bit cringe about that. You guys feel me? Maybe you don't.
Saps,
Did you ever rent
Patong Beach?
Soy Kepsap. Patong Beach. That's Thailand.
Thailand, right?
Okay, nice. Who was in India? Should be Thailand here.
Where's Thailand?
I'm going near Bangkok.
Like over here.
I mean, with the beach mentioned and the palm trees on the sign here, I mean, I haven't actually seen the round properly, but I would assume it's near Phuket or somewhere in the south.
Alright, I'll go south.
Please.
Go to Samui, I guess.
Fuck.
Just give me manticores quick so I can actually just start farming, because
Spread here. I like that.
Southeast Asia, Patong Beach.
Patong Beach.
This sounds.
then I just avoid a lot of money,
Aussie bar and accommodation.
but making this sad.
I'm looking in a Thailand.
But it does boost both my chances for die, so...
Okay, so that's a good start, but they need to get some more guys south, like Koh Samui, Phuket area. I'm not actually sure where this is.
Like, just somewhere, anywhere. Just take Thailand over.
I mean, hopefully with a beach, please. With a beach at least.
I went bottom of Thailand, so.
Okay, not too bad.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Nice.
Right, let's go. We'll take it. We'll take it. And JJ was the closest. Good spot. Good spot to take.
Even game.
Should have just said fuck it and put it in fuck it.
No, JJ, solid.
Well, I guess, yeah, it could have been major damage.
Man, it's even. The fact that it's even is so annoying for Red Team. They could have had it done by now.
It's fine.
Phuket, Patong Beach.
Fuck it.
I feel like we should have got that, yeah.
Both teams making that joke. I haven't heard that joke since primary school, bro.
Gus, at least need to try and spread well. Oh,
It's
it's beautiful.
Europe, surely.
Where?
Europe,
Somewhere in
surely. Yeah,
Europe.
this is actually Madeira, which is one of the Portuguese islands just off the coast of Africa.
For sure, you are right, I think.
What's this sign say?
You go down or up?
Estrada das Ginjas.
Yeah, the mountains here are too tall to be the mainland of Spain or Portugal.
Let's try that.
Lanco. Parque Empresarial Saint Vicente.
Vincente.
This is
Okay,
screaming to me.
No, it's Portugal.
Yeah?
Okay, nice.
Yeah.
You remember the C with the hook underneath is just Portuguese. I mean, other languages too, but not Spanish.
But I'm worried. Is it?
It's Sal
not Madeira, is it?
Vicente. It's Sal Vicente.
It's got like the thing underneath the C, which means it's Portuguese.
Well, magic no.
And on the card,
No, why you
it's
give me-
blue and yellow, which means it's Portugal.
Okay, cover it.
So let's
I'll
just
go
spread
bottom.
Portugal.
Now, I feel like the way that Zerka's talking means he won't get this, but hopefully he
I'm gonna die, Mr. Middle.
Okay, and Josh go middle.
It's not going to be Madeira.
Ooh, beautiful.
Bloody stunning.
Come on.
What is this?
This is amazing.
Where? This is like Madeira energy.
Is this
you know?
Madeira?
Cooking. I love that, bro. I really want Red Team to win now.
This is giving me Madeira energy.
I'm
I might
kinda
just slap it in.
Can the big boys find where Madeira is? That's the real question. They couldn't find
They've probably been to Madeira for Sidemen or not?
I don't know.
Just for vibes. Lanco. I think it's Madeira, bro. It's got,
Absolutely.
yeah.
I'm gonna
Is he
yeah,
the
I
goat,
think it's
bro?
Madeira.
Come on. A little bit further south now.
Where is it?
Alright. Is that recency bias? Maybe.
Yeah.
I don't
Where
even
is
know
it?
it's fucking
How'd
on
you
the map,
find
bro.
it?
Yes.
How'd you find it?
It just doesn't say Madeira in big text. It says Funchal, which is like the biggest city.
Yeah, Africa. It's like up top left off Africa.
I can't see it. Bro, it's not on the map.
Come on. Canary Islands, yeah.
Where?
Good
I can
Canaries.
see Gran Canaria. Where's Madeira, bro?
Shit.
Well, I'm gonna
gosh.
unput
They've
it.
still got 10
I'm
seconds.
Portugal then,
I'm
'cause
just
I can't
guessing.
find it. Can't find it. I slapped it in the ocean.
Ooh, let's go, man. Let's go.
Oh,
Well, what was it? It was.
Tom Jizzle.
It was Madeira. Tom Jizzle.
What, Toby is just the winner, bro. Like, he's got the worst guesses, but he just wins games. Well, I can't even say he's got the worst guesses anymore. That was actually a banger.
Let's go. Express victory.
Bro, we gotta see Toby in more videos. I feel like he could.
It's because I think they probably have gone there beside him. I don't recall, but
Cold. Recency bias. Recency bias.
Was it Madeira?
Yes, it was Madeira. Yeah.
Hey, didn't we say it straight away, Ethan?
It is Madeira. Recency bias.
Oh my god. He's gonna cook us as well for it.
Oh my god, it cooks us.
Oh my god.
Simon, we was there.
We were all there.
We were all there. Oh my god.
Let's freaking go, man.
No, me and Ethan said straight away, this looks like Madeira, and then spent the rest of the round trying to look for it.
I didn't think Madeira was on GeoGuessr, so I was like, alright, cool, Portugal.
Late night practice at GeoGuessr.
Hey,
I didn't know Madeira was on there.
Keep going, Bez. Keep going. We'll wait.
Both times Zerka has lost to things he could have gotten, but didn't know they were on GeoGuessr, or like didn't realize that type of coverage existed or whatever.
I didn't know Madeira, but I know that there's a brown thing on this lamppost.
Oh, Josh, you hearing this?
I am hearing.
You're gonna let us speak to you like this?
He's absolutely onto you.
Okay, well, I think that is about halfway, so I will end off this video there. But guys, stay tuned for part 2. It'll be out very soon, and I'll do the Sidemen challenge as well. Guys, this one's been a lot of fun. I'll see you guys in a video very soon. Till next time, and goodbye. Yo, what's good, everyone? It's Zigzag here. Welcome back to another GeoGuessr video. I am a professional GeoGuessr player. I've played at both of the GeoGuessr World Cups so far, and today I'm going to be reacting to Sidemen playing 2 vs 2s on GeoGuessr. I don't know if you've done this video, but people have told me to react to it, and apparently it's pretty good. So yeah, I'm keen to see how good these Sidemen guys are. Let's get into this reaction. Before we get into the rest of the video, I want to tell you about today's sponsor, which is Level 8. So this is the Level 8 Voyager suitcase. It is an affordable suitcase with a luxury feel, and I had the privilege of taking mine to the GeoGuessr World Cup this September. For the trip, I very much enjoyed using the
what is
suitcase.
inside
It's
that?
spacious, your things feel secure inside it, and you look good while you're walking around with it. In addition to that, the Voyager has an inbuilt
Donald Trump just scared a group of little kids in the Oval Office. Donald Trump's behavior moments ago was so deeply disturbing with these little kids. We should not normalize it. It is so critical that we call it out. These kids were used by Donald Trump as props to announce the fact that he's doing a presidential fitness test day once again. And so he used these children as props. And then Donald Trump's interaction with these children was so disturbing. There are so many red flags here. And frankly, I don't even know why there are kids this age or kids at all in the Oval Office, given that Donald Trump right now is currently covering up a child sex trafficking ring. And this needs to be called out. I know corporate news isn't going to call it out, so we will call it out here on the Midas Touch Network strongly and with moral clarity. So here Donald Trump mocks a little girl for being short. He crushes her ambitions of wanting to play volleyball and tells her you'd probably be better off playing soccer. Here, play this clip.
How about you? What sport do you play?
I play volleyball, and in the summer I'm trying to get into soccer.
Wow. And with your height, do you smash the ball, the volleyball? Do you get up high? Can you jump high?
Not very.
Soccer might be better. I'm just looking. I think she'd be a great soccer player.
Then in front of these little kids, Donald Trump starts calling former President Obama Barack Hussein, and he turns to these kids in quite a creepy manner, very creepy, and he's like, have you heard of Barack Hussein? You know Hussein? Here, play this clip.
Each other in the presidential fitness test, but others. And then we had the Obama administration. Wonderful, wonderful person. Barack Hussein Obama. Have you heard of him? We had the Obama administration, which phased out this wonderful tradition of physical fitness. Thank you, Barack, very much. Great job.
Then Donald Trump starts telling the kids that the election was rigged and that we have rigged
Oh my
elections
god.
in the United
Why is he
States.
talking to the
Let's
kids
play
about
this
this?
clip.
And unfortunately, bad things happened. It was a rigged election, and I said, well, I'll do it again. I had the ultimate poll. I did so well. And I
Why
had the
is
ultimate poll, and
there
I
actually
won
so
in a
many kids
landslide.
just at the
Then
Oval
he
Office? What's
speaks
actually
to
happening?
a young boy
What's going
who
on?
talks about how he wants to be a weightlifter, and then Donald Trump uses this opportunity to attack the transgender community and says, you'll never compete against women in powerlifting. You understand? You'll never compete against women. This is how you're behaving in front of little children? Here, play this clip.
What about you? Look at this guy. He's a big guy.
Me, I'm doing football right now, and next year I'm going to be trying to do powerlifting.
Oh, whoa.
Yes, sir.
Whoa.
Already, let's go.
Whoa.
That's awesome.
And you'll never compete against women in powerlifting.
No, sir.
Did you see that they had a man powerlifter? And he decided to go the opposite direction. Took a record, stood for 18 years. He beat it by 119 pounds. Okay? They put the little quarter of an ounce. And to 18 years it stood. This guy came, he was a failed powerlifter. And he went on the other side and he decided that he wanted to go into women's sports and he broke the record.
What the fuck?
I think that's fair. So I don't think we'll have to worry about you.
Yes, sir.
You're going to do good. Are you a strong person?
Yes, sir.
Good. You think you can take me in a fight? I think you could. Hey, that would be embarrassing. Wouldn't it? How about you?
Then in front of these kids, Donald Trump says that he's going to make Iran cry uncle. You're going to cry uncle, right? That's what they say. Here, play this clip.
They should wave the flag, the white flag of surrender. In hockey, they say uncle, right? When are they gonna cry uncle? And they have another expression.
What?
If this were a fight, they would stop it. But we have to go out and we have to do it, and it's very sad to see. Even shooting the.
Then Donald Trump started making weird noises and then stuck his tongue out at the children. Here, play this clip.
Almost like, they're very smart.
Then again, surrounded by kids, Donald Trump says, we don't really want to go in and kill people. It's tough. I have a lot of Iranian friends. I don't want to kill these people. Let's show you this clip right here.
They can't pay their soldiers. The money is worthless. No, they should do the smart thing, They should do the smart thing, and because
You don't have a single Iranian friend. I don't believe it.
I don't want to.
Show.
It's too tough.
Name
Great
5
people,
Iranian
great
people
I
you
have
know.
So many Iranian friends from New York and from other places over the years. They're great people. I don't want to kill those.
Gas prices in the United States are.
Then you have Donald Trump falling asleep when Linda McMahon, who I do not like at all, would be an understatement. But Linda McMahon's at least, I think, trying to stick with the script here of saying you need to eat well and you need to exercise. Okay, again, I disagree with everything in general that she says, and she's such a phony. But she's talking about eating well and exercising, right? That's nothing to disagree with there. And Trump can't stand it, and he just starts falling asleep and closing his eyes. Let's play this clip.
To compete, that's what you said, Pete. All of us are saying the same thing, but let's not forget, it's about also a sound mind and a sound body. In order to have a sound mind, you do have to eat well, you do have to exercise, you do have to train, and you do have to be fit to do that. And if we all are, we are the best of who we can be. So I encourage.
Then Donald Trump says, all right, I got to go speak again. And then he starts talking about people being shot between the eyes and snipers murdering people. This is what he's talking about.
What?
The kids. Let's play it.
They don't have any guns. So you could have 200,000 people protesting and have 5 or 6 sick people with guns. And when they start shooting them right between the eyes, and you see a guy fall and another one fall, and you have no guns, very few people would be able to stand there and do it. I mean, I understand it. I tell them not to. Don't forget, they killed 42,000 people last month. 42,000 unarmed protesters. They have no guns. So they had a 250,000 people crowd, and they had snipers. They had like 4 or 5 snipers in buildings up high. And you're standing there, and all of a sudden the guy on your left goes down, and somebody. That's what happened with a women protest. They had 200,000 women protesting a year ago, and everyone thought that was the end of Iran. And then all of a sudden, a woman dropped dead with a bullet right there, always right there. Then another woman dropped, and then the word started to spread, and then there was panic, and then they ran, and so I don't want that to happen. We don't need that, we don't need it. But the only reason they want to protest so badly, but they don't have weapons.
Then he starts ranting about Gary Player, the golfer who's there, and he just says, he's one of the best, one of the best. Let's play this clip.
Gary Player, as an example, he won 168 tournaments over a very average career. Think of it. He won 168 tournaments, 18 majors, 9 and 9 senior.
Yeah.
He has more championships than anybody, national championships than anybody. And I played with him. He's very proud of it.
That grandkid there or whatever, he looks he looks so uninterested. Oh my god. The powerlifter guy looks so uninterested.
70. And it was the easiest 70. And normally, if you shoot a 70 and you're 90, you'd run around so excited. Gary's like, all right, let's have a little lunch. Because he was the most unexcited human being I've ever seen. Because he's been doing it all his life. He's been winning the top 3 in history. In my opinion, I don't think it's my opinion. Just based on the record, Gary is top 3 of Jack and Tiger and Gary. Greatest golfer, so thanks for being here.
He then says he wishes that Iran's financial system fails. I'll show you this clip.
Well, I guess so, because we're making it fail. Right?
Is that what it takes?
I hope it fails.
Is that what it takes?
You know why? Because I want to win. If it no, it takes getting pounded on by the military, I think, for more.
Because I want to win. Wait, didn't you already win?
Then RFK Jr. starts talking, and then Donald Trump falls asleep there as RFK is talking about 70% of adults are obese. Here, play this clip.
Percent of adults are obese or overweight, and 77% of our children cannot qualify for military service. And that should be an eye-opener for all of us. And I'm so grateful to President Trump for his leadership and his vision of reinstituting the physical fitness test and challenging Americans to be with each other in a friendly, congenial way.
But you are also overweight. The guy speaking right now is overweight. Trump is overweight. I think the guy on the left there is overweight.
Then thereafter, Donald Trump goes outside, and I'll just show you the B-roll of it right here, where it's a full-blown cringe fest. Donald Trump is then with these kids who are visiting the White House. These people look a little bit older, look like they're teenagers outside. They were little children in the Oval Office. And then he starts doing that weird, like he just starts dancing in front of them. And he's like, dance with me. I want you all, will you all dance with me? And he does his like creepy YMCA dance that he does. And he makes them dance with him. I just want to also point out that before Donald Trump arrived to the White House, I'll just show you right here, though, because there's so many things unwell with this individual at so many levels. He can't walk in a straight line. I just want to point this out. I mean, run the B-roll of him leaving Marine One before he got to the White House.
Where is he going?
It's an important thing to note. Before continuing,
yeah. Okay, I agree with you that the dance, bro, the Trump dance is kind of funny, bro. I'm not gonna lie. I kind of like the dance. But yeah, that was crazy. I just saw him stick saggy.
In our audience have already done. Speak with Chapter, please. They don't just share the amazing benefits of Medicare Advantage. They explain the pros and cons of all your Medicare options. Original Medicare, Medicare Supplement, Medicare Advantage, and Part D. Chapter supports you in comparing every plan against your specific healthcare needs because they want to ensure you have the best coverage for you. One Chapter member, Jill, said her advisor presented options she didn't even see on the Medicare.gov website. And in many cases, Chapter saves people over $1,100 a year by getting them on the right plan. So, if you're on Medicare or will be soon, dial 82
Medicare is still a thing.
Honest advice from Chapter. That's 82 Medicare. It's free and quick. They can review your options in under 20 minutes. If you're on the right plan already, they'll tell you. If you're not, they can help you save thousands the way they have with thousands of members of the Midas Mighty. I showed you all of the conduct there of Donald Trump with these little kids. I could go on and on, but I think you get it. Can we just contrast that to when Obama and Mamdani were with a group of little kids at an elementary school? Can we show you how adults are supposed to interact with kids? So here's Obama and Mamdani with the kids singing The Wheels on the Bus. Play this clip.
Wipers on the bus go swish, swish, swish all through the town. Is that it? Anything else? Oh, the beep beep. That's one of the best ones. Beep 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 beep.
I mean, this is toddlers. I mean, this is kind of different. I'm gonna be honest with you here. Yeah, you're kind of dragging this on here.
They're not crushing the dreams of these little kids and saying that they shouldn't play the sports or
Yeah,
talking
that's
about
fair.
elections being rigged. Here's Obama saying, who thinks that Mamdani is a great singer? Here, play this clip.
Beep beep all through the town. Can I ask, did everybody think that Mamdani was the best singer? You're just being nice. We made sure he was here for today. DJ Khaled on this pre-K program. Another one.
And you can see the actual like love and empathy in the room as Obama and the children are joking and having fun, and the child's like, "Who's my name? What's your name?" This is a healthy interaction with children. I think it's important because corporate news is never even going to cover what the heck just went down in the Oval Office with Donald Trump, right? And I think we need to say, what are these interactions supposed to look like so we can get back to like being normal? Here, play this clip.
I partially agree. I mean, there's definitely things he definitely should not even set around any type of young person at all. Trump there, but you shouldn't really be showing a film of toddlers versus young kids.
And just to
I feel like
remind
it's kind of
you,
different.
I mean, Donald Trump's other visits, whether he's at high schools, like what this guy does.
Half these toddlers probably don't even know every single English word, or like a lot of the English
spoke
words.
at a high school in Iowa during the campaign. Donald Trump told, but he's in a high school in Iowa, and part of Donald Trump's campaign is that he doesn't like getting urinated on by prostitutes. And he says, I'm not into golden showers. He brings it up on his own. He goes, I'm not into golden showers. I don't like it. And I'm a germaphobe. So my wife knows I don't like getting urinated on by prostitutes. This is what he says at a high school. Play this clip.
He was with 4 hookers. You think that was good that night to go up and tell my wife, it's not true, darling. I love you very much. It's not true. Actually, that one she didn't believe because she said he's a germaphobe. He's not into that, you know? He's not into golden showers, as they say they call them. He's not. I don't like that idea.
What?
No, I didn't. I thought that would be a big problem. I was going to have a rough night, but that one she was very good on, she said.
And then when Donald Trump was speaking on the campaign, it's just what we all see when I'm trying to bring up all of these red flags before, and people are like, oh, Midas Touch, you're being hyperbolic. Why do you not like this guy? Oh, what are you doing? Remember all of that? Remember all of that discourse back then? Well, here was Donald Trump with the young Republicans, high school students.
Oh yeah, I know he doesn't like him, and I don't like Trump either.
Right?
But
In New York.
I would
And
say
Trump's
I was
speech to
still
the
be
young
truthful
Republicans is that the
of
high school
some
students,
stuff.
that the most courageous thing he did was say he grabs women by their vagina. He says, I grab them by their genitals, and when you're a star, you get away with it. And he said the most courageous thing he did is when he referred to that when it became public as locker room talk. And Trump said all of the generals, this general, powerful general who saw men die in war, he went to me and he said, Donald, when you called that locker room talk, I've never seen a man so courageous as you. This is the Donald Trump speech to children. Play this clip.
But I went onto that stage just a few days later, and a general who's a fantastic general actually said to me, sir, I've been on the battlefield. Men have gone down on my left and on my right. I stood on hills where soldiers were killed. But I believe the bravest thing I've ever seen was the night you went onto that stage with Hillary Clinton after what happened. And then that woman asked you the first question about it. And I said, locker room talk. It's locker room talk. What the hell? What are you talking? Locker room talk. That was not a great...
And I'll leave you with this. Former President Obama saying, this is an interview he did with my buddy Brian Tyler Cohen, and I very much agree with what Obama says here, that I think the vast majority of Americans look at Trump's behavior and are disgusted with it. But it's important that we speak with moral clarity about it and we don't normalize this damn behavior. Here's what Obama said. Let's play it.
The majority of the American people find this behavior deeply troubling. It is true that it gets attention. It's true that it's a distraction. But as I'm traveling around the country, as you're traveling around the country, you meet people. They still believe in decency, courtesy, kindness, and there's this sort of clown show that's happening in social media and on television. And what is true is that there doesn't seem to be any shame about this among people who used to feel like you had to have some sort of decorum and a sense of propriety and respect for the office, right? So that's been lost. But the reason I point out that I don't think the majority of the American people approve of this is because ultimately the answer is going to come from the American people.
There you have it, folks. Let me know what you think. Hit subscribe. Let's get to 7 million subscribers. Thanks.
What is involuntarily celibate? I mean, why would you be proud of that?
Former President Barack Obama is finally breaking his silence as Donald Trump's so-called blockade
Come on,
of
give
the
me Mandy
Persian
Claus.
Gulf is blowing up and resulting in an escalation of hostilities in Iran. Donald Trump's catastrophic and unlawful war in Iran now is continuing to spiral out of control, and Donald
I
Trump
really
doesn't have a
listen
plan.
to
And
that.
finally, former President Obama is weighing in. He gave an incredibly powerful interview to the New Yorker. The author of this article, Peter Slevin, interviewed former President Obama. The article was called "Barack Obama Considers His Role in the Age of Trump. The Former President Remains One of the Most Popular Politicians in the Country. What are his obligations to it?" And initially, the article contrasts the fact that Donald Trump's approval is essentially the lowest in presidential history at this point, even lower than Richard Nixon at the time that Nixon resigned. And he compares it to former President Obama's current popularity, which is through the roof, not just among Democrats, where it's approaching 100%, but among independents, it's incredibly high. Even Republicans who are not full MAGA have a positive feeling about former President Obama. So what did he tell the New Yorker, and how did he lay out and fillet Donald Trump? Let me explain to you some of the key quotes from this article. They are indeed powerful. Former President Obama says that, "I believe American leadership as represented by the American president has to reflect a basic regard for human dignity and decency, not just within our own borders, but beyond." And he says that Donald Trump essentially reflects the worst of America. That's part of the responsibility of leadership. Obama says, decency. And if we are not giving a voice to those core values, that there are innocent people in countries with terrible governments, and we have to care about those people, we can make mistakes if we are not guarding against hubris and pure self-interest. If we don't have those things, the world can break in very bad ways. It's what we talk about on the Midas Touch Network all of the time. Values and principles, empathy and decency, which Donald Trump completely lacks. Regardless of your political party, we should strive to be decent people. We should strive for peace. We should strive to be caring and to reach out, not bully marginalized communities, but lift people up and try to understand and certainly respect the shared humanity of all of us in this world. Then Obama drops some truth bombs about Netanyahu and how Netanyahu tried to extort Obama into going to war with Iran and doing the exact thing Netanyahu has been doing with Donald Trump, and how Obama resisted it. Obama says, I think my prognosis was correct when I rejected Netanyahu trying to get us to go to war with Iran. It may be that Netanyahu now has gotten what he wanted with Donald Trump, but whether that's what is ultimately in the best interest for the Israeli people, I would question that. And I don't even think he needs to say, I would question that. Let me answer that. What Netanyahu has done has been horrific for the entire world. Let's not mince words. Netanyahu is a war criminal. Donald Trump is a war criminal, and they both deserve to be tried in The Hague forthwith. He doesn't say that, I said that. Obama goes on to say, whether that's what is ultimately best for the Israeli people, I would question that. Whether I think it's what is good for the United States and America, I would question that. It is certainly not good for the United States of America. Obama goes on to say, I think there's ample record of my differences with Netanyahu, and Obama talks about how he resisted exactly what Netanyahu is now doing with Donald Trump, and Obama predicted exactly what was going to happen when Obama spoke with his advisors. Obama said regarding America's standing in the world, Obama goes, America's allies can no longer count on us being the hub of that international order. The tragedy of this all is that there is still no one that can replace us. If we don't talk about human rights don't get talked about that much. If we aren't concerned about climate change, truthfully, other countries can give lip service to it and do some things, but they're not really going to tackle it. So our leadership is still going to matter enormously, but it's probably going to start with leadership by example more than anything else, rather than dictates. Strong words from the former president saying American allies can no longer count on us. It is a simple statement, but it is the truth. And he goes on to talk about how Donald Trump threatened war against Canada with 51st state rhetoric, war against Greenland, we're going to seize you, which in turn is a war essentially against NATO, and Donald Trump cozying up to Putin. Obama says, I do think that repairing the damage that's been done to the international order is going to be even harder than some of the domestic repairs. I think one way to think about it is that the post-World War II order was one of America's better moments. That whole system, for all of its flaws and all of its contradictions, helped ensure that the world was less violent, healthier, wealthier, more equal, more respectful of human rights, and Donald Trump tore it all apart. Because the most powerful country in the world said, we're not just going to throw our weight around for the sake of it. We're not just going to go ahead and demand tribute and bully people. We're going to be part of some larger consensus around how things should work. This is what I've always been saying about former President Obama or former President Biden, which is if they wanted to invade Venezuela and take it over, they could do that. If they wanted to use the might of the United States to threaten allies and be a bully, they could do that. but that causes damage to the international order, which in turn weakens the United States, and it also signals to authoritarians abroad like Vladimir Putin, okay, if you take Venezuela and this is the law of the jungle, the law of the strong, then I'm going to do it also, or I will justify what I do by saying, look, the United States is out there doing it as well. These are strong and accurate words by former President Obama.
I'm Michael Popak, and I got some big news for our audience. Most of you know me as the co-founder of Midas Touch's Legal AF and the Legal AF YouTube channel, or as a 35-year national trial lawyer. Now, building on what we started together on Legal AF, I've launched a new law firm, the Popak Firm, dedicated to obtaining justice through compassionate and zealous legal representation. At the Popak Firm, we are focused on obtaining justice for those who have been injured or damaged by a life-altering event by securing the highest dollar recoveries. I've been tirelessly fighting for justice for the last 35 years, so my own law firm organically building on my Legal AF work just feels right. And I've handpicked a team of top-tier trial fighters and settlement experts throughout all 50 states known as big auto injury attorneys who have the know-how to beat heartless insurance companies, corporations, government entities, and their attorneys. Big Auto's attorneys working with my firm are rock stars in their respective states and collectively responsible for billions of dollars in recoveries. So if you or a loved one have been on the wrong side of a catastrophic auto, motor vehicle, rideshare, or truck accident, suffered a personal injury, or been the victim of medical malpractice, employment harassment or discrimination, or suffered a violation of your civil and constitutional rights, then contact the Popak Firm today at 1-877-POPAK-AF or by visiting my website at www.thepopakfirm.com and fill out a free case evaluation form. And if we determine that you have a case and you sign with us, we don't get paid unless you do. The Popak Firm, fighting for your justice every step of the way.
He goes on to talk about how now on the issue of we're going to be part of some larger framework. He then talks about civil rights. He goes, you know what I say? No. You know what? Civil War, really bad. Jim Crow, tough, really bad. Let's not return to this era. Our parents, our grandparents, our great-grandparents went through stuff that was profoundly tougher than we're going through. And I say that not to pull rank on them, but rather to pull them out of any kind of hopelessness about the situation. He goes on to say we cannot unilaterally allow one of the two major parties, the Republicans, to rig the game constantly. We need to fight back. He goes on to say anyone working to harness the power of new tools, whether it's AI or advances in technology, needs to make a choice. Ignore potential problems until it's too late, or proactively address them. We need to proactively address them. He goes on to say, I strongly believe that my highest and best use now is to help find the next set of leaders who are going to help move us forward. And part of it is because I think the very best leaders can tap into the zeitgeist of the moment. He goes, sure, I get discouraged sometimes like the rest of you. I feel worn out sometimes and tired and embattled, but we have to keep going. We will overcome this. There will be a world beyond Trump. What's required in these situations is a few folks standing up and giving courage to other folks. We all have the capacity, I think, to take a stand. If convictions don't cost anything, then they're really kind of just fashion. I don't take these things personally. I mean, I'm always offended when my wife and kids get dragged into these things because they didn't choose that. That's a line that even people whose politics I deeply reject, I would expect them to care about. I would never talk about somebody's family the way Trump talks about my family. And this is in Trump's world. That's what MAGA wants, even when they don't know what the hell they're even doing. And here's the thing. America is not the project of any one person. The single most powerful word in democracy is the word we. Even I'm surprised about how bad Donald Trump has been. He's exceeded my worst expectations. But we, the people, will overcome. We shall overcome. Yes, we can. We will do it. Now, after dropping that interview, former President Obama, through the Obama Foundation, was releasing a lot of incredible videos as well. For example, an interview that he gave with Admiral William McRaven, Navy SEAL, 4-star Admiral, one of the most decorated Navy SEALs, member of our military in general, who was in charge of the raid that led to bin Laden's capture and killing. And so as Donald Trump is out there screwing everything up in the Middle East, the Obama Foundation drops this interview right here between Obama and McRaven. Here, play this clip.
There was an American flag that had been taken on the mission. It had been on the helicopter, and it had come back intact, and all of the members of the team who had participated had signed it on the back. And they wanted to present it to me as a gift. That meant the world to me because it signified that in some small measure, they felt as if I had been true to the mission and their sacrifices, that I had taken it seriously and soberly. I had been part of this broader process in a way that elicited trust from them.
Now, as Donald Trump continues to look like an utter fool, the Obama Foundation also releases this: Happy World Laughter Day. Nobody did it better than former President Barack Obama. Let's play this clip.
Dad jokes for every occasion. As the father of 2 teenage daughters, I know the whole time you were just like, and then he said, girl, I couldn't believe it. I am told that the last 3 speakers here have been the Pope, Her Majesty the Queen, and Nelson Mandela, which is either a very high bar or the beginning of a very funny joke. As I do, I want to take a moment to recognize the brave turkeys who weren't so lucky, who didn't get to ride the gravy train to freedom, who met their fate with courage and sacrifice and proved that they weren't chicken. It's not that bad now. Come on.
And then finally, the Obama Foundation dropped this video yesterday as well. Never stop believing in the power of your ideas, your imagination, or your hard work to change the world. Let's play it.
Keep exploring, keep dreaming, keep asking why. Don't settle for what you already know. Never stop believing in the power of your ideas, your imagination, your hard work to change the world.
In contrast, there have been videos like this going viral over the past 24 hours that the Midas Touch has been posting. Here's what Donald Trump said when he was campaigning back in 2015. Let's play it.
The battlefield trying to kill us. That's the negotiator we have. Take a look at the deal he's making with Iran. He makes that deal, Israel maybe won't exist very long. It's a disaster, and we have to protect Israel. But so we need people. I'm a free trader. But the problem with free trade.
Here's what Donald Trump said back in 2012.
Yes, we do.
Let's play it.
I can tell you that right now. But you know, you can use that military. They are in big trouble. You know, Saddam Hussein totally outplayed his hand. He overplayed his hand. Gaddafi overplayed his hand. They see that in Iran, and you know what? It's going to happen to them unless they come to the table. And if you had the right leader, they would. You would have them at the table right now without having to waste lives and billions of dollars.
All right. So assume that we did have them at the table. What in the world do you think it is that we could offer them to persuade them, to convince them, to scare them, or whatever it is for Iran to step down on a nuclear weapon development?
Survival. It's survival. That's what we offer them. It's pure and simple. A horrible thing to say, it's survival. They won't survive. I mean, they are in deep trouble if they carry it. And, you know, I've said before, I think Obama will go to war with Iran because I think he views it as good politically. And that's pretty sad. And it's a pretty sad thing to have to say. but I think he will absolutely go to war with Iran. I think he views that as a positive from a political standpoint, and I think he's just waiting for the right moment. And I think Iran better be damn careful because they are overplaying their hand, just like Gaddafi and just like Saddam Hussein.
You know, Ronald Reagan won the Cold War by,
Or here's what Donald Trump said back in November 2011.
Our president will start a war with Iran because he has absolutely no ability to negotiate. He's weak and he's ineffective. So the only way he figures that he's going to get reelected, and as sure as you're sitting there, is to start a war with Iran. Now, I'm more militant and more militaristic than the president. I believe in strength. But to start a war in order to get elected, and I believe that's going to happen, would be an out.
Now, what Donald Trump has left is bragging about cognitive exams and saying that Obama would never pass the Trump cognitive exams for dementia. Okay, Donald, here, play this clip.
Him a cognitive test. I took 3 of them, aced all of them, by the way. 3 of them. You know, I'm the only president to take a cognitive test because I don't think Obama could pass it. I don't. Didn't he get into Harvard with a C average? I don't know. What's that? I don't think he could pass it. I don't think. Well, Biden isn't it. Give me a break. You know, the first question is very easy. It's a lion, a giraffe, a bear, and a shark. They say, which one is the bear? And everybody says, 30 questions. Everyone says very standard. It's a very standard test, but very tough around those last 10 questions. Not too many people, even in this very room, unlike Newsom, I'll say, this room of geniuses. He said, I'm in a room of dumb people. That was not good. That was not good. You know what happened to him after that? It wasn't a pretty, but I'm in a room of brilliant people, but a lot of you wouldn't have been able to answer those 10 questions. And when I got the score in the test, the doctor said, wow, I've never seen, you know, you have 5 doctors lined up. They're all over the place.
And finally, you have former President Obama.
Why do you have it cognitive? How are you the only president to take cognitive test?
Brian's great, of course.
Sounds like a bad thing.
Here's what Obama said about decency. Let's play this clip.
First of all, I think it's important to recognize that the majority of the American people find this behavior deeply troubling. It is true that it gets attention. It's true that it's a distraction. But, you know, as I'm traveling around the country, as you're traveling around the country, you meet people. They still believe in decency, courtesy, kindness. And there's this sort of clown show that's happening in social media and on television. What is true is that there doesn't seem to be any shame about this among people who used to feel like you had to have some sort of decorum and a sense of propriety and respect for the office, right? So that's been lost. But the reason I point out that I don't think the majority of the American people approve of this is because ultimately the answer is going to come from the American people.
There you have it, folks. Let me know what you think. Hit subscribe. Let's get to 7 million subscribers.
Or just look at the votes and the polls.
You may think you're subscribed, but you may not actually be subscribed, so just double check that you're subscribed. Thanks for watching.
Love this video? Support independent media and unlock exclusive content, ad-free videos, and custom emojis by becoming a paid member of our YouTube channel today. You can also gift memberships to others. Let's keep growing together.
Hi there, everyone. It's Laura Clark in New York. At this very moment, Donald Trump's political career is spoiling faster than a box of Trump steaks left out in the sun. A brand new poll shows record levels of disapproval for the job that Donald Trump is doing as president, with key parts of his political coalition now completely turning on him. A poll from the Washington Post, ABC News, and Ipsos shows that just 37% of voters approve of the job that Donald Trump is doing as president. 62% of them disapprove. Washington Post adds this, quote, his ratings among Republican-leaning independents have reached a new low of 56%, His approval rating stands at 25% among independents overall. One former Trump ally turned critic, the former Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene, puts it like this, quote, MAGA is dead. Watch.
Today, we're in a time where many Americans are realizing MAGA is dead. And do you want to know who took the action?
What did she tan so much? Holy
It was the
tan.
creator and the founder himself, Donald Trump. When we campaigned on lowering inflation and reducing gas prices and caring about domestic issues that matter to Americans, the White House front door became a revolving door to foreign leaders, not to Americans, and not to industry leaders and those involved
True.
in working on the domestic solutions that Americans needed.
True.
So the issues Marjorie Taylor Greene is talking about there, inflation and the cost of everything, that has become Donald Trump's biggest political albatross right now. 23% of Americans approve of Donald Trump's handling of the cost of living. In that Washington Post, ABC News Ipsos poll, a whopping 76% disapprove. Pollster and publisher of The Bulwark, Sarah Longwell, told me in this week's episode of The Best People that voters right now do not like what they're seeing, and they know exactly who's to blame for it. Watch.
Number one, everybody thinks the state of the country is bad, which is why right track, wrong track is so low. These guys reinforce that with their everything's terrible. And then they immediately go to how expensive things are and how the war in Iran is raising them, how tariffs are raising them. And this is one of the reasons that Trump's numbers are starting to fall, and where the objective reality kicks in is that people know that the tariffs are Trump's. People know that the Iran war is Trump's. They don't think it's Congress. They don't think it's somebody else. They know Trump is doing it, that he made the call to do it, and that it is raising their prices, and that is what they are mad about.
Meanwhile, there is brand new reporting on how big parts of Trump's coalition, the parts that provided the money and the volunteers and the support for Donald Trump to win the Republican nomination 3 times and prevail in the general election twice, are also souring on the job Donald Trump is doing as president. Look at this headline in the Wall Street Journal. The anti-abortion movement is turning on Trump. From that reporting, quote, abortions are up in the years after the overturning of Roe, and the anti-abortion lobby has a new locus for blame. Trump is the problem, they say. The president is the problem. That's Marjorie Dannenfelser. She's the influential president of the Susan B. Anthony Pro-Life America. Big source of their frustration is the fact that the Trump administration is allowing abortion pills to be shipped by mail. But they're not the only special interest or activist group that is mad at Donald Trump right now. Politico reports this, quote, leaders in RFK Jr.'s Make America Healthy Again movement are outraged over Donald Trump's Surgeon General nominee switch since Trump announced Thursday that Nicole Saphier, a radiologist and former Fox News medical contributor, will replace Casey Means, a close ally of the health secretary, as Donald Trump's pick for the nation's top doctor. They've rushed to social media to share why they believe Trump's decision is short-sighted. Growing signs of discontent and Donald Trump's political base turning on him bigly is where we start today. Democratic pollster and political analyst Cornell Belcher is back with us. Also joining us, political.
This is what you should say if you're a president of the United States. The supply shock that exists right now caused by this war Donald Trump has been panicking in the Oval Office this morning as China made a major power move with Iran. Before Donald Trump is set to visit Beijing, Xi Jinping just invited Iran's foreign minister Araghchi to Beijing to coordinate a joint China and Iran strategy in advance of Donald Trump showing up in China. Here's a photo right here of Iran's foreign minister Araghchi arriving in Beijing, where he was given a warm state welcome by the government in China. While that is taking place, a clear middle finger to Donald Trump, who's ranting and raving like a lunatic in the White House right now that he's having conversations with Iran, and Iran is begging Donald Trump for help. help. While you have all of this going on, here's what's actually taking place in the Strait of Hormuz. As Amina Baker, who covers oil, who covers things happening in the Middle East, here's what she writes. For anyone wondering, actual Hormuz crossings are still in the single digits. Yesterday it was 1, the day before it was 6, and the day before that 1. Talking about liquid carriers here. Now, the UAE air defense also has just been activated again. Says they're engaging ballistic missiles, cruise missiles, and drones launched from Iran, while Donald Trump, Pete Hegseth, and others are claiming this is not happening and we shouldn't believe our eyes, and the photos of the port of Fujairah on fire, or the ships that have been hit by Iran trying to challenge Iran's control over the Strait of Hormuz.
It's not real.
Here's Donald Trump in the Oval Office right now. He's surrounded by a bunch of children. He was supposed to be announcing an executive order or a memo to restore the Presidential Fitness Test Award for students. That's the purpose of this press conference. But he began shouting and ranting and raving like a lunatic in front of these children about the war in Iran. You can see on the children's faces how deeply uncomfortable they are about what's taking place, and their parents seem deeply uncomfortable as well. For example, while Donald Trump was in the Oval Office surrounded by these children, as he was clearly jealous of Xi Jinping inviting Foreign Minister Xi, as Donald Trump knows that he doesn't hold the cards in the Strait of Hormuz because Iran controls the Strait of Hormuz right now. Donald Trump's like, can Iran just surrender? They need to wave the white flag of surrender. Here, play this clip.
We do it the old-fashioned way, and they should wave. They're very proud. Maybe you won't see a white flag, but essentially that's already what they need. They should wave the white flag of surrender. In hockey, they say uncle, right? When are they gonna cry uncle?
Then as Donald Trump rails about nuclear warfare and nuclear annihilation, he looks over to a child and says, maybe you're too young for this. Here, play this clip.
We can't let Iran have a nuclear weapon. You might be too young for this. I don't know. They probably know. They probably know better than most people. But you can't let a bunch of lunatics have a nuclear weapon, or the world would be in trouble. The world would be in trouble. So.
But he doesn't stop there. He continues to talk about the war in Iran in front of these children, and he's having these delusional conversations, these that are not taking place. He's imagining that he's speaking with Iranian leaders, and he goes, they tell me all the time, the Iranian leaders, they express it to me. They're telling me, Donald, we have no chance. We have no chance. Here, play this clip.
I call it a skirmish because Iran has no chance. They never did. They know it. They expressed it to me when I talked to them. Then they get on television. They say how well they're doing. And they have no Navy, totally wiped out. They have no Air Force, totally wiped out. They have no anti-aircraft capability, totally wiped out. No radar. They have no leaders. The leaders are wiped out. The whole thing. And then I read the papers and they say how well they're doing. They're not doing well. That's why you have no credibility. No credibility. The news, the fake news, has no credibility. But
then Donald Trump started to fall asleep during this meeting as RFK Jr., I guess, tried to talk about what the purpose of this Oval Office meeting was originally supposed to be about, the fitness test and trying to stop an obesity epidemic in the United States. And RFK Jr.'s like, he's talking about it, and you'll see Donald Trump just like, boom, instantly falls asleep. Let's play it.
The presidency has presided over the worst public health crisis in history. We're now the sickest nation in the world. We've gone from 5% of our kids being obese to 20%.
Saw that there. And then RFK Jr. starts to talk about how 70% of adults
Easy
are
Pie.
obese.
Who the fuck is that?
He's saying this in front of Donald Trump.
I don't know who that is.
Donald Trump thinks that he's in perfect shape, that he could be in the Olympics or play in FIFA or be an astronaut. Delusional. Here, play this clip.
70% of adults.
Yeah, it's totally he can be an astronaut. Yep.
77%
Yep.
of our children cannot qualify for military service. And that should
I wonder
be an
why.
eye-opener for all of us.
Then Donald Trump looks at Noah Syndergaard.
Dude,
And
I've
says,
seen US
sometimes he's referred to
states.
as Thor.
Like
You
you
look like
guys
a
are, I'm
Thor.
gonna run in
And
US
you can see
states.
the guy in the Oval
And
Office too is
like sometimes I see like
uncomfortable.
5
I
fast
look
food
like a Thor.
places
What
in
does that
one
mean?
frame
Play this clip.
frozen Pittsburgh.
Sometimes referred to as Thor, and he looks
I'm
like
not even
Thor,
kidding.
remember?
Like what is happening?
That's
How many
Where is
fast food restaurants is there in America?
You look great. That is a man, I wouldn't want to get into a fight with him, I can tell you. That would not be a good situation here.
So you had Donald Trump holding that presser in the Oval Office, whatever the hell that was. Then you had Pete Hegseth, Secretary of Defense, former Fox Sunday host and failed nonprofit military leader who was pushed out because of his horrible personal behavior. Right, that's the guy leading the Defense Department, a guy who ran nonprofit military organizations into the ground because his personal behavior was so abhorrent. Here's what he said. He goes, look, here's the game plan, okay, everybody? As I've said before, the rest of the world needs the Strait more than we do, so we're just going to hand it over to the rest of the world. We ain't doing much. Here, play this clip.
To our partners, allies, and the rest of the world, this is a temporary mission for us. As I've said before, the world needs this waterway a lot more than we do.
222,000 fast food
We're
restaurants.
stabilizing the situation so commerce can
So
flow
an
again, but
average.
we expect the world to step up. At the appropriate time and soon, we will hand responsibility back to you.
So then a reporter says, well, it seems like Iran is now firing at U.S. ships, that Iran has struck 2 cargo ships or tankers. Iran has hit the port of Fujairah. And when these U.S. ships were trying to enter the Strait of Hormuz as part of this so-called escorting ship missions, Iran's been firing. And it seems like we're looking at open hostility. So the ceasefire's over, right, Hegseth? Hegseth's like, no. This is a separate project. On the one hand, we have the ceasefire. That's the war. The war is over. On the other hand, we have Project Operation Freedom. And that's a separate project. There are hostilities in this separate bucket, if you will, but that's a different war, different situation. These people are, like, do you all think we're separate bucket, separate project? What are you talking? What is this language that these people are using? Like, they think we're so dumb, right? They're the ones. You're not fooling anybody, Hegseth, and this whole Epstein class of Trump regime morons. Here, play this clip.
No, it can flow through.
Thank you, Secretary Hegseth.
And reaching Norway fast food.
So Iran's fired at us. We fired at Iran. Just going to ask you more directly: is the ceasefire over?
No, the ceasefire is not over. Ultimately, this is a separate and distinct project, and we expected there would be some churn at the beginning, which happened. And we said we would defend aggressively, and we absolutely have. Iran knows that.
More from Hegseth right here, who says, and everybody, guess what? The U.S. has delivered a great gift to the Strait of Hormuz. The great gift is we've established a powerful red, white, and blue dome over the Strait of Hormuz. Red, white, and blue. They're like reading quotes that are so corny that even in the worst, what we used to say, direct to DVD, I'm dating myself, the direct to DVD movies that never made it in the worst movies would think that these quotes are too corny for them. Here, let's play it.
As a direct gift from the United States to the world, we have established a powerful red, white, and blue dome over the strait. American destroyers are on station, supported by hundreds of fighter jets, helicopters, drones, and surveillance aircraft, providing 24/7 overwatch for peaceful commercial vessels.
But Hegseth says Iran is embarrassed because hundreds of ships are leaving the Strait of Hormuz as we speak. The U.S. is leading an entire armada, and the ships are exiting. Okay, that doesn't exist. There are satellites, there are maps. Like, what you're saying isn't happening. Here, play this clip.
Look,
2 U.S. commercial
McDonald's
ships,
Norway has
along with
70,
American
40,
destroyers, have
95
already
restaurants,
safely
while
transited
Burger
the
King
strait,
Norway
showing the lane
operates
is clear.
over 100.
We know the Iranians are embarrassed by this fact. They said they control the strait. They do not. So American ships led the way, commercial and military, shouldering the initial risk from the front, as Americans always do. And right now, hundreds more ships from nations around the world are lining up to transit.
But folks, Hegseth does want you to know that there are sharks and dolphins with laser beams that the U.S. has trained. Let's play it.
And I can't confirm or deny whether we have kamikaze dolphins, but I can confirm they don't. Ultimately, any follow-on effort, if there are mines identified, would be something that some of our units could undertake or the world could undertake. But right now, we know we have a lane of safe passage that commercial shipping can flow through.
I mean, can this regime get any more idiotic? Then Hegseth is asked, why did Donald Trump capitulate to Iran? Here, let's play this clip.
On the first day of this conflict, President Trump addressed the Iranian people directly and said, when we're finished, take over your government. It'll be yours to take. And then on the 7th day of the conflict, in a Truth Social post, the president said, quote, there will be no deal with Iran except, all caps, exclamation mark, unconditional surrender. What happens to that pledge to the Iranians? And when did the president decide to capitulate on his demand for unconditional surrender?
Well, James, I wouldn't. You started out nicely, but you ended exactly where we knew you would end. The president hasn't capitulated on anything. He holds the cards. We maintain the upper hand, and Project Freedom only strengthens that hand.
Okay. So then Donald Trump calls up his other regime media sources, and he starts to attack the Pope. Let's play it.
Well, the Pope would rather talk about the fact that it's okay for Iran to have a nuclear weapon, and I don't think that's very good. I think he's endangering a lot of Catholics and a lot of people, but I guess if it's up to the Pope, he thinks it's just fine for Iran to have a nuclear weapon.
He's from Chicago. You got to learn a few things. He's from Chicago.
He then says that he thought that he would tank the market 25%, but he's surprised that he didn't tank it as much as he thought he would tank it. Okay, thanks, Donald. Let's play it.
The reasons, when I first did this, I thought maybe the market would go down 20 or 25%, and I was okay with that because I know it would come back up. But I thought it would go down, and I thought oil could hit 200, 250. Well, oil's at $100, $102, and you did too. Most people did. You know what? It's the genius of the whole thing is people have found ways around the Hormuz Strait. They're heading up to Texas.
And finally, Donald Trump says we need to get guns to the Iranian people. That's our plan. We have to give the Iranians guns, and then they'll rise up. That's all we forgot were the guns. When him and Netanyahu went on TV when the war started, and when the invasion, unlawful catastrophic invasion by Trump and Netanyahu started, they forgot the guns. If we just gave the Iranian people the guns, we wouldn't be in this mess. Here, play this clip.
It's well, the people of Iran. So, look, if they had guns, which they don't have, if they had guns, guns were sent and other people took those guns. If they had guns, they would fight back. I'm convinced of that. But, you can't have an unarmed population against people with AK-47s and stand there, even if you have 250,000 people. So, you started off by asking me, would I like to see him? And I'm very...
There you have it, folks. I don't even know what we just watched. That's real. That's real life. I don't know how anybody could look at that and go, damn, that's normal. That's some crazy stuff. All right, everybody, hit subscribe. Help us get to 7 million subscribers. We're so close. We appreciate you.
Welcome to Simon Reacts Imposter Edition. I was in Australia when you guys started doing this, so I have no idea what's going on.
Well, the last two have banged, Vic, so if this one doesn't, there's only one change.
It's all your fault. It's all my fault. Maybe I'm such a good imposter that it upsets people when they click off the video.
Alright, so you know what we're doing, right? You know how this game works.
So 3 watch one video and 1 watches a different one.
Yeah. Yeah, no one has any idea if they're the imposter.
This is such a good concept. I love it.
And you can't go back and look at video clips.
No VAR check. Yeah, damn right. Ready?
Alright.
I'm deafening.
Alright.
Enjoy the first clip.
Alright.
You too.
Right. Round 1.
Alright, round 1.
Right, let's be a good imposter this time, if I'm an imposter.
Okay, this is scary. I feel the pressure. What if it's me?
If you had to rename yourself, what would you be called?
If you rename yourself, what would you be called?
Flipping hell. What the fuck would I call myself?
What? Where's the video?
If you had to rename yourself, what would you be called?
Let's say Josh.
For
what would I call myself?
seasonings.
I don't know.
If you had to rename KSI's cat, what would you call it? Oh, damn, this is questions. Okay, if you
Obviously.
had to rename KSI's cat, what would I call it? Oh, so I just have to say a word. A little bit different today, boys.
I was startled and confused.
So was I. I was like, what is this?
I got caught off guard.
Okay, I'm going first. I am player one.
Okay, player one.
So I'm gonna just go with ball bag.
What do you mean? Last time I checked, it's in the cycle.
Who's player two?
I'm confused. I'm confused.
I'm gonna go.
Who's number two?
I'm gonna go with submarine.
Yeah.
Okay.
No. Okay. Yeah.
Okay. Ball bag and submarine. Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's go, Toby.
Number three. Who's three?
I don't understand what you mean.
King.
Oh.
King.
I'll check.
Okay.
I will go with daddy.
I think the person who's gone first has had a tough time there. Personally.
How do you discuss this? You said ball bag, submarine, and
Yeah, have you seen this? This doesn't really make any sense.
Makes the most
Fast food barn skin. 1.5 billion.
Well, we can't explain really.
that's the harder part about this one. I feel like the discussion bit's
Oh, it changed.
I've said my sentence and you've both gone why and then said
They still haven't buffed the drop chance, so I don't really care anymore.
Least sense to you.
I mean, I don't really care to farm for this stuff. To be honest, I just want this, and then I'm good.
Well, yes, but obviously.
Well, that means I think we haven't.
No, but like what? Like obviously the what you got could be a slightly deviated version, or like it could definitely work both ways. Ball bag, I
think
sure. I mean, but why? but I can't ask you why.
Like,
That's the issue.
deep it.
Nah.
Deep it.
I've got a deep hit. I've got a deep ball bag.
Yeah. Right.
Really
And selection over.
Do you understand ball bag or submarine?
Submarine, I understand.
Well,
Ball bag has thrown me off.
Tomorrow and the day after, I should be able to get that.
Nah, that seems quite straightforward to me.
Okay,
yeah.
Mm.
Like King is more obvious to me, but ball.
I'm
Daddy
asleep
makes
though,
sense.
like, I'm pretty tired.
Vic has done you in here.
I haven't got a Scooby.
He's had a blinder.
Nah,
He's had a blinder. I don't understand it, but you lot.
Bag.
Nah, you lot. Nah.
This is so confusing.